Chapter 16. Continuation of the preceding chapter. I leave Solar. When the servants had gone away and left us alone, it would have looked strange if we had remained as dumb as two posts. But in my state of mind, I did not feel myself capable of breaking the silence. My dear Dubois, who began to love me because I made her happy, felt my melancholy react on herself and tried to make me talk. "Your sadness," said she, "is not like you, it frightens me. You may console yourself by telling me of your troubles, but do not imagine that my curiosity springs from any unworthy motive. I only want to be of service to you. You may rely on my being perfectly discreet, and to encourage you to speak freely, and to give you that trust in me which I think I deserve. I will tell you what I know and what I have learned about yourself. My knowledge has not been obtained by any unworthy stratagems, or by a curiosity in affairs which do not concern me. I am pleased with what you say, my dear housekeeper. I see you are my friend, and I am grateful to you. Tell me all you know about the matter which is now troubling me, and conceal nothing." "Very good. You are the lover and the beloved of Madame. The widow whom you have treated badly has played you some trick which has involved you with your mistress, and then the wretched woman has left your house with the most unpardonable rudeness. This tortures you. You fear some disastrous consequences from which you cannot escape. Your heart and mind are at war, and there is a struggle in your breast between passion and sentiment. Perhaps I am wrong, but yesterday you seemed to me happy and today miserable. I pity you, because you have inspired me with the tenderest feelings of friendship. I did my best today to converse with the husband that you might be free to talk to the wife, who seems to me well worthy of your love. All that you have said is true. Your friendship is dear to me, and I have a high opinion of your intellectual powers. The widow is a monster who has made me wretched in return for my contempt, and I cannot revenge myself on her. Honor will not allow me to tell you any more, and indeed it would be impossible for you or anyone else to alleviate the grief that overwhelms me. It may possibly be my death, but in the meantime, my dear Dubois, I entreat you to continue your friendship towards me and to treat me with entire candor. I shall always attend to what you say, and thus you will be of the greatest service to me. I shall not be ungrateful. I spent a weary night as I had expected, for anger, the mother of vengeance, always made me sleepless, while sudden happiness had sometimes the same effect. I rang for Leduc early in the morning, but instead of him, Madame Dubois' ugly little attendant came, and told me that my man was ill, and that the housekeeper would bring me my chocolate. She came in directly after, and I had no sooner swallowed the chocolate than I was seized with a violent attack of sickness, the effect of anger, which at its height may kill the man who cannot satisfy it. My concentrated rage called for vengeance on the dreadful widow. The chocolate came on the top of the anger, and if it had not been rejected, I should have been killed. As it was, I was quite exhausted. Looking at my housekeeper, I saw she was in tears and asked her why she wept. "Good heavens, do you think I have a heart of stone? Calm yourself, I see you pity me. Leave me, and I hope I shall be able to get some sleep." I went to sleep soon after, and I did not wake till I had slept for 7 hours. I felt restored to life. I rang the bell, my housekeeper came in, and told me the surgeon of the place had called. She looked very melancholy, but on seeing my more cheerful aspect, I saw gladness reappearing on her pretty face. "We will dine together, dearest," said I, "but tell the surgeon to come in. I want to know what he has to say to me." The worthy man entered, and after looking carefully round the room to see that we were alone, he came up to me, and whispered in my ear that Leduc had a malady of a shameful character. I burst out laughing, as I had been expecting some terrible news. "My dear doctor," said I, "do all you can to cure him, and I will pay you handsomely, but next time don't look so doleful when you have anything to tell me. How old are you?" "Nearly 80. "May God help you." I was all the more ready to sympathize with my poor Spaniard, as I expected to find myself in a like case. What a fellow feeling there is between the unfortunate. The poor man will seek in vain for true compassion at the rich man's doors. What he receives is a sacrifice to ostentation and not true benevolence. And the man in sorrow should not look for pity from one to whom sorrow is unknown, if there be such a person on the earth. My housekeeper came in to dress me, and asked me what had been the doctor's business. "He must have said something amusing to make you laugh." Yes, and I should like to tell you what it was. But before I do so, I must ask you if you know what the venereal disease is. Yes, I do. Lady Montagu's footman died of it while I was with her. Very good, but you should pretend not to know what it is, and imitate other ladies who assume an ignorance which well becomes them. Poor Leduc has got this disease. Poor fellow, I am sorry for him. Were you laughing at that? No, it was the air of mystery, assumed by the old doctor, which amused me. I too have a confidence to make, and when you have heard it, you must either forgive me or send me away directly. Here is another bother. What the devil can you have done? Quick, tell me. Sir, I have robbed you. What robbed me? When? How? Can you return me what you have taken? I should not have thought you capable of such a thing. I never forgive a robber or a liar. You are too hasty, sir. I am sure you will forgive me, as I robbed you only half an hour ago, and I am now going to return to you the theft. You are a singular woman, my dear. Come, I will vouchsafe full forgiveness, but restore immediately what you have taken. This is what I stole. What, that monster's letter? Did you read it? Yes, of course, for otherwise I should not have committed a theft, should I? You have robbed me my secret, then, and that is a thing you cannot give me back. You have done very wrong. I confess I have. My theft is all the greater in that I cannot make restoration. Nevertheless, I promise never to speak a word of it all my life, and that ought to gain me my pardon. Give it me quickly. You are a little witch. I forgive you, and here is the pledge of my mercy. So saying, I fastened my lips on hers. I don't doubt the validity of your pardon. You have signed with a double and a triple seal. Yes, but for the future do not read, or so much as touch, any of my papers, as I am the depositary of secrets of which I am not free to dispose. Very good, but what shall I do when I find papers on the ground, as that letter was? You must pick them up but not read them. I promise to do so. Very well, my dear, but you must forget the horrors you have read. Listen to me, allow me to remember what I have read, perhaps you may be the gainer. Let us talk over this affair, which has made my hair stand on end. This monster of immodesty has given you 2 mortal blows, one in the body and one in the soul, but that is not the worst, as she thinks that Madame's honor is in her keeping. This, in my thinking, is the worst of all, for, in spite of the affront, your mutual love might continue, and the disease which the infamous creature has communicated to you would pass off. But if the malicious woman carries out her threats, the honor of your charming mistress is gone beyond return. Do not try to make me forget the matter, then, but let us talk it over and see what can be done. I thought I was dreaming when I heard a young woman in her position reasoning with more acuteness than Minerva displays in her colloquies with Telemachus. She had captured not only my esteem, but my respect. Yes, my dear, I answered, let us think over some plan for delivering a woman who deserves the respect of all good men from this imminent danger, and the very thought that we have some chance of success makes me indebted to you. Let us think of it and talk of it from noon to night. Think kindly of Madame, pardon her first slip, protect her honor, and have pity on my distress. From henceforth call me no more your master but your friend. I will be your friend till death, I swear it to you. What you say is full of wisdom. My heart is yours, embrace me. No, no, that is not necessary. We are young people, and we might perhaps allow ourselves to go astray. I only wish for your friendship, but I do not want you to give it to me for nothing. I wish to deserve it by giving you solid proofs of my friendship for you. In the meanwhile, I will tell them to serve dinner, and I hope that after you have eaten something you will be quite well. I was astonished at her sagacity. It might all be calculated artifice, and her aim might be to seduce me, but I did not trouble myself about that. I found myself almost in love with her, and liked to be the dupe of her principles, which would have made themselves felt, even if she had openly shared my love. I decided that I would add no fuel to my flames, and felt certain that they would go out of their own accord. By leaving my love thus desolate, it would die of exhaustion. I argued like a fool. I forgot that it is not possible to stop at friendship with a pretty woman whom one sees constantly, and especially when one suspects her of being in love herself. At its height, friendship becomes love, and the palliative one is forced to apply to soothe it for a moment only increases its intensity. Such was the experience of Anacreon with Smyrdes and Cleobulus with Batylus. A Platonist who pretends that one is able to live with a young woman of whom one is fond without becoming more than her friend is a visionary who knows not what he says. My housekeeper was too young, too pretty, and above all too pleasant. She had too keen a wit for me not to be captivated by all these qualities conjoined. I was bound to become her lover. We dined quietly together without saying anything about the affair we had at heart, for nothing is more imprudent or more dangerous than to speak in the presence of servants, who out of maliciousness or ignorance put the worst construction on what they hear, add or diminish, and think themselves privileged to divulge their master's secrets, especially as they know them without having been entrusted with them. As soon as we were alone, my dear Dubois asked me if I had sufficient proof of Leduc's fidelity. Well, my dear, he is a rascal and a profligate, full of impudence, sharp-witted, ignorant, a fearful liar, and nobody but myself has any power over him. However, he has one good quality, and that is blind obedience to my orders. He defies the stick, and he would defy the gallows if it were far enough off. When I have to ford a river on my travels, he strips off his clothes without my telling him and jumps in to see if I can cross in safety. That will do. He is just what we want under the circumstances. I will begin by assuring you, my dear friend, as you will have me style you thus, that Madame's honor is perfectly safe. Follow my advice, and if the detestable widow does not take care, she will be the only person put to shame. But we want Leduc. Without him, we can do nothing. Above all, we must find out how he contracted his disease, as several circumstances might throw obstacles in the way of my design. Go to him at once and find out all particulars, and if he has told any of the servants what is the matter with him. When you have heard what he has to say, warn him to keep the matter quiet. I made no objection, and without endeavoring to penetrate her design, I went to Leduc. I found him lying on his bed by himself. I sat down beside him with a smile on my face and promised to have him cured if he would tell me all the circumstances of the case. With all my heart, sir, the matter happened like this. The day you sent me to Soleure to get your letters, I got down at a roadside dairy to get a glass of milk. It was served to me by a young wench who caught my fancy, and I gave her a hug. She raised no objection, and in a quarter of an hour she made me what you see. Have you told anyone about it? I took good care not to do so, as I should only have got laughed at. The doctor is the only one who knows what is the matter, and he tells me the swelling will be gone down before tomorrow, and I hope I shall be able by that time to wait upon you. Very good, but remember to keep your own counsel. I proceeded to inform my Minerva of our conversation, and she said, "Tell me whether the widow could take her oath that she had spent the 2 hours on the sofa with you." No, for she didn't see me, and I did not say a word. Very good, then sit down at your desk and write, and tell her she is a liar, as you did not leave your room at all, and that you are making the necessary inquiries in your household to find out who is the wretched person she has unwittingly contaminated. Write at once and send off your letter directly. In an hour and a half's time you can write another letter, or rather you can copy what I am just going to put down. My dear, I see your plan. It is an ingenious one, but I have given my word of honor to Madame to take no steps in the matter without first consulting her. Then your word of honor must give way to the necessity of saving her honor. Your love retards your steps, but everything depends on our promptitude and on the interval between the first and second letter. Follow my advice, I beg of you, and you will know the rest from the letter I am going to write for you to copy. Quick, I write letter number 1. I did not allow myself to reflect. I was persuaded that no better plan could be found than that of my charming governess, and I proceeded to write the following love letter to the impudent monster. The impudence of your letter is in perfect accord with the 3 nights you spent in discovering a fact which has no existence save in your own perverse imagination. Know, cursed woman, that I never left my room, and that I have not to deplore the shame of having passed 2 hours with a being such as you. God knows with whom you did pass them, but I mean to find out if the whole story is not the creation of your devilish brain, and when I do so I will inform you. You may thank heaven that I did not open your letter till after M. and Madame had gone. I received it in their presence, but despising the hand that wrote it, I put it in my pocket, little caring what infamous stuff it contained. If I had been curious enough to read it and my guests had seen it, I would have you know that I would have gone in pursuit of you, and at this moment you would have been a corpse. I am quite well, and have no symptoms of any complaint, but I shall not lower myself to convince you of my health, as your eyes would carry contagion as well as your wretched carcase. I showed the letter to my dear Dubois, who thought it rather strongly expressed, but approved of it on the whole. I then sent it to the horrible being who had caused me such unhappiness. An hour and a half afterwards, I sent her the following letter, which I copied without addition or subtraction. A quarter of an hour after I had sent off my letter, the village doctor came to tell me that my man had need of his treatment for a disease of a shameful nature which he had contracted quite recently. I told him to take care of his patient, and when he had gone I went to see the invalid, who confessed, after some pressure, that he had received this pretty present from you. I asked him how he had contrived to obtain access to you, and he said that he saw you going by yourself in the dark into the apartment of M. Knowing that I had gone to bed, and having no further services to render me, curiosity made him go and see what you were doing there by stealth, as if you had wanted to see the lady, who would be in bed by that time, you would not have gone by the door leading to the garden. He at first thought that you went there with ill intent, and he waited an hour to see if you stole anything, in which case he would have arrested you. But as you did not come out, and he heard no noise, he resolved to go in after you, and found you had left the door open. He has assured me that he had no intentions in the way of carnal enjoyment, and I can well believe him. He tells me he was on the point of crying for help, when you took hold of him and put your hand over his mouth, but he changed his plans on finding himself drawn gently to a couch and covered with kisses. You plainly took him for somebody else, and, said he, I did her a service which she has done ill to recompense in this fashion. He left you without saying a word as soon as the day began to dawn, his motive being fear of recognition. It is easy to see that you took my servant for myself, for in the night, you know, all cats are gray, and I congratulate you on obtaining an enjoyment you certainly would not have had from me, as I should most surely have recognized you directly from your breath and your age charms, and I can tell you it would have gone hard with you. Luckily for you and for me, things happened otherwise. I may tell you that the poor fellow is furious, and intends making you a visit, from which course I believe I have no right to dissuade him. I advise you to hear him politely, and to be in a generous mood when he comes, as he is a determined fellow like all Spaniards, and if you do not treat him properly he will publish the matter, and you will have to take the consequences. He will tell you himself what his terms are, and I dare say you will be wise enough to grant them. An hour after I had sent off this epistle, I received a reply to my first letter. She told me that my device was an ingenious one, but that it was no good, as she knew what she was talking about. She defied me to show her that I was healthy in the course of a few days. While we were at supper, my dear Dubois tried her utmost to cheer me up, but all to no purpose. I was too much under the influence of strong emotion to yield to her high spirits. We discussed the third step, which would put an apex to the scheme and cover the impudent woman with shame. As I had written the 2 letters according to my housekeeper's instructions, I determined to follow her advice to the end. She told me what to say to Leduc in the morning, and she was curious to know what sort of stuff he was made of. She begged me to let her listen behind the curtains of my bed. Next morning Ledoux came in, and I asked if he could ride on horseback to Soleure. Yes, sir, he replied, but the doctor tells me I must begin to bathe tomorrow. Very good. As soon as your horse is ready, set out and go to Madame F., but do not let her know you come from me or suspect that you are a mere emissary of mine. Say that you want to speak to her. If she refuses to receive you, wait outside in the street, but I fancy she will receive you, and without a witness either. Then say to her, you have given me my complaint without having been asked, and I require you to give me sufficient money to get myself cured. Add that she made you work for 2 hours in the dark, and that if it had not been for the fatal present she had given to you, you would have said nothing about it. But that finding yourself in such a state, you needn't be ashamed to show her, she ought not to be astonished at your taking such a course. If she resists, threaten her with the law. That's all you have to do, but don't let my name appear. Return directly without loss of time, that I may know how you have got on. That's all very fine, sir, but if this jolly wench has me pitched out of window, I shan't come home quite so speedily. Quite so, but you needn't be afraid. I will answer for your safety. It's a queer business you're sending me on. You are the only man I would trust to do it properly. I will do it all right, but I want to ask you one or two essential questions. Has the lady really got the what do you call it? She has. I am sorry for her. But how am I to stick to it that she has peppered me when I have never spoken to her? Do you usually catch that complaint by speaking, booby? No, but one speaks in order to catch it, or while one is catching it. You spent 2 hours in the dark with her without a word being spoken, and she will see that she gave this fine present to you while she thought she was giving it to another. Ah, I begin to see my way, sir. But if we were in the dark, how was I to know it was she I had to do with? Thus, you saw her going in by the garden door, and you marked her unobserved. But you may be sure she won't ask you any of these questions. I know what to do now. I will start at once, and I am as curious as you to know what her answer will be. But here, another question comes into my head. She may try to strike a bargain over the sum I am to ask for my cure. If so, shall I be content with 300 francs? That's too much for her, take half. But it isn't much for 2 hours of such pleasure for her, and 6 weeks of such pain for me. I will make up the rest to you. That's good hearing. She's going to pay for damage she has done. I fancy I see it all, but I shall say nothing. I would bet it is you to whom she has made this fine present, and that you want to pay her out. Perhaps so, but keep your own counsel and set out. Do you know, I think the rascal is unique, said my dear Dubois, emerging from her hiding place. I had hard work to keep from laughing when he said that if he were pitched out of the window, he would not come back so soon. I am sure he will acquit himself better than ever did diplomatist. When he gets to Soleure, the monster will have already dispatched her reply to your second letter. I am curious to see how it will turn out. To you, my dear, the honor of this comedy belongs. You have conducted this intrigue like a past master in the craft. It could never be taken for the work of a novice. Nevertheless, it is my first, and I hope it will be my last intrigue. I hope she won't defy me to give evidence of my health. You are quite well so far, I think. Yes, and by the way, it is possible she may only have leucorrhea. I am longing to see the end of the piece and to set my mind at rest. Will you give Madame an account of our scheme? Yes, but I shall not be able to give you the credit you deserve. I only want to have credit in your eyes. You cannot doubt that I honor you immensely, and I shall certainly not deprive you of the reward that is your due. The only reward I ask for is for you to be perfectly open with me. You are very wonderful. Why do you interest yourself so much in my affairs? I don't like to think you are really inquisitive. You would be wrong to think that I have a defect which would lower me in my own eyes. Be sure, sir, that I shall only be curious when you are sad. But what can have made you feel so generously towards me? Only your honorable conduct towards me. You touch me profoundly, and I promise to confide in you for the future. You will make me happy. Leduc had scarcely gone an hour when a messenger on foot came to bring me a second letter from the widow. He also gave me a small packet, telling me that he had orders to wait for a reply. I sent him down to wait, and I gave the letter to Madame Dubois that she might see what it contained. While she was reading it, I leant upon the window, my heart beating violently. Everything is getting on famously, cried my housekeeper. Here is the letter, read it. Whether I am being told the truth, or whether I am the victim of a myth arising from your fertile imagination, for which you are too well known all over Europe, I will regard the whole story as being true, as I am not in a position to disprove it. I am deeply grieved to have injured an innocent man who has never done me any ill, and I will willingly pay the penalty by giving him a sum which will be more than sufficient to cure him of the plague with which I infected him. I beg that you will give him the 25 louis I am sending you. They will serve to restore him to health, and to make him forget the bitterness of the pleasure I am so sorry to have procured for him. And now, are you sufficiently generous to employ your authority as master to enjoin on your man the most absolute secrecy? I hope so, for you have reason to dread my vengeance otherwise. Consider that, if this affair is allowed to transpire, it will be easy for me to give it a turn which may be far from pleasant to you, and which will force the worthy man you are deceiving to open his eyes, for I have not changed my opinion, as I have too many proofs of your understanding with his wife. As I do not desire that we should meet again, I shall go to Lucerne on the pretext of family concerns. Let me know that you have got this letter. I am sorry, I said, To have sent Leduc, as the harpy is violent, and I am afraid of something happening to him." "Don't be afraid," she replied. "Nothing will happen, and it is better that they should see each other. It makes it more certain. Send her the money directly. She will have to give it to him herself, and your vengeance will be complete. She will not be able to entertain the slightest suspicion, especially if Leduc shows her her work, and in 2 or 3 hours you will have the pleasure of hearing everything from his lips. You have reason to bless your stars, as the honor of the woman you love is safe. The only thing that can trouble you is the remembrance of the widow's foul embraces, and the certainty that the prostitute has communicated her complaint to you. Nevertheless, I hope it may prove a slight attack and be easily cured. An inveterate leucorrhea is not exactly a venereal disease, and I have heard people in London say that it was rarely contagious. We ought to be very thankful that she is going to Lucerne. Laugh and be thankful. There is certainly a comic touch in our drama. Unfortunately, it is tragicomic. I know the human heart, and I am sure that I must have forfeited Madame's affections. It is true that, but this is not the time to be thinking of such matters. Quick, write to her briefly and return her the 25 louis. My reply was as follows. Your unworthy suspicions, your abominable design of revenge, and the impudent letter you wrote me are the only causes of your no doubt bitter repentance. I hope that it will restore peace to your conscience. Our messengers have crossed, through no fault of mine. I send you the 25 louis, you can give them to the man yourself. I could not prevent my servant from paying you a visit, but this time you will not keep him 2 hours, and you will not find it difficult to appease his anger. I wish you a good journey, and I shall certainly flee all occasions of meeting you, for I always avoid the horrible. And you must know, odious woman, that it isn't everybody who endeavors to ruin the reputation of their friends. If you see the apostolic nuncio at Lucerne, ask him about me, and he will tell you what sort of a reputation I have in Europe. I can assure you that Leduc has only spoken to me of his misadventure, and that if you treat him well he will be discreet, as he certainly has nothing to boast of. Farewell. My dear Minerva approved of this letter, and I sent it with the money by the messenger. The piece is not yet done, said my housekeeper. We have 3 scenes more. What are they? The return of your Spaniard, the appearance of the disease, and the astonishment of Madame when she hears it all. I counted the moments for Leduc to return, but in vain, he did not appear. I was in a state of great anxiety, although my dear Dubois kept telling me that the only reason he was away so long was that the widow was out. Some people are so happily constituted that they never admit the possibility of misfortune. I was like that myself till the age of 30, when I was put under the Leads. Now I am getting into my dotage and look on the dark side of everything. I am invited to a wedding and see naught but gloom, and witnessing the coronation of Leopold at Prague, I say to myself, nolo coronari. Cursed old age, thou art only worthy of dwelling in hell, as others before me have thought also, tristis xenectus. About 9:30, my housekeeper looked out, and saw Leduc by the moonlight coming along at a good pace. That news revived me. I had no light in the room, and my housekeeper ran to hide in the recess, for she would not have missed a word of the Spaniard's communication. I am dying of hunger, said he, as he came in. I had to wait for that woman till 6:30. When she came in, she found me on the stairs and told me to go about my business, as she had nothing to say to me. That may be, fair lady, I replied, but I have a few words to say to you, and I have been waiting here for a cursed time with that intent. Wait a minute, she replied, and then putting into her pocket a packet and a letter which I thought was addressed in your writing, she told me to follow her. As soon as I got to her room, I saw there was no one else present, and I told her that she had infected me, and that I wanted the wherewithal to pay the doctor. As she said nothing, I proceeded to convince her of my infected state, but she turned away her head and said, Have you been waiting for me long? Since 11, without having had a bite or a sup. Thereupon she went out, and after asking the servant, whom I suppose she had sent here, what time he had come back, she returned to me, shut the door, and gave me the packet, telling me that it contained 25 louis for my cure, and that if I valued my life I would keep silence in the matter. I promised to be discreet, and with that I left here, and here I am. Does the packet belong to me? Certainly, have some supper and go to bed. My dear Dubois came out of her recess and embraced me, and we spent a happy evening. Next morning, I noticed the first symptoms of the disease the hateful widow had communicated to me, but in 3 or 4 days I found it was of a very harmless character, and a week later I was quite rid of it. My poor Spaniard, on the other hand, was in a pitiable case. I passed the whole of the next morning in writing to Madame. I told her circumstantially all I had done, in spite of my promise to consult her, and I sent her copies of all the letters to convince her that our enemy had gone to Lucerne with the idea that her vengeance had been only an imaginary one. Thus, I showed her that her honor was perfectly safe. I ended by telling her that I had noticed the first symptoms of the disease, but that I was certain of getting rid of it in a very few days. I sent my letter through her nurse, and in 2 days' time I had a few lines from her informing me that I should see her in the course of the week in company with her husband and M. de Chavigny. Unhappy I was obliged to renounce all thoughts of love, but my Dubois, who was with me nearly all day on account of Leduc's illness, began to stand me in good stead. The more I determined to be only a friend to her, the more I was taken with her, and it was in vain that I told myself that from seeing her without any love-making my sentiment for her would die a natural death. I had made her a present of a ring, telling her that whenever she wanted to get rid of it I would give her 100 louis for it, but this could only happen in time of need and impossible contingency while she continued with me, and I had no idea of sending her away. She was natural and sincere, endowed with a ready wit and good reasoning powers. She had never been in love, and she had only married to please Lady Montagu. She only wrote to her mother, and to please her I read the letters. They were full of filial piety, and were admirably writ. One day the fancy took me to ask to read the letters her mother wrote in reply. "She never replies," said she, "for an excellent reason, namely, that she cannot write. I thought she was dead when I came back from England, and it was a happy surprise to find her in perfect health when I got to Lausanne." "Who came with you from England?" "Nobody." "I can't credit that. Young, beautiful, well-dressed, obliged to associate casually with all kinds of people, young men and profligates, for there are such everywhere. How did you manage to defend yourself?" "Defend myself? I never needed to do so. The best plan for a young woman is never to stare at any man, to pretend not to hear certain questions and certainly not to answer them, to sleep by herself in a room where there is a lock and key, or with the landlady when possible. When a girl has traveling adventures, one may safely say that she has courted them, for it is easy to be discreet in all countries if one wishes." She spoke justly. She assured me that she had never had an adventure and had never tripped, as she was fortunate enough not to be of an amorous disposition. Her naive stories, her freedom from prudery, and her sallies full of wit and good sense amused me from morning till night, and we sometimes thoued each other. This was going rather far, and should have shewn us that we were on the brink of the precipice. She talked with much admiration of the charms of Madame, and showed the liveliest interest in my stories of amorous adventure. When I got on risky ground, I would make as if I would fain spare her all unseemly details, but she begged me so gracefully to hide nothing that I found myself obliged to satisfy her. But when my descriptions became so faithful as almost to set us on fire, she would burst into a laugh, put her hand over my mouth, and fly like a hunted gazelle to her room, and then lock herself in. One day I asked her why she did so, and she answered, "To hinder you from coming to ask me for what I could not refuse you at such moments." The day before that on which M. and Madame and M. de Chavigny came to dine with me, she asked me if I had had any amorous adventures in Holland. I told her about Esther, and when I came to the mole and my inspection of it, my charming curiosity ran to stop my mouth, her sides shaking with laughter. I held her gently to me, and could not help seeking whether she had a mole in the same place, to which she opposed but a feeble resistance. I was prevented by my unfortunate condition from immolating the victim on the altar of love, so we confined ourselves to a make-believe combat which only lasted a minute. However, our eyes took in it, and our excited feelings were by no means appeased. When we had done, she said, laughing, but yet discreetly, "My dear friend, we are in love with one another, and if we do not take care, we shall not long be content with this trifling." Sighing as she spoke, she wished me good night, and went to bed with her ugly little maid. This was the first time we had allowed ourselves to be overcome by the violence of our passion, but the first step was taken. As I retired to rest, I felt that I was in love and foresaw that I should soon be under the rule of my charming housekeeper. M. and Madame and M. Chavigny gave us an agreeable surprise the next day by coming to dine with us, and we passed the time till dinner by walking in the garden. My dear Dubois did the honors of the table, and I was glad to see that my two male guests were delighted with her, for they did not leave her for a moment during the afternoon, and I was thus enabled to tell my charmer all I had written to her. Nevertheless, I took care not to say a word about the share my housekeeper had had in the matter, for my mistress would have been mortified at the thought that her weakness was known to her. "I was delighted to read your letters," said she, "and to hear that that villainous woman can no longer flatter herself upon having spent 2 hours with you. But tell me, how can you have actually spent them with her without noticing, in spite of the dark, the difference between her and me? She is much shorter, much thinner, and 10 years older. Besides, her breath is disagreeable, and I think you know that I have not that defect. Certainly you could not see her hair, but you could touch, and yet you noticed nothing. I can scarcely believe it. Unhappily, it is only too true. I was inebriated with love, and thinking only of you, I saw nothing but you. I understand how strong the imagination would be at first, but this element should have been much diminished after the first or second assault. And, above all, because she differs from me in a matter which I cannot conceal and she cannot supply. You are right, a burst of Venus. When I think that I only touched 2 dangling flabby breasts, I feel as if I did not deserve to live. And you felt them, and they did not disgust you. Could I be disgusted, could I even reflect, when I felt certain that I held you in my arms, you for whom I would give my life? No, a rough skin, a stinking breath, and a fortification carried with far too much ease. Nothing could moderate my amorous fury. What do I hear? A cursed and unclean woman, nest of impurities. And could you forgive me all these defects? I repeat, the idea that I possessed you deprived me of my thinking faculties. All seemed to me divine. You should have treated me like a common prostitute. You should even have beaten me on finding me such as you describe. Ah, now you are unjust. That may be. I am so enraged against that monster that my anger deprives me of reason. But now that she thinks that she had to do with a servant, and after the degrading visit she has said she ought to die of rage and shame. What astonishes me is her believing it, for he is shorter than you by 4 inches. And how can she imagine that a servant would do it as well as you? It's not likely. I am sure she is in love with him now. 25 louis, he would have been content with 10. What a good thing that the poor fellow's illness happened so conveniently. But I suppose you had to tell him all. Not at all. I gave him to understand that she had made an appointment with me in that room, and that I had really spent 2 hours with her, not speaking for fear of being heard. Then, thinking over the orders I gave him, he came to the conclusion that on finding myself diseased afterwards I was disgusted, and being able to disavow my presence I had done so for the sake of revenge. That's admirable, and the impudence of the Spaniard passes all belief. But her impudence is the most astonishing thing of all. But supposing her illness had been a mere trick to frighten you, what a risk the rascal would have run. I was afraid of that, as I had no symptoms of disease whatever. But now you really have it, and all through my fault. I am in despair. Be calm, my angel, my disease is of a very trifling nature. I am only taking nitre, and in a week I shall be quite well again. I hope that then. Ah, my dear friend. What? Don't let us think of that any more, I beseech you. You are disgusted, and not unnaturally, but your love cannot be very strong. Ah, how unhappy I am. I am more unhappy than you. I love you, and you would be thankless indeed if you ceased to love me. Let us love each other, but let us not endeavor to give one another proofs of our love. It might be fatal. That accursed widow, she is gone away, and in a fortnight we shall be going also to Bâle, where we remain till the end of November. The die is cast, and I see that I must submit to your decision, or rather to my destiny, for none but fatal events have befallen me since I came to Switzerland. My only consoling thought is that I have made your honor safe. You have won my husband's friendship and esteem. We shall always be good friends. If you are going, I feel that I must go before you. That will tend to convince the wretched author of my woe that there is nothing blameworthy in my friendship for you. You reason like an angel, and you convince me more and more of your love. Where are you going? To Italy, but I shall take Bern and Geneva on my way. You will not be coming to Bale, then? I am glad to hear it, in spite of the pleasure it would give me to see you. No doubt your arrival would give a handle for the gossips, and I might suffer by it. But if possible, in the few days you are to remain, show yourself to be in good spirits, for sadness does not become you. We rejoined the ambassador and M, who had not had time to think about us, as my dear Dubois had kept them amused by her lively conversation. I reproached her for the way in which she husbanded her wit as far as I was concerned, and M. de Chavigny, seizing the opportunity, told us it was because we were in love, and lovers are known to be chary of their words. My housekeeper was not long in finding a repartee, and she again began to entertain the two gentlemen, so that I was enabled to continue my walk with Madame, who said, "Your housekeeper, my dear friend, is a masterpiece. Tell me the truth, and I promise to give you a mark of my gratitude that will please you before I go." "Speak, what do you wish to know?" "You love her, and she loves you in return." "I think you are right, but so far. I don't want to know any more, for if matters are not yet arranged they soon will be, and so it comes to the same thing. If you had told me you did not love her I should not have believed you, for I can't conceive that a man of your age can live with a woman like that without loving her. She is very pretty and exceedingly intelligent, she has good spirits, talents, an excellent manner, and she speaks exceedingly well. That is enough to charm you, and I expect you will find it difficult to separate from her. Lebel did her a bad turn in sending her to you, as she used to have an excellent reputation, and now she will no longer be able to get a place with ladies in the highest society. I shall take her to Bern. That is a good idea. Just as they were going, I said that I should soon be coming to Soleure to thank them for the distinguished reception they had given me, as I proposed leaving in a few days. The idea of never seeing Madame again was so painful to me that as soon as I got in I went to bed, and my housekeeper, respecting my melancholy, retired after wishing me good night. In 2 or 3 days I received a note from my charmer, bidding me call upon them the day following at about 10 o'clock, and telling me I was to ask for dinner. I carried out her orders to the letter. M. gave me a most friendly reception, but saying that he was obliged to go into the country and could not be home till 1 o'clock, he begged me not to be offended if he delivered me over to his wife for the morning. Such is the fate of a miserable husband. His wife was engaged with a young girl at tambour work. I accepted her company on the condition that she would not allow me to disturb her work. The girl went away at noon, and soon after we went to enjoy the fresh air outside the house. We sat in a summer house from which, ourselves unseen, we could see all the carriages that approached the house. Why, dearest, did you not procure me the bliss when I was in good health? Because at that time my husband suspected that you turned yourself into a waiter for my sake, and that you could not be indifferent towards me. Your discretion has destroyed his suspicions, and also your housekeeper, whom he believes to be your wife, and who has taken his fancy to such an extent that I believe he would willingly consent to an exchange, for a few days at any rate. Would you agree? Ah, if the exchange could be effected! Having only an hour before me, and foreseeing that it would be the last I should pass beside her, I threw myself at her feet. She was full of affection, and put no obstacles in the way of my desires, save those which my own feelings dictated, for I loved her too well to consent to injure her health. I did all I could to replace the utmost bliss, but the pleasure she enjoyed doubtless consisted in a great measure in showing me her superiority to the horrible widow. When we saw the husband's carriage coming, we rose and took care that the worthy man should not find us in the arbor. He made 1,000 excuses for not having returned sooner. We had an excellent dinner, and at table he talked almost entirely of my housekeeper, and he seemed moved when I said I meant to take her to Lausanne to her mother. I took leave of them at 5 o'clock with a broken heart, and from there I went to M. de Chavigny and told him all my adventures. He had a right to be told, as he had done all in his power to ensure the success of a project which had only failed by an unexampled fatality. In admiration of my dear Dubois' Whitfore, I did not conceal the part she played. He said that old as he was, he should think himself quite happy if he had such a woman with him, and he was much pleased when I told him that I was in love with her. Don't give yourself the trouble, my dear Casanova, of running from house to take leave, said the amiable nobleman. "It can be done just as well at the assembly, and you need not even stay to supper, if you don't want to." I followed his advice, and thus saw again Madame as I thought, for the last time, but I was wrong. I saw her 10 years afterwards, and at the proper time the reader will see where, when, how, and under what circumstances. Before going away, I followed the ambassador to his room to thank him as he deserved, for his kindness, and to ask him to give me a letter of introduction for Bern, where I thought of staying a fortnight. I also begged him to send Lebel to me, that we might settle our accounts. He told me that Lebel should bring me a letter for M. de Murault, the mayor of Thun. When I got home, feeling sad on this, the eve of my leaving a town where I had but trifling victories and heavy losses, I thanked my housekeeper for waiting for me, and to give her a good night I told her that in 3 days we should set out for Bern, and that my mails must be packed. Next day, after a somewhat silent breakfast, she said, "You will take me with you, won't you?" "Certainly, if you like me well enough to want to go." "I would go with you to the end of the world, all the more as you are now sick and sad, and when I saw you first you were blithe and well. If I must leave you, I hope at least to see you happy first." The doctor came in just then to tell me that my poor Spaniard was so ill that he could not leave his bed. "I will have him cured at Bern," said I. "Tell him that we are going to dine there the day after tomorrow." "I must tell you, sir, that though it's only a 7 leagues journey, he cannot possibly undertake it as he has lost the use of all his limbs." "I am sorry to hear that, doctor." "I dare say, but it's true." I must verify the matter with my own eyes, and so saying I went to see Leduc. I found the poor rascal, as the doctor had said, incapable of motion. He had only the use of his tongue and his eyes. "You are in a pretty state," said I to him. "I am very ill, sir, though otherwise I feel quite well." "I expect so, but as it is you can't move, and I want to dine at Bern the day after tomorrow." "Have me carried there, I shall get cured." "You are right, I will have you carried in a litter." "I shall look like a saint out for a walk." I told one of the servants to look after him, and to see to all that was necessary for our departure. I had him taken to the Falcon by 2 horses who drew his litter. Lebel came at noon and gave me the letter his master had written for M. de Murat. He brought his receipts and I paid everything without objection, as I found him an entirely honest man, and I had him to dinner with Madame Dubois and myself. I did not feel disposed to talk, and I was glad to see that they got on without me. They talked away admirably and amused me, for Lebel was by no means wanting in wit. He said he was very glad I had given him an opportunity of knowing the housekeeper, as he could not say he had known her before, having only seen her 2 or 3 times in passing through Lausanne. On rising from the table, he asked my permission to write to her, and she, putting in her voice, called on him not to forget to do so. Lebel was a good-natured man, of an honest appearance, and approaching his 50th year. Just as he was going, without asking my leave, he embraced her in the French fashion, and she seemed not to have the slightest objection. She told me as soon as he was gone that this worthy man might be useful to her, and that she was delighted to enter into a correspondence with him. The next day was spent in putting everything in order for our short journey, and Leduc went off in his litter, intending to rest for the night at 4 leagues from Soleure. On the day following, after I had remembered the doorkeeper, the cook, and the manservant I was leaving behind, I set out in my carriage with the charming Dubois, and at 11 o'clock I arrived at the inn at Bern, where Leduc had preceded me by 2 hours. In the first place, knowing the habits of Swiss innkeepers, I made an agreement with the landlord, and I then told the servant I had kept, who came from Bern to take care of Leduc, to put him under good medical superintendence, and to bid the doctor spare nothing to cure him completely. I dined with my housekeeper in her room, for she had a separate lodging, and after sending my letter to M. de Murault, I went out for a walk. Chapter 17. Bern la Mata Madame de la Seine-Serme, Departure Arrival at Bale. I reached an elevation from which I could look over a vast stretch of country watered by a little river, and noticing a path leading to a kind of stair, the fancy took me to follow it. I went down about 100 steps and found 40 small closets which I concluded were bathing machines. While I was looking at the place, an honest-looking fellow came up to me and asked me if I would like a bath. I said I would, and he opened one of the closets, and before long I surrounded by a crowd of young girls. "Sir," said the man, "they all aspire to the honor of attending you while you bathe. You have only to choose which it shall be. Half a crown will pay for the bath, the girl, and your coffee." As if I were the Grand Turk, I examined the swarm of rustic beauties and threw my handkerchief at the one I liked the best. We went into a closet, and shutting the door with the most serious air, without even looking at me, she undressed me and put a cotton cap on my head, and as soon as she saw me in the water she undressed herself as coolly as possible, and without a word came into the bath. Then she rubbed me all over, except in a certain quarter, which I had covered with my hands. When I thought I had been manipulated sufficiently, I asked for coffee. She got out of the bath, opened the door, and after asking for what I wanted got in again without the slightest consciousness. When the coffee came, she got out again to take it, shut the door and returned to the bath, and held the tray while I was drinking, and when I had finished, she remained beside me. Although I had taken no great notice of her, I could see that she possessed all the qualifications a man could desire in a woman: fine features, lively eyes, a pretty mouth, and an excellent row of teeth, a healthy complexion, a well-rounded bosom, a curved back, and all else in the same sort. I certainly thought her hands might have been softer, but their hardness was probably due to hard work. Furthermore, she was only 18, and yet I remained cold to all her charms. How was that? That was the question I asked myself, and I think the reason probably was that she was too natural, too devoid of those assumed graces and coquettish airs which women employ with so much art for the seduction of men. We only care for artifice and false show. Perhaps, too, our senses, to be irritated, require woman's charms to be veiled by modesty. But if, accustomed as we are to clothe ourselves, the face is the smallest factor in our perfect happiness, how is it that the face plays the principal part in rendering a man amorous? Why do we take the face as an index of a woman's beauty, and why do we forgive her when the covered parts are not in harmony with her features? Would it not be much more reasonable and sensible to veil the face, and to have the rest of the body naked? Thus, when we fall in love with a woman, we should only want, as the crown of our bliss, to see a face answerable to those other charms which had taken our fancy. There can be no doubt that that would be the better plan, as in that case we should only be seduced by a perfect beauty, and we should grant an easy pardon if at the lifting of the mask we found ugliness instead of loveliness. Under those circumstances, an ugly woman, happy in exercising the seductive power of her other charms, would never consent to unveil herself, while the pretty ones would not have to be asked. The plain women would not make us sigh for long. They would be easily subdued on the condition of remaining veiled, and if they did consent to unmask, it would be only after they had practically convinced one that enjoyment is possible without facial beauty. And it is evident and undeniable that inconstancy only proceeds from the variety of features. If a man did not see the face, he would always be constant and always in love with the first woman who had taken his fancy. I know that in the opinion of the foolish all this will seem folly, but I shall not be on the earth to answer their objections. When I had left the bath, she wiped me with towels, put on my shirt, and then in the same state that is, quite naked, she did my hair. While I was dressing, she dressed herself too, and having soon finished, she came to buckle my shoes. I then gave her half a crown for the bath and 6 francs for herself. She kept the half-crown, but gave me back the 6 francs with silent contempt. I was mortified. I saw that I had offended her, and that she considered her behavior entitled her to respect. I went away in a bad enough humor. After supper, I could not help telling my dear Dubois of the adventure I had had in the afternoon, and she made her own comments on the details. "She can't have been pretty," said she, "for if she had been, you would certainly have given way. I should like to see her. If you like, I will take you there. I should be delighted. But you will have to dress like a man." She rose, went out without a word, and in a quarter of an hour returned in a suit of Leduc's, but minus the trousers, as she had certain protuberances which would have stood out too much. I told her to take a pair of my breeches, and we settled to go to the bath next morning. She came to wake at 6 o'clock. She was dressed like a man and wore a blue overcoat which disguised her shape admirably. I rose and went to La Mata, as the place is called. Animated by the pleasure the expedition gave her, my dear Dubois looked radiant. Those who saw her must have seen through her disguise, she was so evidently a woman, so she wrapped herself up in her overcoat as well as she could. As soon as we arrived, we saw the master of the baths, who asked me if I wanted a closet for 4, and I replied in the affirmative. We were soon surrounded by the girls, and I showed my housekeeper the one who had not seduced me. She made choice of her, and I, having fixed upon a big, determined-looking wench, we shut ourselves up in the bath. As soon as I was undressed, I went into the water with my big attendant. My housekeeper was not so quick. The novelty of the thing astonished her, and her expression told me that she repented of having come. But putting a good face on it, she began to laugh at seeing me rubbed by the feminine grenadier. She had some trouble before she could take off her chemise, but as it is only the first step that costs, she let it fall off, and though she held her 2 hands before her, she dazzled me, in spite of myself, by the beauty of her form. Her attendant prepared to treat her as she had treated me, but she begged to be left alone, and on my following her example, she felt obliged to let me look after her. The 2 Swiss girls, who had no doubt often been present at a similar situation, began to give us a spectacle which was well known to me, but which was quite strange to my dear Dubois. These 2 Bacchantes began to imitate the caresses I lavished on my housekeeper, who was quite astonished at the amorous fury with which my attendant played the part of a man with the other girl. I confess I was a little surprised myself, in spite of the transports which my fair Venetian nun had shewn me 6 years before in conjunction with C.C. I could not have imagined that anything of the kind could have distracted my attention, holding, as I did, the woman I loved, whose charms were sufficient to captivate all the senses. But the strange strife of the 2 young Menads took up her attention as well as mine. "Your attendant," said she, "must be a boy, not a girl." "But," said I, "you saw her breasts." "Yes, but she may be a boy all the same." The big Swiss girl who had heard what we had said turned round and showed me what I should not have credited. There could be no mistake, however. It was a feminine membrane, but much longer than my little finger, and stiff enough to penetrate. I explained to my dear Dubois what it was, but to convince her I had to make her touch it. The impudent creature pushed her shamelessness so far as to offer to try it on her, and she insisted so passionately that I was obliged to push her away. She then turned to her companion and satiated on her body her fury of lust. In spite of its disgusting nature, the sight irritated us to such a degree that my housekeeper yielded to nature and granted me all I could desire. This entertainment lasted for 2 hours, and we returned to the town well pleased with one another. On leaving the bath, I gave a louis to each of the 2 Bacchantes, and we went away determined to go there no more. It will be understood that after what had happened, there could be no further obstacle to the free progress of our love, and accordingly my dear Dubois became my mistress, and we made each other happy during all the time we spent at Berne. I was quite cured of my misadventure with the horrible widow, and I found that if love's pleasures are fleeting, so are its pains. I will go farther and maintain that the pleasures are of much longer duration, as they leave memories which can be enjoyed in old age, whereas, if a man does happen to remember the pains, it is so slightly as to have no influence upon his happiness. At 10 o'clock, the mayor of Thun was announced. He was dressed in the French fashion, in black, and had a manner at once graceful and polite that pleased me. He was middle-aged and enjoyed a considerable position in the government. He insisted on my reading the letter that M. de Chavigny had written to him on my account. It was so flattering that I told him that if it had not been sealed, I should not have had the face to deliver it. He asked me for the next day to a supper composed of men only, and for the day after that, to a supper at which women as well as men would be present. I went with him to the library where we saw M. Felix, an unfrocked monk, more of a scribbler than a scholar, and a young man named Schmidt, who gave good promise, and was already known to advantage in the literary world. I also had the misfortune of meeting here a very learned man of a very wearisome kind. He knew the names of 10,000 shells by heart, and I was obliged to listen to him for 2 hours, although I was totally ignorant of his science. Amongst other things, he told me that the Aar contained gold. I replied that all great rivers contained gold, but he shrugged his shoulders and did not seem convinced. I dined with M. de Murault in company with 4 or 5 of the most distinguished women in Berne. I liked them very well, and above all Madame de Sacconi struck me as particularly amiable and well-educated. I should have paid my addresses to her if I had been staying long in the so-called capital of Switzerland. The ladies of Bern are well though not extravagantly dressed, as luxury is forbidden by the laws. Their manners are good and they speak French with perfect ease. They enjoy the greatest liberty without abusing it, for in spite of gallantry decency reigns everywhere. The husbands are not jealous, but they require their wives to be home by supper time. I spent 3 weeks in the town, my time being divided between my dear Dubois and an old lady of 85 who interested me greatly by her knowledge of chemistry. She had been intimately connected with the celebrated Boerhaave, and she showed me a plate of gold he had transmuted in her presence from copper. I believed as much as I liked of this, but she assured me that Boerhaave possessed the philosopher's stone, but that he had not discovered the secret of prolonging life many years beyond the century. Boerhaave, however, was not able to apply this knowledge to himself, as he died of a polypus on the heart before he had attained the age of perfect maturity, which Hippocrates fixes at between 60 and 70 years. The 4 millions he left to his daughter, if they do not prove that he could make gold, certainly prove that he could save it. The worthy old woman told me he had given her a manuscript in which the whole process was explained, but that she found it very obscure. "You should publish it," said I. "God forbid." "Burn it, then." "I can't make up my mind to do so." M. de Murault took me to see the military evolutions gone through by the citizens of Bern, who are all soldiers, and I asked him the meaning of the bear to be seen above the gate of the town. The German for bear is Bar, Bern, and the animal has given its name to the town and canton which ranks second in the Republic, although it is in the first place for its wealth and culture. It is a peninsula formed by the Aar, which rises near the Rhine. The mayor spoke to me of the power of the canton, its lordships and bailiwicks, and explained his own powers. He then described the public policy, and told me of the different systems of government which compose the Helvetic Union. "I understand perfectly well," I said, "that each of the 13 cantons has its own government." "I dare say you do," he replied, "but what you don't understand any more than I do is that there is a canton which has 4 separate governments." I had an excellent supper with 14 or 15 senators. There were no jokes, no frivolous conversation, and no literature. But law, the commonweal, commerce, political economy, speculation, love of country, and the duty of preferring liberty to life, in abundance. I felt as if I were in a new element, but I enjoyed the privilege of being a man amidst men who were all in honor to our common humanity. But as the supper went on, these rigid republicans began to expand, the discourse became less measured, there were even some bursts of laughter, owing to the wine. I excited their pity, and though they praised sobriety, they thought mine excessive. However, they respected my liberty, and did not oblige me to drink, as the Russians, Swedes, Poles, and most northern peoples do. We parted at midnight, a very late hour in Switzerland, and as they wished me a good night, each of them made me a sincere offer of his friendship. One of the company, at an early period of the supper, before he had begun to get mellow, had condemned the Venetian Republic for banishing the Grisons, but on his intellect being enlightened by Bacchus, he made his apologies. "Every government," said he, "ought to know its own interests better than strangers, and everybody should be allowed to do what he wills with his own." When I got home, I found my housekeeper lying in my bed. I gave her 100 caresses in witness of my joy, and I assured her practically of my love and gratitude. I considered her as my wife, we cherished each other, and did not allow the thought of separating to enter our minds. When 2 lovers love each other in all freedom, the idea of parting seems impossible. Next morning I got a letter from the worthy Madame d'Urf, who begged me to call on Madame de la Saillant, wife of a friend of hers, a lieutenant general. This lady had come to Bern in the hope of getting cured of a disease which had disfigured her in an incredible manner. Madame de la Saillant was immediately introduced to all the best society in the place. She gave a supper every day, only asking men. She had an excellent cook. She had given notice that she would pay no calls, and she was quite right. I hastened to make my bow to her, but, good heavens, what a terrible and melancholy sight did I behold! I saw a woman dressed with the utmost elegance, reclining voluptuously upon a couch. As soon as she saw me, she arose, gave me a most gracious reception, and going back to her couch, invited me to sit beside her. She doubtless noticed my surprise, but being probably accustomed to the impression which the first sight of her created, she talked on in the most friendly manner, and by so doing diminished my aversion. Her appearance was as follows. Madame de Seingalt was beautifully dressed, and had the whitest hands and the roundest arms that can be imagined. Her dress, which was cut very low, allowed me to see an exquisite breast of dazzling whiteness, heightened by 2 rosy buds. Her figure was good, and her feet the smallest I have ever seen. All about her inspired love, but when one's eyes turned to her face, every other feeling gave way to those of horror and pity. She was fearful. Instead of a face, one saw a blackened and disgusting scab. No feature was distinguishable, and her ugliness was made more conspicuous and dreadful by 2 fine eyes full of fire, and by a lipless mouth which she kept parted, as if to disclose 2 rows of teeth of dazzling whiteness. She could not laugh, for the pain caused by the contraction of the muscles would doubtless have drawn tears to her eyes. Nevertheless, she appeared contented. Her conversation was delightful, full of wit and humor, and permeated with the tone of good society. She might be 30 at the most, and she had left 3 beautiful young children behind in Paris. Her husband was a fine, well-made man who loved her tenderly and had never slept apart from her. It is probable that few soldiers have shewn such courage as this, but it is to be supposed that he did not carry his bravery so far as to kiss her, as the very thought made one shudder. A disorder contracted after her first childbed had left the poor woman in this sad state, and she had borne it for 10 years. All the best doctors in France had tried in vain to cure her, and she had come to Bern to put herself into the hands of 2 well-known physicians who had promised to do so. Every quack makes promises of this sort. Their patients are cured or not cured as it happens, and provided that they pay heavily, the doctor is ready enough to lay the fault, not on his ignorance, but at the door of his poor deluded patient. The doctor came while I was with her, and just as her intelligent conversation was making me forget her face, she had already began to take his remedies, which were partly composed of mercury. "It seems to me," said she, "that the itching has increased since I have taken your medicines." "It will last," said the son of Aesculapius, "till the end of the cure, and that will take about 3 months. As long as I scratch myself," said she, "I shall be in the same state, and the cure will never be completed." The doctor replied in an evasive manner. I rose to take my leave, and holding my hand, she asked me to supper once for all. I went the same evening. The poor woman took everything and drank some wine, as the doctor had not put her on any diet. I saw that she would never be cured. Her good temper and her charming conversational powers kept all the company amused. I conceived that it would be possible to get used to her face, and to live with her without being disgusted. In the evening, I talked about her to my housekeeper, who said that the beauty of her body and her mental endowments might be sufficient to attract people to her. I agreed, though I felt that I could never become one of her lovers. 3 or 4 days after, I went to a bookseller's to read the newspaper, and was politely accosted by a fine young man of 20, who said that Madame de la Seingalt was sorry not to have seen me again at supper. "You know the lady. I had the honor to sup at her house with you." "True, I remember you." "I get her the books she likes, as I am a bookseller, and not only do I sup with her every evening, but we breakfast together every morning before she gets up." "I congratulate you. I bet you are in love with her." "You are pleased to jest, but she is pleasanter than you think." "I do not jest at all, but I would wager she would not have the courage to push things to an extremity." "Perhaps you would lose." "Really, I should be very glad to." "Let us make a bet." "How will you convince me I have lost?" "Let us bet a louis, and you must promise to be discreet." "Very good." "Come and sup at her house this evening, and I will tell you something." "You shall see me there." When I got home, I told my housekeeper what I had heard. "I am curious to know," said she, "how he will convince you." I promised to tell her, which pleased her very much. I was exact to my appointment. Madame de la Seingalt reproached me pleasantly for my absence and gave me a delicious supper. The young bookseller was there, but as his sweetheart did not speak a word to him, he said nothing and passed unnoticed. After supper, we went out together, and he told me on the way that if I liked, he would satisfy me the next morning at 8 o'clock. "Call here, and the lady's maid will tell you her mistress is not visible, but you have only to say that you will wait, and that you will go into the antechamber." This room has a glass door commanding a view of Madame's bed, and I will take care to draw back the curtains over the door so that you will be able to see at your ease all that passes between us. When the affair is over, I shall go out by another door, she will call her maid, and you will be shewn in. At noon, if you will allow me, I will bring you some books to the Falcon, and if you find that you have lost, you shall pay me my louis. I promised to carry out his directions, and we parted. I was curious to see what would happen, though I by no means regarded it as an impossibility, and on my presenting myself at 8 o'clock, the maid let me in as soon as I said that I could wait. I found a corner of the glass door before which there was no curtain, and on applying my eye to the place, I saw my young adventurer holding his conquest in his arms on the bed. An enormous nightcap entirely concealed her face, an excellent precaution which favored the bookseller's enterprise. When the rascal saw that I had taken up my position, he did not keep me waiting, for, getting up, he presented to my dazzled gaze not only the secret treasures of his sweetheart, but his own also. He was a small man, but where the lady was most concerned, he was a Hercules, and the rogue seemed to make a parade of his proportions as if to excite my jealousy. He turned his victim round so that I should see her under all aspects, and treated her manfully, while she appeared to respond to his ardor with all her might. Phidias could not have modeled his Venus on a finer body. Her form was rounded and voluptuous, and as white as Parian marble. I was affected in a lively manner by the spectacle, and re-entered my lodging so inflamed that if my dear Dubois had not been at hand to quench my fire, I should have been obliged to have extinguished it in the baths of La Mata. When I had told her my tale, she wanted to know the hero of it, and at noon she had that pleasure. The young bookseller brought me some books I had ordered, and while paying him for them, I gave him our bet and a louis over and above as a mark of my satisfaction at his prowess. He took it with a smile which seemed to show that he thought I ought to think myself lucky to have lost. My housekeeper looked at him for some time and asked if he knew her. He said he did not. "I saw you when you were a child," said she. "You are the son of M. Mignard, minister of the gospel. You must have been 10 when I saw you." "Possibly, madam." "You did not care to follow your father's profession then?" "No, madam. I feel much more inclined to the worship of the creature than to that of the Creator, and I did not think my father's profession would suit me." "You are right, for a minister of the gospel ought to be discreet, and discretion is a restraint." This stroke made him blush, but we did not give him time to lose courage. I asked him to dine with me, and without mentioning the name of Madame de la Salle, he told his amorous adventures and numerous anecdotes about the pretty women of Bern. After he had gone, my housekeeper said that once was quite enough to see a young man of his complexion. I agreed with her, and had no more to do with him, but I heard that Madame de Saillant took him to Paris and made his fortune. Many fortunes are made in this manner, and there are some which originated still more nobly. I only returned to Madame de la Salle to take my leave, as I shall shortly relate. I was happy with my charmer, who told me again and again that with me she lived in bliss. No fears or doubts as to the future troubled her mind. She was certain, as I was, that we should never leave each other, and she told me she would pardon all the infidelities I might be guilty of, provided I made full confession. Hers, indeed, was a disposition with which to live in peace and content, but I was not born to enjoy such happiness. After we had been a fortnight at Bern, my housekeeper received a letter from Soler. It came from Lebel. As I saw she read it with great attention, I asked her what it was about. "Take it and read it," said she, and she sat down in front of me to read my soul by the play of my features. Lebel asked her, in concise terms, if she would become his wife. "I have only put off the proposition," said he, "to set my affairs in order, and to see if I could afford to marry you, even if the consent of the ambassador were denied us. I find I am rich enough to live well in Bern or elsewhere without the necessity of my working. However, I shall not have to face the alternative, for at the first hint of the matter M. de Chavigny gave his consent with the best grace imaginable." He went on begging her not to keep him long waiting for a reply, and to tell him in the first place if she consented. In the second, whether she would like to live at Bern and be mistress in her own house, or whether she would prefer to return to Soler and live with the ambassador, which latter plan might bring them some profit. He ended by declaring that whatever she had would be for her sole use, and that he would give her a dower of 100,000 francs. He did not say a word about me. Dearest, said I, you are at perfect liberty to choose your own course, but I cannot contemplate your leaving me without considering myself as the most unhappy of men. And if I lose you, I should be the most unhappy of women, for if you love me, I care not whether we are married or no. Very good, but what answer are you going to make? You shall see my letter tomorrow. I shall tell him politely but plainly that I love you, that I am yours, that I am happy, and that it is thus impossible for me to accept his flattering propositions. I shall also say that I appreciate his generosity, and that if I were wise I should accept him, but that being the slave of my love for you I can only follow my inclination. I think you give an excellent turn to your letter. In refusing such an offer you could not have better reasons than those you give, and it would be absurd to try and persuade him that we are not lovers, as the thing is self-evident. Nevertheless, my darling, the letter saddens me. Why, dearest? Because I have not 100,000 francs to offer you. I despise them, and if you were to offer me such a sum, I should only accept it to lay it at your feet. You are certainly not destined to become miserable, but if that should come to pass, be sure that I should be only too happy to share your misery. We fell into one another's arms, and love made us taste all its pleasures. Nevertheless, in the midst of bliss, some tinge of sadness gained upon our souls. Languishing love seems to redouble its strength, but it is only an appearance. Sadness exhausts love more than enjoyment. Love is a madcap who must be fed on laughter and mirth, otherwise he dies of inanition. Next day my sweetheart wrote to Lebel in the sense she had decided on, and I felt obliged to write M. de Chavigny a letter in which love, sentiment, and philosophy were mingled. I did not conceal from him that I loved the woman whom Lebel coveted to distraction, but I said that as a man of honor I would rather die than deprive my sweetheart of such solid advantages. My letter delighted the housekeeper, for she was anxious to know what the ambassador thought of the affair, which needed much reflection. I got on the same day the letters of introduction I had asked Madame Derf to give me, and I determined, to the joy of my dear Dubois, to set out for Lausanne. But we must hark back a little. When one is sincerely in love, one thinks the beloved object full of deserts, and the mind, the dupe of the feelings, thinks all the world jealous of its bliss. A. M. de F., member of the Council of the 200, whom I had met at Madame de la Séan's, had become my friend. He came to see me, and I introduced him to my dear Dubois, whom he treated with the same distinction he would have used towards my wife. He had presented us to his wife, and had come several times to see us with her and her daughter Sarah. Sarah was only 13, but she was extremely precocious, dark-complexioned, and full of wit. She was continually uttering naïvetés, of which she understood the whole force, although looking at her face one would have thought her perfectly innocent. She excelled in the art of making her father and mother believe in her innocence, and thus she enjoyed plenty of liberty. Sarah had declared that she was in love with my housekeeper, and as her parents laughed at her, she lavished her caresses on my dear Dubois. She often came to breakfast with us, and when she found us in bed, she would embrace my sweetheart, whom she called her wife, passing her hand over the coverlet to tickle her, telling her that she was her wife, and that she wanted to have a child. My sweetheart laughed and let her go on. One day I told her jokingly that she would make me jealous, that I thought she really was a man, and that I was going to make sure. The sly little puss told me that I was making a mistake, but her hand seemed rather to guide mine than to oppose it. That made me curious, and my mind was soon set at rest as to her sex. Perceiving that she had taken me in and got exactly what she wanted, I drew back my hand and imparted my suspicions to my housekeeper, who said I was right. However, as the little girl had no part in my affections, I did not push the thing any farther. 2 or 3 days after, this girl came in as I was getting up, and said in her usual simple way, "Now that you know I am not really a man, you cannot be jealous or have objection to my taking your place beside my little wife, if she will let me." My housekeeper, who looked inclined to laugh, said, "Come along." In the twinkling of an eye she was undressed and in the arms of her little wife, whom she proceeded to treat as an amorous husband. My sweetheart laughed, and Sarah, having contrived in the combat to rid herself of her chemise and the coverlet, displayed herself to me without any veil, while at the same time she showed me all the beauties of my sweetheart. This sight inflamed me. I shut the door and made the little hussy witness of my ardor with my sweetheart. Sarah looked on attentively, playing the part of astonishment to perfection, and when I had finished, she said, with the utmost simplicity, "Do it again." "I can't, my dear, don't you see I am a dead man?" "That's very funny," she cried, and with the most perfect innocence she came over and tried to effect my resurrection. When she had succeeded in placing me in the wished-for condition, she said, "Now go in." And I should doubtless have obeyed, but my housekeeper said, "No, dearest, since you have effected its resurrection, you must make it die again." "I should like to," said she, "but I am afraid I have not got enough room." And so saying, she placed herself in a position to show me that she was speaking the truth, and that if she did not make me die, it was not her fault. Imitating her simplicity, I approached her, as if I wished to oblige her, but not to go too far. But not finding any resistance, I accomplished the act in all its forms, without her giving the slightest evidence of pain, without any of the accidents of a first trial, but, on the contrary, with all the marks of the utmost enjoyment. Although I was sure of the contrary, I kept my self-possession enough to tell my housekeeper that Sarah had given me what can only be given once, and she pretended to believe me. When the operation was finished, we had another amusing scene. Sarah begged us not to say a word about it to her papa or mamma, as they would be sure to scold her as they had scolded her when she got her ears pierced without asking their leave. Sarah knew that we saw through her feigned simplicity, but she pretended not to do so as it was to her own advantage. Who could have instructed her in the arts of deceit? Nobody. Only her natural wit, less rare in childhood than in youth, but always rare and astonishing. Her mother said her simplicities showed that she would one day be very intelligent, and her father maintained that they were signs of her stupidity. But if Sarah had been stupid, our bursts of laughter would have disconcerted her, and she would have died for shame, instead of appearing all the better pleased when her father deplored her stupidity. She would affect astonishment, and by way of curing one sort of stupidity, she corroborated it by displaying another. She asked us questions to which we could not reply, and laughed at her instead, although it was evident that before putting such questions, she must have reasoned over them. She might have rejoined that the stupidity was on our side, but by so doing she would have betrayed herself. Lebel did not reply to his sweetheart, but M. de Chavigny wrote me a letter of 4 pages. He spoke like a philosopher and an experienced man of the world. He showed me that if I were an old man like him, and able to ensure a happy and independent existence to my sweetheart after my death, I should do well to keep her from all men, especially as there was so perfect a sympathy between us. But that as I was a young man, and did not intend to bind myself to her by the ties of marriage, I should not only consent to a union which seemed for her happiness, but that as a man of honor, it was my duty to use my influence with her in favor of the match. "With your experience," said the kind old gentleman, "you ought to know that a time would come when you would regret both having lost this opportunity, for your love is sure to become friendship, and then another love will replace that which you now think as firm as the god Terminus. Lebel," he added, "has told me his plans, and far from disapproving, I have encouraged him, for your charming friend won my entire esteem in the 5 or 6 times I had the pleasure of seeing her with you. I shall be delighted, therefore, to have her in my house, where I can enjoy her conversation without transgressing the laws of propriety. Nevertheless, you will understand that at my age I have formed no desires, for I could not satisfy them even if their object were propitious." He ended by telling me that Lebel had not fallen in love in a young man's style, that he had reflected on what he was doing, and that he would consequently not hurry her, as she would see in the letter he was going to send her. A marriage ought always to be undertaken in cold blood. I gave the letter to my housekeeper, who read it attentively and gave it back to me quite coolly. "What do you think of his advice, dearest?" "I think I had better follow it. He says there is no hurry, and delay is all we want. Let us love each other and think only of that. This letter is written with great wisdom, but I cannot imagine our becoming indifferent to each other, though I know such a thing is possible." "Never indifferent, you make a mistake there." "Well, friends then, and that is not much better after being lovers." "But friendship, dearest, is never indifferent. Love, it is true, may be in its composition. We know it, as it has been thus from the beginning of the world." Then the ambassador was right. Repentance might come and torment us when love had been replaced by calmer friendship. If you think so, let us marry each other tomorrow, and punish thereby the vices of our human nature. Yes, we will marry, but there is no hurry. Fearing lest Hymen should quicken the departure of love, let us enjoy our happiness while we can. You speak admirably, my angel, and deserve the greatest good fortune. I wish for no greater than what you procure me. We went to bed, continuing our discussions, and when we were in each other's arms, we made an arrangement which suited us very well. Lausanne, said she, is a little town where you would meet with the warmest hospitality, and during your fortnight's stay you will have nothing to do but to make visits and to go to suppers. I am known to all the nobility, and the Duke of Rosebery, who wearied me with his love-making, is still there. My appearance with you will make everybody talk, and it will be as annoying for you as for me. My mother lives there, too. She would say nothing, but in her heart she would be ill-pleased to see me as the housekeeper of a man like you, for common sense would inform everyone that I was your mistress. I thought she was right, and that it would be well to respect the rules of society. We decided that she should go to Lausanne by herself and stay with her mother, that in 2 or 3 days I should follow her, and should live by myself, as long as I liked, having full liberty to see her at her mother's. When you leave Lausanne, said she, I will rejoin you at Geneva, and then we will travel together where you please and as long as our love lasts. In 2 days she started early in the morning, sure of my constancy, and congratulating herself on her discretion. I was sad at her leaving me, but my calls to take leave served to rouse me from my grief. I wished to make M. Haller's acquaintance before I left Switzerland, and the mayor, M. de Murault, gave me a letter of introduction to him very handsomely expressed. M. de Haller was the bailiff of Roche. When I called to take leave of Madame de la Salle, I found her in bed, and I was obliged to remain by her bedside for a quarter of an hour. She spoke of her disease, and gave the conversation such a turn that she was able with perfect propriety to let me see that the ravages of the disease had not impaired the beauty of her body. The sight convinced me that Mignard had need of less courage than I thought, and I was within an inch of doing her the same service. It was easy enough to look only at her body, and it would have been difficult to behold anything more beautiful. I know well that prudes and hypocrites, if they ever read these memoirs, will be scandalized at the poor lady. But in showing her person so readily, she avenged herself on the malady which had disfigured her. Perhaps, too, her goodness of heart and politeness told her what a trial it was to look at her face, and she wished to indemnify the man who disguised his feelings of repugnance by showing him what gifts nature had given her. I am sure, ladies, that the most prudish, nay, the most virtuous, amongst you, if you were unfortunate enough to be so monstrously deformed in the face, would introduce some fashion which would conceal your ugliness, and display those beauties which custom hides from view. And doubtless Madame de la Salle would have been more chary of her person if she had been able to enchant with her face like you. The day I left I dined with M.I., and was severely taken to task by pretty Sarah for having sent her little wife away before me. The reader will see how I met her again at London 3 years later. Leduc was still in the doctor's hands and very weak, but I made him go with me, as I had a good deal of property, and I could not trust it to anybody else. I left Bern feeling naturally very sad. I had been happy there, and to this day the thought of it is a pleasant one. I had to consult Dr. Herrenschwand about Madame Durf, so I stopped at Moret, where he lived, and which is only 4 leagues from Bern. The doctor made me dine with him that I might try the fish of the lake, which I found delicious. I had intended to go on directly after dinner, but I was delayed by a curiosity of which I shall inform the reader. After I had given the doctor a fee of 2 louis for his advice, in writing, on a case of tapeworm, he made me walk with him by the Avenches road, and we went as far as the famous mortuary of Moret. This mortuary, said the doctor, was constructed with part of the bones of the Burgundians, who perished here at the well-known battle lost by Charles the Bold. The Latin inscription made me laugh. This inscription, said I, contains an insulting jest. It is almost burlesque, for the gravity of an inscription should not allow of laughter. The doctor, like a patriotic Swiss, would not allow it, but I think it was false shame on his part. The inscription ran as follows, and the impartial reader can judge of its nature. Dio, opt. Max Carelli includi et fortissimi Burgundi duds exercitus muratum obsidens, ob Helvetiae cessus, hoc sui monumentum reliquit anno Mictulxvi. Till then I had had a great idea of Morat. Its fame of 7 centuries, 3 sieges sustained and repulsed, all had given me a sublime notion of it. I expected to see something and saw nothing. Then Morat has been razed to the ground, said I to the doctor. Not at all, it is as it always has been, or nearly so. I concluded that a man who wants to be well informed should read first and then correct his knowledge by travel. To know ill is worse than not to know at all, and Montaigne says that we ought to know things well. But it was the following comic adventure which made me spend the night at Morat. I found at the inn a young maid who spoke a sort of rustic Italian. She struck me by her great likeness to my fair stocking seller at Paris. She was called Raton, a name which my memory has happily preserved. I offered her 6 francs for her favors, but she refused the money with a sort of pride, telling me that I had made a mistake and that she was an honest girl. It may be so, said I, and I ordered my horses to be put in. When the honest Raton saw me on the point of leaving, she said, with an air that was at once gay and timid, that she wanted 2 louis, and if I liked to give her them and pass the night with her I should be well content. I will stay, but remember to be kind. I will. When everybody had gone to bed, she came into my room with a little frightened manner, calculated to redouble my ardor, but by great good luck, feeling I had a necessity, I took the light and ran to the place where I could satisfy it. While there I amused myself by reading innumerable follies one finds written in such places, and suddenly my eyes lighted on these words. This 10th day of August, 1760, the wretched Raton gave me the what do you call it? Reader, beware. I was almost tempted to believe in miracles, for I could not think there were 2 Ratons in the same house. I returned gaily to my room and found my sweetheart in bed without her chemise. I went to the place beside the bed where she had thrown it down, and as soon as she saw me touching it, she begged me in a fright not to do so, as it was not clean. She was right, for it bore numerous marks of the disease which infected her. It may be imagined that my passion cooled, and that I sent her away in a moment. But I felt at the same time the greatest gratitude to what is called chance, for I should have never thought of examining a girl whose face was all lilies and roses, and who could not be more than 18. Next day, I went to Roch to see the celebrated Haller. Chapter 18. M. Haller my stay, at Lausanne Lord Rosebery the young Saxony dissertation, on Beauty the young theologian. M. Haller was a man 6 feet high and broad in a proportion. He was a well-made man, and a physical as well as a mental colossus. He received me courteously, and when he had read M. de Muralt's letter, he displayed the greatest politeness, which shows that a good letter of introduction is never out of place. This learned man displayed to me all the treasures of his knowledge, replying with exactitude to all my questions, and above all with a rare modesty which astonished me greatly. For whilst he explained the most difficult questions, he had the air of a scholar who would fain know. But on the other hand, when he asked me a scientific question, it was with so delicate an art that I could not help giving the right answer. M. de Haller was a great physiologist, a great doctor, and a great anatomist. He called Morgagni his master, though he had himself made numerous discoveries relating to the frame of man. While I stayed with him, he showed me a number of letters from Morgagni and Pontedera, a professor of botany, a science of which Haller had an extensive knowledge. Hearing me speak of these learned men whose works I had read at an early age, he complained that Pontedera's letters were almost illegible and written in extremely obscure Latin. He showed me a letter from a Berlin academician, whose name I have forgotten, who said that since the king had read his letter, he had no more thoughts of suppressing the Latin language. Haller had written to Frederick the Great that a monarch who succeeded in the unhappy enterprise of prescribing the language of Cicero and Virgil from the Republic of Letters would raise a deathless monument to his own ignorance. If men of letters require a universal language to communicate with one another, Latin is certainly the best, for Greek and Arabic do not adapt themselves in the same way to the genius of modern civilization. Haller was a good poet of the Pindaric kind. He was also an excellent statesman, and had rendered great services to his country. His morals were irreproachable, and I remember his telling me that the only way to give precepts was to do so by example. As a good citizen, he was an admirable paterfamilias, for what greater proof could he give of his love of country than by presenting it with worthy subjects in his children, and such subjects result from a good education. His wife was still young, and bore on her features the marks of good nature and discretion. He had a charming daughter of about 18, her appearance was modest, and at table she only opened her mouth to speak in a low tone to a young man who sat beside her. After dinner, finding myself alone with M. Haller, I asked him who this young man was. He told me he was his daughter's tutor. A tutor like that, and so pretty a pupil, might easily become lovers. Yes, please God. This Socratic reply made me see how misplaced my remark had been, and I felt some confusion. Finding a book to my hand, I opened it to restore my composure. It was an octavo volume of his works, and I read in it, Utrum memoria post mortem dubito. You do not think, then, said I, that the memory is an essential part of the soul? How is that question to be answered? M. de Haller replied, cautiously, as he had his reasons for being considered orthodox. During dinner I asked if M. de Voltaire came often to see him. By way of reply, he repeated these lines of the poet. Vitabo quiceris sacrum, vulgarit arcanum sub ustum sit trabibus. I spent 3 days with this celebrated man, but I thought myself obliged to refrain from asking his opinion on any religious questions, although I had a great desire to do so, as it would have pleased me to have had his opinion on that delicate subject. But I believe that in matters of that kind M. Haller judged only by his heart. I told him, however, that I should consider a visit to Voltaire as a great event, and he said I was right. He added, without the slightest bitterness, M. de Voltaire is a man who ought to be known, although, in spite of the laws of nature, many persons have found him greater at a distance than close at hand. M. de Haller kept a good and abundant though plain table. He only drank water. At dessert only he allowed himself a small glass of liqueur drowned in an enormous glass of water. He talked a great deal of Boerhaave, whose favorite pupil he had been. He said that after Hippocrates, Boerhaave was the greatest doctor and the greatest chemist that had ever existed. How is it, said I, that he did not attain mature age? Because there is no cure for death. Boerhaave was born a doctor, as Homer was born a poet. Otherwise, he would have succumbed at the age of 14 to a malignant ulcer which had resisted all the best treatment of the day. He cured it himself by rubbing it constantly with salt dissolved in his own urine. I have been told that he possessed the philosopher's stone. Yes, but I don't believe it. Do you think it possible? I have been working for the last 30 years to convince myself of its impossibility. I have not yet done so, but I am sure that no one who does not believe in the possibility of the great work can be a good chemist. When I left him, he begged me to write and tell him what I thought of the great Voltaire, and in this way our French correspondence began. I possess 22 letters from this justly celebrated man, and the last word written 6 months before his too early death. The longer I live, the more interest I take in my papers. They are the treasure which attaches me to life and makes death more hateful still. I had been reading at Bern Rousseau's Hellas, and I asked M. Haller's opinion of it. He told me that he had once read part of it to oblige a friend, and from this part he could judge of the whole. It is the worst of all romances, because it is the most eloquently expressed. You will see the country of Vaux, but don't expect to see the originals of the brilliant portraits which Jacques painted. He seems to have thought that lying was allowable in a romance, but he has abused the privilege. Petrarch was a learned man, and told no lies in speaking of his love for Laura, whom he loved as every man loves the woman with whom he is taken. And if Laura had not contented her illustrious lover, he would not have celebrated her. Thus Haller spoke to me of Petrarch, mentioning Rousseau with aversion. He disliked his very eloquence, as he said it owed all its merits to antithesis and paradox. Haller was a learned man of the first class, but his knowledge was not employed for the purpose of ostentation, nor in private life, nor when he was in the company of people who did not care for science. No one knew better than he how to accommodate himself to his company. He was friendly with everyone and never gave offense. But what were his qualifications? It would be much easier to say what he had not than what he had. He had no pride, self-sufficiency, nor tone of superiority in fact, None of those defects which are often the reproach of the learned and the witty. He was a man of austere virtue, but he took care to hide the austerity under a veil of a real and universal kindness. Undoubtedly, he thought little of the ignorant, who talk about everything right or wrong, instead of remaining silent, and have at bottom only contempt for the learned. But he only showed his contempt by saying nothing. He knew that a despised ignoramus becomes an enemy, and Haller wished to be loved. He neither boasted of nor concealed his knowledge, but let it run like a limpid stream flowing through the meadows. He talked well, but never absorbed the conversation. He never spoke of his works. When someone mentioned them, he would turn the conversation as soon as he conveniently could. He was sorry to be obliged to contradict anyone who conversed with him. When I reached Lausanne, I found myself enabled to retain my incognito for a day at any rate. I naturally gave the first place to my affections. I went straight to my sweetheart without needing to ask my way, so well had she indicated the streets through which I had to pass. I found her with her mother, but I was not a little astonished to see Lebel there also. However, my surprise must have passed unnoticed, for my housekeeper, rising from her seat with a cry of joy, threw her arms about my neck, and after having kissed me affectionately presented me to her worthy mother, who welcomed me in the friendliest manner. I asked Lebel after the ambassador, and how long he had been at Lausanne. He replied, with a polite and respectful air, that his master was quite well, and that he had come to Lausanne on business, and had only been there a few hours, and that, wishing to pay his regards to Madame Dubois' mother, he had been pleasantly surprised to see the daughter there as well. "You know," he added, "what my intentions are. I have to go back tomorrow, and when you have made up your minds, write to me and I will come and take her to Soleure, where I will marry her." He could not have spoken more plainly or honorably. I said that I would never oppose the will of my sweetheart, and my Dubois, interrupting me, said in her turn that she would never leave me until I sent her away. Lebel found these replies too vague, and told me with noble freedom that we must give him a definite reply, since in such cases uncertainty spoils all. At that moment, I felt as if I could never agree to his wishes, and I told him that in 10 days I would let him know of our resolution, whatever it was. At that, he was satisfied and left us. After his departure, my sweetheart's mother, whose good sense stood her instead of wit, talked to us in a manner that answered our inclinations, for, amorous as we were, we could not bear the idea of parting. I agreed that my housekeeper should wait up for me till midnight, and that we could talk over our reply with our heads on the pillow. My Dubois had a separate room with a good bed and excellent furniture. She gave me a very good supper, and we spent a delicious night. In the morning we felt more in love than ever, and were not at all disposed to comply with Lebel's wishes. Nevertheless, we had a serious conversation. The reader will remember that my mistress had promised to pardon my infidelities, provided that I confessed them. I had none to confess, but in the course of conversation, I told her about Raton. "We ought to think ourselves very fortunate," said she, "for if it had not been for chance, we should have been in a fine state now." "Yes, and I should be in despair." "I don't doubt it, and you would be all the more wretched as I should never complain to you." "I only see one way of providing against such a misfortune. When I have been unfaithful to you, I will punish myself by depriving myself of the pleasure of giving you proofs of my affection, till I am certain that I can do so without danger." "Ah, you would punish me for your faults, would you? If you love me as I love you, believe me you would find a better remedy than that." "What is that?" "You would never be unfaithful to me." "You are right. I am sorry I was not the first to think of this plan, which I promise to follow for the future." "Don't make any promises," said she with a sigh. "It might prove too difficult to keep them. It is only love which can inspire such conversations, but unfortunately it gains nothing by them." Next morning, just as I was going out to take my letters, the Baron de Bercy, uncle of my friend Beauvoir, entered. "I know," said he, "that my nephew owes his fortune to you. He is just going to be made general, and I and all the family will be enchanted to make your acquaintance. I have come to offer my services, and to beg that you will dine with me today, and on any other day you please when you have nothing better to do, and I hope you will always consider yourself of the family. At the same time, I beg of you not to tell anybody that my nephew has become a Catholic, as according to the prejudices of the country, it would be a dishonor which would reflect on the whole family. I accepted his invitation and promised to say nothing about the circumstance he had mentioned. I left my letters of introduction, and I received everywhere a welcome of the most distinguished kind. Madame de Gentilengalerie appeared the most amiable of all the ladies I called on, but I had not time to pay my court to one more than another. Everyday politeness called me to some dinner, supper, ball, or assembly. I was bored beyond measure, and I felt inclined to say how troublesome it is to have such a welcome. I spent a fortnight in the little town, where everyone prides himself on his liberty, and in all my life I have never experienced such a slavery, for I had not a moment to myself. I was only able to pass one night with my sweetheart, and I longed to set off with her for Geneva. Everybody would give me letters of introduction for M. de Voltaire, and by their eagerness one would have thought the great man beloved, whereas all detested him on account of his sarcastic humor. "What ladies," said I, "is not M. de Voltaire good-natured, polite, and affable to you who have been kind enough to act in his plays with him?" "Not in the least. When he hears us rehearse he grumbles all the time. We never say a thing to please him. Here it is a bad pronunciation, their tone not sufficiently passionate. Sometimes one speaks too softly, sometimes too loudly, and it's worse when we are acting. What a hubbub there is if one add a syllable, or if some carelessness spoil one of his verses. He frightens us. So and so laughed badly, so and Alzire had only pretended to weep." "Does he want you to weep really?" "Certainly, he will have real tears. He says that if an actor wants to draw tears, he must shed them himself. I think he is right there, but he should not be so severe with amateurs, above all with charming actresses like you. Such perfection is only to be looked for from professionals, but all authors are the same. They never think that the actor has pronounced the words with the force which the sense, as they see it, requires." I told him, one day, that it was not my fault if his lines had not the proper force. I am sure he laughed. Laughed? No, sneered, for he is a rude and impertinent man. "But I suppose you overlook all these failings." "Not at all. We have sent him about his business." "Sent him about his business?" "Yes, he left the house he had rented here, at short notice, and retired to where you will find him now. He never comes to see us now, even if we ask him." "Oh, you do ask him, though you sent him about his business." "We cannot deprive ourselves of the pleasure of admiring his talents, and if we have teased him, that was only from revenge, and to teach him something of the manners of good society." "You have given a lesson to a great master." "Yes, but when you see him mention Lausanne, and see what he will say of us. But he will say it laughingly, that's his way." During my stay, I often saw Lord Rosebery, who had vainly courted my charming Dubois. I have never known a young man more disposed to silence. I have been told that he had wit, that he was well educated, and even in high spirits at times, but he could not get over his shyness, which gave him an almost indefinable air of stupidity. At balls, assemblies in fact, everywhere, his manners consisted of innumerable bows. When one spoke to him, he replied in good French but with the fewest possible words, and his shy manner showed that every question was a trouble to him. One day, when I was dining with him, I asked him some question about his country, which required 5 or 6 small phrases by way of answer. He gave me an excellent reply, but blushed all the time like a young girl when she comes out. The celebrated Fox, who was then 20, and was at the same dinner, succeeded in making him laugh, but it was by saying something in English, which I did not understand in the least. 8 months after I saw him again at Turin, he was then amorous of a banker's wife, who was able to untie his tongue. At Lausanne, I saw a young girl of 11 or 12 by whose beauty I was exceedingly struck. She was the daughter of Madame de Sacchenay, whom I had known at Bern. I do not know her after history, but the impression she made on me has never been effaced. Nothing in nature has ever exercised such a powerful influence over me as a pretty face, even if it be a child's. The beautiful, as I have been told, is endowed with this power of attraction, and I would fain believe it, since that which attracts me is necessarily beautiful in my eyes, but is it so in reality? I doubt it, as that which has influenced me has not influenced others. The universal or perfect beauty does not exist, or it does not possess this power. All who have discussed the subject have hesitated to pronounce upon it, which they would not have done if they had kept to the idea of form. According to my ideas, beauty is only form, for that which is not beautiful is that which has no form, and the deformed is the opposite of the pulchrum and formosum. We are right to seek for the definitions of things, but when we have them to hand in the words, why should we go farther? If the word forma is Latin, we should seek for the Latin meaning and not the French, which, however, often uses deform or difform instead of laid, ugly, without people's noticing that its opposite should be a word which implies the existence of form, and this can only be beauty. We should note that inform in French as well as in Latin means shapeless, a body without any definite appearance. We will conclude, then, that it is the beauty of woman which has always exercised an irresistible sway over me, and more especially that beauty which resides in the face. It is there the power lies, and so true is that the sphinxes of Rome and Versailles almost make me fall in love with them though, the face excepted, they are deformed in every sense of the word. In looking at the fine proportions of their faces, one forgets their deformed bodies. What, then, is beauty? We know not, and when we attempt to define it or to enumerate its qualities we become like Socrates, we hesitate. The only thing that our minds can seize is the effect produced by it, and that which charms, ravishes, and makes me in love, I call beauty. It is something that can be seen with the eyes, and for my eyes I speak. If they had a voice, they would speak better than I, but probably in the same sense. No painter has surpassed Raphael in the beauty of the figures which his divine pencil produced. But if this great painter had been asked what beauty was, he would probably have replied that he could not say, that he knew it by heart, and that he thought he had reproduced it whenever he had seen it, but that he did not know in what it consisted. That face pleases me, he would say, it is therefore beautiful. He ought to have thanked God for having given him such an exquisite eye for the beautiful, but omni pulchrum difficile. The painters of high renown, all those whose works proclaim genius, have excelled in the delineation of the beautiful. But how small is their number compared to the vast craved who have strained every nerve to depict beauty and have only left us mediocrity. If a painter could be dispensed from making his works beautiful, every man might be an artist. For nothing is easier than to fashion ugliness, and brush and canvas would be as easy to handle as mortar and trowel. Although portrait painting is the most important branch of the art, it is to be noted that those who have succeeded in this line are very few. There are three kinds of portraits: ugly likenesses, perfect likenesses, and those which to a perfect likeness add an almost imperceptible character of beauty. The first class is worthy only of contempt and their authors of stoning, for to want of taste and talent they add impertinence, and yet never seem to see their failings. The second class cannot be denied to possess real merit, but the palm belongs to the third, which unfortunately are seldom found and whose authors deserve the large fortunes they amass. Such was the famous Nodier, whom I knew in Paris in the year 1750. This great artist was then 80, and in spite of his great age, his talents seemed in all their freshness. He painted a plain woman, it was a speaking likeness, and in spite of that those who only saw the portrait pronounced her to be a handsome woman. Nevertheless, the most minute examination would not have revealed any faithlessness to the original, but some imperceptible touches gave a real but indefinite air of beauty to the whole. Whence does that magic art take its source? One day, when he had been painting the plain-looking Mesdames de France, who on the canvas looked like two Aspasias, I asked him the above question. He answered, "It is a magic which the god of taste distills from my brains through my brushes. It is the divinity of beauty whom all the world adores, and which no one can define, since no one knows of what it consists. That canvas shows you what a delicate shade there is between beauty and ugliness, and nevertheless this shade seems an enormous difference to those unacquainted with art. The Greek painters made Venus, the goddess of beauty, squint-eyed, and this odd idea has been praised by some. But these painters were certainly in the wrong. Two squinting eyes might be beautiful, but certainly not so beautiful as if they did not squint, for whatever beauty they had could not proceed from their deformity. After this long digression, with which the reader may not be very well pleased, it is time for me to return to my sweetheart. The 10th day of my visit to Lausanne, I went to sup and sleep with my mistress, and that night was the happiest I remember. In the morning, while we were taking coffee with her mother, I observed that we seemed in no hurry to part. At this, the mother, a woman of few words, took up the discourse in a polite and dignified manner, and told me it was my duty to undeceive Lebel before I left. And at the same time, she gave me a letter she had had from him the evening before. The worthy man begged her to remind me that if I could not make up my mind to separate from her daughter before I left Lausanne, it would be much more difficult for me to do so when I was farther off. Above all, if, as would probably be the case, she gave me a living pledge of her love. He said that he had no thoughts of drawing back from his word, but he should wish to be able to say that he had taken his wife from her mother's hands. When I had read the letter aloud, the worthy mother wept and left us alone. A moment's silence ensued, and with a sigh that showed what it cost her, my dear Dubois had the courage to tell me that I must instantly write to Lebel to give up all pretensions to her, or to come and take her at once. If I write and tell him to think no more of you, I must marry you myself. No. With this no, she arose and left me. I thought it over for a quarter of an hour. I weighed the pros and cons, and still my love shrank from the sacrifice. At last, on consideration that my housekeeper would never have such a chance again, that I was not sure that I could always make her happy, I resolved to be generous, and determined to write to Lebel that Madame Dubois had decided of her own free will to become his wife, that I had no right to oppose her resolution, and that I would go so far as to congratulate him on a happiness I envied him. I begged him to leave Soleure at once and come, and receive her in my presence from the hands of her worthy mother. I signed the letter and took it to my housekeeper, who was in her mother's room. Take this letter, dearest, and read it, and if you approve its contents, put your signature beside mine. She read it several times, while her good mother wept, and then, with an affectionate and sorrowful air, she took the pen and signed. I begged her mother to find somebody to take the letter to Soleure immediately, before my resolution was weakened by repentance. The messenger came, and as soon as he had gone, "Farewell," said I, embracing her, with my eyes wet with tears. "Farewell, we shall see each other again as soon as Lebel comes." I went to my inn, a prey to the deepest grief. This sacrifice had given a new impetus to my love for this charming woman, and I felt a sort of spasm, which made me afraid I should get ill. I shut myself up in my room, and I ordered the servants to say I was unwell and could see no one. In the evening of the 4th day after, Lebel was announced. He embraced me, saying his happiness would be due to me. He then left me, telling me he would expect me at the house of his future bride. "Excuse me today, my dear fellow," said I, "but I will dine with you there tomorrow." When he had left me, I told Le Duc to make all preparations for our leaving the next day after dinner. I went out early on the following day to take leave of everybody, and at noon Lebel came to take me to that sad repast, at which, however, I was not so sad as I had feared. As I was leaving, I begged the future Madame Lebel to return me the ring I had given her, and as we had agreed, I presented her with a roll of 100 louis, which she took with a melancholy air. "I should never have sold it," she said, "for I have no need of money. In that case, I will give it back to you, but promise me never to part with it, and keep the 100 louis as some small reward of the services you have rendered me." She shook my hand affectionately, put on my finger her wedding ring, and left me to hide her grief. I wiped my tears away, and said to Lebel, "You are about to possess yourself of a treasure which I cannot commend too highly. You are a man of honor, you will appreciate her excellent qualities, and you will know how to make her happy. She will love you only, take care of your household, and keep no secrets from you. She is full of wit and spirits, and will easily disperse the slightest shadow of ill humor which may fall on you." I went in with him to the mother's room to take leave of her, and Madame Dubois begged me to delay my departure and sup once more with her. I told her that my horses were put in and the carriage waiting at my door, and that such a delay would set tongues talking, but that if she liked, she, her future husband, and her mother could come and see me at an inn 2 leagues off on the Geneva road, where we could stay as long as we liked. Lebel approved of the plan, and my proposition was accepted. When I got back to my inn, I found my carriage ready, and I got in and drove to the meeting place, and ordered a good supper for 4, and an hour later my guests arrived. The gay and even happy air of the newly betrothed surprised me, but what astonished me more was the easy way with which she threw herself into my arms as soon as she saw me. It put me quite out of countenance, but she had more wit than I, however. I mustered up sufficient strength to follow her cue, but I could not help thinking that if she had really loved me, she would not have found it possible to pass thus from love to mere friendship. However, I imitated her, and made no objections to those marks of affection allowed to friendship, which are supposed to have no tincture of love in them. At supper, I thought I saw that Lebel was more delighted at having such a wife than at the prospect of enjoying her and satisfying a strong passion. That calmed me. I could not be jealous of a man like that. I perceived, too, that my sweetheart's high spirits were more feigned than real. She wished to make me share them so as to render our separation less bitter, and to tranquilize her future husband as to the nature of our feelings for one another. And when reason and time had quieted the tempest in my heart, I could not help thinking it very natural that she should be pleased at the prospect of being independent and of enjoying a fortune. We made an excellent supper, which we washed down so well that at last the gaiety which had been simulated ended by being real. I looked at the charming Dubois with pleasure. I regarded her as a treasure which had belonged to me, and which after making me happy was with my full consent about to ensure the happiness of another. It seemed to me that I had been magnanimous enough to give her the reward she deserved, like a good Mussulman who gives a favorite slave his freedom in return for his fidelity. Her sallies made me laugh and recalled the happy moments I had passed with her, but the idea of her happiness prevented my regretting having yielded my rights to another. As Lebel was obliged to return to Lausanne in order to get back to Soleure in 2 days, we had to part. I embraced him and asked him to continue his friendship towards me, and he promised with great effusion to be my friend till death. As we were going down the stair, my charming friend said, with great candor, "I am not really gay, but I oblige myself to appear so. I shall not be happy till the scar on my heart has healed. Lebel can only claim my esteem, but I shall be his alone though my love be all for you. When we see each other again, as from what you say I hope we shall be able to meet as true friends, and perhaps we shall congratulate each other on the wise part we have taken. As for you, though I do not think you will forget me, I am sure that before long some more or less worthy object will replace me and banish your sorrow. I hope it will be so. Be happy. I may be with child, and if it prove to be so, you shall have no cause to complain of my care of your child, which you shall take away when you please. We made an agreement on this point yesterday. We arranged that the marriage should not be consummated for 2 months. Thus we shall be certain whether the child belongs to you or no, and we will let people think that it is the legitimate offspring of our marriage." Lebel conceived this plan that he might have his mind at rest on the supposed force of blood, in which he declares he believes no more than I do. He has promised to love the child as if he were its father. "If you write to me, I will keep you acquainted with everything, and if I have the happiness to give you a child, it will be much dearer to me than your ring." We wept, and Lebel laughed to see us. I could only reply by pressing her to my breast, and then I gave her over to her future husband, who told me as he got into the carriage that our long talk had pleased him very much. I went to bed sadly enough. Next morning, when I awoke, a pastor of the Church of Geneva came to ask me to give him a place in my carriage. I agreed, and was not sorry I had done so. This priest was an eloquent man, although a theologian, who answered the most difficult religious questions I could put to him. There was no mystery with him, everything was reason. I have never found a more compliant Christianity than that of this worthy man, whose morals, as I heard afterwards at Geneva, were perfectly pure. But I found out that this kind of Christianity was not peculiar to him. All his fellow Calvinists thought in the same way. Wishing to convince him that he was a Calvinist in name only, since he did not believe that Jesus Christ was of the same substance as the Father, he replied that Calvin was only infallible where he spoke ex cathedra. But I struck him dumb by quoting the words of the Gospel. He blushed when I reproached him with Calvin's belief that the Pope was the Antichrist of the Apocalypse. "It will be impossible to destroy this prejudice at Geneva," said he, "till the government orders the effacement of an inscription on the church door which everybody reads, and which speaks of the head of the Roman Church in this manner. The people," he added, "are wholly ignorant, but I have a niece of 20 who does not belong to the people in this way. I shall have the honor of making you known to her. She is a theologian and pretty as well. I shall be delighted to see her, but God preserve me from arguing with her." She will make you argue, and I can assure you that it will be a pleasure for you. We shall see, but will you give me your address? No, sir, but I shall have the honor of conducting you to your inn and acting as your guide. I got down at Balances and was well lodged. It was the 20th of August, 1760. On going to the window, I noticed a pane of glass on which I read these words, written with the point of a diamond: "You will forget Henriette." In a moment, my thoughts flew back to the time in which Henriette had written these words, 13 years ago, and my hair stood on end. We had been lodged in this room when she separated from me to return to France. I was overwhelmed and fell on a chair where I abandoned myself to deep thought. Noble Henriette, dear Henriette, whom I had loved so well, where was she now? I had never heard of her. I had never asked anyone about her. Comparing my present and past estates, I was obliged to confess that I was less worthy of possessing her now than then. I could still love, but I was no longer so delicate in my thoughts. I had not those feelings which justify the faults committed by the senses, nor that probity which serves as a contrast to the follies and frailties of man. But, what was worst of all, I was not so strong. Nevertheless, it seemed that the remembrance of Henriette restored me to my pristine vigor. I had no longer my housekeeper. I experienced a great void, and I felt so enthusiastic that if I had known where Henriette was, I should have gone to seek her out, despite her prohibition. Next day, at an early hour, I went to the banker Tronchin, who had all my money. After seeing my account, he gave me a letter of credit on Marseille, Genoa, Florence, and Rome, and I only took 12,000 francs in cash. I had only 50,000 crowns, 300 francs, but that would take me a good way. As soon as I had delivered my letters, I returned to Balances, impatient to see M. de Voltaire. I found my fellow traveler in my room. He asked me to dinner, telling me that I should have M. Villers-Chandieu, who would take me after dinner to M. de Voltaire, who had been expecting me for several days. I followed the worthy man and found at his house excellent company, and the young theologian whom the uncle did not address till dessert. I will endeavor to report as faithfully as possible the young woman's conversation. What have you been doing this morning, my dear niece? I have been reading St. Augustine, whom I thought absurd, and I think I can refute him very shortly. On what point? Concerning the mother of the Savior. What does St. Augustine say? You have no doubt remarked the passage, uncle. He says that the Virgin Mary conceived Jesus Christ through the ears. You do not believe that? Certainly not, and for 3 good reasons. In the first place, because God, being immaterial, had no need of a hole to go in or come out by. In the second place, because the ear has no connection with the womb. And in the third place, because Mary, if she had conceived by the ear, would have given birth by the same channel. This would do well enough for the Catholics, said she, giving me a glance, as then they would be reasonable in calling her a virgin before her conception, during her pregnancy, and after she had given birth to the child. I was extremely astonished, and my astonishment was shared by the other guests. Divine theology rises above all fleshly considerations, and after what we had heard, we had either to allow her this privilege, or to consider the young theologian as a woman without shame. The learned niece did not seem to care what we thought, as she asked for my opinion on the matter. If I were a theologian and allowed myself an exact examination into the miracles, it is possible I should be of your opinion. But as this is by no means the case, I must limit myself to condemning St. Augustine for having analyzed the mystery of the Annunciation. I may say, however, that if the Virgin had been deaf, St. Augustine would have been guilty of a manifest absurdity, since the incarnation would have been an impossibility, as in that case the nerves of the ear would have had no sort of communication with the womb, and the process would have been inconceivable. But the incarnation is a miracle. She replied with great politeness that I had shown myself a greater theologian than she, and her uncle thanked me for having given her a lesson. He made her discuss various subjects, but she did not shine. Her only subject was the New Testament. I shall have occasion to speak of this young woman when I get back to Geneva. After dinner, we went to see Voltaire, who was just leaving the table as we came in. He was in the middle of a court of gentlemen and ladies, which made my introduction a solemn one, but with this great man solemnity could not fail to be in my favor. Episode 15, with Voltaire. Chapter 19. M. de Voltaire. My discussions with that great man Ariosto, the Duc de Villars the Syndic, and the three girls' dispute with Voltaire Save, the Marquis de Sarmeses. M. de Voltaire, said I, this is the happiest moment of my life. I have been your pupil for 20 years, and my heart is full of joy to see my master. Honor me with your attendance on my course for 20 years more, and promise me that you will bring me my fees at the end of that time. Certainly, if you promise to wait for me. This Voltairean sally made all present laugh, as was to be expected, for those who laugh keep one party in countenance at the other's expense, and the side which has the laughter is sure to win. This is the rule of good society. I was not taken by surprise, and waited to have my revenge. Just then 2 Englishmen came in, and were presented to him. These gentlemen are English, said Voltaire. I wish I were. I thought the compliment false and out of place, for the gentlemen were obliged to reply out of politeness that they wished they had been French, or if they did not care to tell a lie, they would be too confused to tell the truth. I believe every man of honor should put his own nation first. A moment after, Voltaire turned to me again and said that as I was a Venetian I must know Count Algarotti. I know him, but not because I am a Venetian, as 7/8 of my dear countrymen are not even aware of his existence. I should have said, as a man of letters. I know him from having spent 2 months with him at Padua, 7 years ago, and what particularly attracted my attention was the admiration he professed for M. de Voltaire. That is flattering for me, but he has no need of admiring anyone. If Algarotti had not begun by admiring others, he would never have made a name for himself. As an admirer of Newton, he endeavored to teach the ladies to discuss the theory of light. Has he succeeded? Not as well as M. de Fontenelle in his Plurality of Worlds. However, one may say he has succeeded. True, if you see him at Bologna, tell him I am expecting to hear from him about Russia. He can address my letters to my banker, Bianchi, at Milan, and they will be sent on to me. I will not fail to do so if I see him. I have heard that the Italians do not care for his style. No, all that he writes is full of French idioms. His style is wretched. But do not these French turns increase the beauty of your language? They make it insufferable, as French would be mixed with Italian or German, even though it were written by M. de Voltaire. You are right, every language should preserve its purity. Livy has been criticized on this account. His Latin is said to be tainted with patavinity. When I began to learn Latin, the Abbé Lazzarini told me he preferred Livy to Sallust. The Abbé Lazzarini, author of the tragedy, Ulisse il Giovane, you must have been very young, I wish I had known him. But I knew the Abbé Conti well, the same that was Newton's friend, and whose 4 tragedies contain the whole of Roman history. I also knew and admired him. I was young, but I congratulated myself on being admitted into the society of these great men. It seems as if it were yesterday, though it is many years ago, and now in your presence my inferiority does not humiliate me. I wish to be the younger son of all humanity. Better so than to be the chief and eldest. May I ask you to what branch of literature you have devoted yourself? To none, but that perhaps will come afterwards. In the meantime, I read as much as I can and try to study character on my travels. That is the way to become learned, but the book of humanity is too vast. Reading a history is the easier way. Yes, if history did not lie, one is not sure of the truth of the facts. It is tiring, while the study of the world is amusing. Horace, whom I know by heart, is my guidebook. Algarotti, too, is very fond of Horace. Of course you are fond of poetry. It is my passion. Have you made many sonnets? 10 or 12 I like, and 2 or 3,000 which in all probability I have not read twice. The Italians are mad after sonnets. Yes, if one can call it a madness to desire to put thought into measured harmony. The sonnet is difficult because the thought has to be fitted exactly into the 14 lines. It is Procrustes' bed, and that's the reason you have so few good ones. As for us, we have not one, but that is the fault of our language. And of the French genius, which considers that a thought when extended loses all its force. And you do not think so. Pardon me, it depends on the kind of thought. A witty saying, for example, will not make a sonnet. In French or Italian, it belongs to the domain of epigram. What Italian poet do you like best? Ariosto, but I cannot say I love him better than the others, for he is my only love. You know the others, though. I think I have read them all, but all their lights pale before Ariosto's. 15 years ago, I read all you have written against him, and I said that you would retract when you had read his works. I am obliged to you for thinking that I had not read them. As a matter of fact, I had done so, but I was young. I knew Italian very imperfectly, and being prejudiced by the learned Italians who adore Tasso, I was unfortunate enough to publish a criticism of Ariosto which I thought my own, while it was only the echo of those who had prejudiced me. I adore your Ariosto. Ah, M. de Voltaire, I breathe again. But be good enough to have the work in which you turn this great man into ridicule excommunicated. What use would that be? All my books are excommunicated, but I will give you a good proof of my retractation. I was astonished. The great man began to recite the two fine passages from the 34th and 35th cantos, in which the divine poet speaks of the conversation of Astolfo with St. John, and he did it without missing a single line or committing the slightest fault against the laws of prosody. He then pointed out the beauties of the passages with his natural insight and with a great man's genius. I could not have had anything better from the lips of the most skilled commentators in Italy. I listened to him with the greatest attention, hardly daring to breath, and waiting for him to make a mistake, but I had my trouble for nothing. I turned to the company crying that I was more than astonished, and that all Italy should know what I had seen. And I, sir, said the great man, will let all Europe know of the amends I owe to the greatest genius our continent has produced. Greedy of the praise which he deserved so well, Voltaire gave me the next day his translation, which Ariosto begins thus: Quindi avviene the tra principia signori. At the end of the recitation, which gained the applause of all who heard it, although not one of them knew Italian, Madame Denis, his niece, asked me if I thought the passage her uncle had just recited one of the finest the poet had written. Yes, but not the finest. It ought to be, for without it Signor Lodovico would not have gained his apotheosis. He has been canonized, then. I was not aware of that. At these words the laugh, headed by Voltaire, went for Madame Denis. Everybody laughed except myself, and I continued to look perfectly serious. Voltaire was vexed at not seeing me laugh like the rest, and asked me the reason. Are you thinking, said he, of some more than human passage? Yes, I answered. What passage is that? The last 36 stanzas of the 23rd canto, where the poet describes in detail how Roland became mad. Since the world has existed, no one has discovered the springs of madness, unless Ariosto himself, who became mad in his old age. These stanzas are terrible, and I am sure they must have made you tremble. Yes, I remember they render love dreadful. I long to read them again. Perhaps the gentleman will be good enough to recite them, said Madame Denis, with a side glance at her uncle. Willingly, said I, if you will have the goodness to listen to me. You have learned them by heart then, have you? Said Voltaire. Yes, it was a pleasure and no trouble. Since I was 16, I have read over Ariosto 2 or 3 times every year. It is my passion, and the lines naturally become linked in my memory without my having given myself any pains to learn them. I know it all, except his long genealogies and his historical tirades, which fatigue the mind and do not touch the heart. It is only Horace that I know throughout, in spite of the often prosaic style of his epistles, which are certainly far from equaling Boileau's. Boileau is often too lengthy. I admire Horace, but as for Ariosto, with his 40 long cantos, there is too much of him. It is 51 cantos, M. de Voltaire. The great man was silent, but Madame Denis was equal to the occasion. Come, come, said she, let us hear the 36 stanzas which earned the author the title of divine, and which are to make us tremble. I then began, in an assured voice, but not in that monotonous tone adopted by the Italians, with which the French so justly reproach us. The French would be the best reciters if they were not constrained by the rhyme, for they say what they feel better than any other people. They have neither the passionate monotonous tone of my fellow countrymen, nor the sentimentality of the Germans, nor the fatiguing mannerisms of the English. To every period they give its proper expression, but the recurrence of the same sounds partly spoils their recitation. I recited the fine verses of Ariosto, as if it had been rhythmic prose, animating it by the sound of my voice and the movements of my eyes, and by modulating my intonation according to the sentiments with which I wished to inspire my audience. They saw how hardly I could restrain my tears, and every eye was wet. But when I came to the stanza, Poic allargare il freno, al dolor piucci resta solo senza altri rispetto giù dagli occhi, rigando per la gote sparge un fiume de lacrime sul petto. My tears coursed down my cheeks to such an extent that everyone began to sob. M. de Voltaire and Madame Denis threw their arms round my neck, but their embraces could not stop me, for Roland, to become mad, had to notice that he was in the same bed in which Angelica had lately been found in the arms of the too fortunate Medor, and I had to reach the next stanza. For my voice of sorrow and wailing, I substituted the expression of that terror which arose naturally from the contemplation of his fury, which was in its effects like a tempest, a volcano, or an earthquake. When I had finished, I received with a sad air the congratulations of the audience. Voltaire cried, "I always said so. The secret of drawing tears is to weep oneself, but they must be real tears, and to shed them the heart must be stirred to its depths. I am obliged to you, sir," he added, embracing me, "and I promise to recite the same stanzas myself tomorrow, and to weep like you." He kept his word. "It is astonishing," said Madame Denis, "that intolerant Rome should not have condemned the Song of Roland." "Far from it," said Voltaire. "Leo X excommunicated whoever should dare to condemn it." The two great families of Este and Medici interested themselves in the poet's favor. Without that protection, it is probable that the one line on the donation of Rome by Constantine to Sylvester, where the poet speaks puzza forte, would have sufficed to put the whole poem under an interdict. "I believe," said I, "that the line which has excited the most talk is that in which Ariosto throws doubt on the general resurrection. Ariosto," I added, "in speaking of the hermit who would have hindered Rhodamont from getting possession of Isabella, widow of Zerbin, paints the African, who, wearied of the hermit's sermons, seizes him and throws him so far that he dashes him against a rock, against which he remains in a dead swoon, so that chi al novissimo di forcefia disto." This forse, which may possibly have only been placed there as a flower of rhetoric or as a word to complete the verse, raised a great uproar, which would doubtless have greatly amused the poet if he had had time. "It is a pity," said Madame Denis, "that Ariosto was not more careful in these hyperbolical expressions. Be quiet, niece, they are full of wit. They are all golden grains, which are dispersed throughout the work in the best taste." The conversation was then directed towards various topics, and at last we got to the écossaise we had played at Soler. They knew all about it. M. de Voltaire said that if I liked to play it at his house, he would write to M. de Chavigny to send the Lindane, and that he himself would play Montrose. I excused myself by saying that Madame was at Bale, and that I should be obliged to go on my journey the next day. At this, he exclaimed loudly, aroused the whole company against me, and said at last that he should consider my visit as an insult unless I spared him a week at least of my society. "Sir," said I have only come to Geneva to have the honor of seeing you, and now that I have obtained that favor I have nothing more to do." "Have you come to speak to me, or for me to speak to you?" "In a measure, of course, to speak to you, but much more for you to speak to me." "Then stay here 3 days at least. Come to dinner every day, and we will have some conversation." The invitation was so flattering and pressing that I could not refuse it with a good grace. I therefore accepted, and I then left to go and write. I had not been back for a quarter of an hour when a syndic of the town, an amiable man whom I had seen at M. de Voltaire's, and whose name I shall not mention, came and asked me to give him supper. "I was present," said he, "at your argument with the great man, and though I did not open my mouth, I should much like to have an hour's talk with you." By way of reply, I embraced him, begging him to excuse my dressing gown, and telling him that I should be glad if he would spend the whole night with me. The worthy man spent 2 hours with me, without saying a word on the subject of literature. But to please me he had no need to talk of books, for he was a disciple of Epicurus and Socrates, and the evening was spent in telling little stories, in bursts of laughter, and in accounts of the various kinds of pleasure obtainable at Geneva. Before leaving me, he asked me to come and sup with him on the following evening, promising that boredom should not be of the party. "I shall wait for you," said I. "Very good, but don't tell anyone of the party." I promised to follow his instructions. Next morning, young Fox came to see me with the 2 Englishmen I had seen at M. de Voltaire's. They proposed a game of quins, which I accepted, and after losing 50 louis I left off, and we walked about the town till dinner time. We found the Duc de Villars at de Lesseps. He had come there to consult Dr. Tronchin, who had kept him alive for the last 10 years. I was silent during the repast, but at dessert, M. de Voltaire, knowing that I had reasons for not liking the Venetian government, introduced the subject. But I disappointed him, as I maintained that in no country could a man enjoy more perfect liberty than in Venice. "Yes," said he, "provided he resigns himself to play the part of a dumb man." And seeing that I did not care for the subject, he took me by the arm to his garden, of which, he said, he was the creator. The principal walk led to a pretty running stream. "'Tis the Rhone," said he, "which I send into France." "It does not cost you much in carriage, at all events," said I. He smiled pleasantly, and showed me the principal street of Geneva, and Mont Blanc, which is the highest point of the Alps. Bringing back the conversation to Italian literature, he began to talk nonsense with much wit and learning, but always concluding with a false judgment. I let him talk on. He spoke of Homer, Dante, and Petrarch, and everybody knows what he thought of these great geniuses, but he did himself wrong in writing what he thought. I contented myself with saying that if these great men did not merit the esteem of those who studied them, it would at all events be a long time before they had to come down from the high place in which the praise of centuries had placed them. The Duc de Villars and the famous Tronchin came and joined us. The doctor, a tall, fine man, polite, eloquent without being a conversationalist, a learned physician, a man of wit, a favorite pupil of Boerhaave, without scientific jargon or charlatanism or self-sufficiency, enchanted me. His system of medicine was based on regimen, and to make rules he had to be a man of profound science. I have been assured, but can scarcely believe it, that he cured a consumptive patient of a secret disease by means of the milk of an ass, which he had submitted to 30 strong frictions of mercury by 4 sturdy porters. As to Villars, he also attracted my attention, but in quite a different way to Tronchin. On examining his face and manner, I thought I saw before me a woman of 70 dressed as a man, thin and emaciated but still proud of her looks, and with claims to past beauty. His cheeks and lips were painted, his eyebrows blackened, and his teeth were false. He wore a huge wig which exhaled amber, and at his buttonhole was an enormous bunch of flowers, which touched his chin. He affected a gracious manner, and he spoke so softly that it was often impossible to hear what he said. He was excessively polite and affable, and his manners were those of the Regency. His whole appearance was supremely ridiculous. I was told that in his youth he was a lover of the fair sex, but now that he was no longer good for anything, he had modestly made himself into a woman, and had 4 pretty pets in his employ, who took turns in the disgusting duty of warming his old carcase at night. Villars was governor of Provence, and had his back eaten up with cancer. In the course of nature, he should have been buried 10 years ago, but Tronchin kept him alive with his regimen and by feeding the wounds on slices of veal. Without this, the cancer would have killed him. His life might well be called an artificial one. I accompanied M. de Voltaire to his bedroom, where he changed his wig and put on another cap, for he always wore one on account of the rheumatism to which he was subject. I saw on the table the Summa of St. Thomas, and among other Italian poets the Secchia Rapita of Tassoni. "This," said Voltaire, "is the only tragicomic poem which Italy has." Tassoni was a monk, a wit and a genius as well as a poet. I will grant his poetical ability, but not his learning, for he ridiculed the system of Copernicus, and said that if his theories were followed, astronomers would not be able to calculate lunations or eclipses. Where does he make that ridiculous remark? In his academical discourses. I have not read them, but I will get them. He took a pen and noted the name down, and said, "But Tassoni has criticized Petrarch very ingeniously." "Yes, but he has dishonored taste and literature, like Muratori. Here he is, you must allow that his learning is immense. Est you by peccat?" Voltaire opened a door, and I saw 100 great files full of papers. "That's my correspondence," said he. "You see before you nearly 50,000 letters to which I have replied. Have you a copy of your answers?" "Of a good many of them. That's the business of a servant of mine who has nothing else to do. I know plenty of booksellers who would give a good deal to get hold of your answers." "Yes, but look out for the booksellers when you publish anything, if you have not yet begun. They are greater robbers than Barabbas. I shall not have anything to do with these gentlemen till I am an old man. Then they will be the scourge of your old age." Thereupon I quoted a macaronic verse by Merlin Coccius. "Where is that from?" "It's a line from a celebrated poem in 24 cantos." "Celebrated?" "Yes, and, what is more, worthy of being celebrated. But to appreciate it, one must understand the Mantuan dialect. I could make it out if you could get me a copy. I shall have the honor of presenting you with one tomorrow." "You will oblige me extremely." We had to leave his room and spend 2 hours in the company, talking over all sorts of things. Voltaire displayed all the resources of his brilliant and fertile wit, and charmed everyone in spite of his sarcastic observations, which did not even spare those present. But he had an inimitable manner of lancing a sarcasm without wounding a person's feelings. When the great man accompanied his witticisms with a graceful smile, he could always get a laugh. He kept up a notable establishment and an excellent table, a rare circumstance with his poetic brothers, who are rarely favorites of Plutus as he was. He was then 60 years old and had 120,000 francs a year. It has been said maliciously that this great man enriched himself by cheating his publishers, whereas the fact was that he fared no better than any other author, and instead of duping them was often their dupe. The Kramers must be excepted, whose fortune he made. Voltaire had other ways of making money than by his pen, and as he was greedy of fame, he often gave his works away on the sole condition that they were to be printed and published. During the short time I was with him, I was a witness of such a generous action. He made a present to his bookseller of The Princess of Babylon, a charming story which he had written in 3 days. My Epicurean syndic was exact to his appointment, and took me to a house at a little distance where he introduced me to 3 young ladies, who, without being precisely beautiful, were certainly ravishing. 2 of them were sisters. I had an easy and pleasant welcome, and from their intellectual appearance and gay manners I anticipated a delightful evening, and I was not disappointed. The half hour before supper was passed in conversation, decent but without restraint, and during supper, from the hints the syndic gave me, I guessed what would happen after dessert. It was a hot evening, and on the pretext of cooling ourselves, we undressed so as to be almost in a state of nature. What an orgy we had! I am sorry I am obliged to draw a veil over the most exciting details. In the midst of our licentious gaiety, whilst we were heated by love, champagne, and a discourse of an exciting nature, I proposed to recite Grécourt S.Y. Jacques. When I had finished the voluptuous poem, worthy of an abbé's pen, I saw that the eyes of the 3 beauties were all aflame, and said, "Ladies, if you like, I will show you all 3, one after the other, why the sentence, 'Gaudint bene nati,' was uttered." And without waiting for their reply, I succeeded in making them happy. The syndic was radiant. He was pleased at having given me a present entirely to my taste, and I fancied that the entertainment was not displeasing to the 3 graces, who were kept low by the sybarite, as his powers were almost limited to desires. The girls lavished their thanks on me, while I endeavored to assure them of my gratitude, but they leapt for joy when they heard the syndic asking me to come next day. As he was taking me back to my inn, I told him how great a pleasure he had given me, and he said he had brought up the 3 jewels himself. "You," he added, "are the only man besides myself they know. You shall see them again, but I beg you will take care not to leave anything behind you, for in this town of prejudices that would be a great misfortune for them and for me." "You are always moderate in your enjoyment then," I said to him. "Unfortunately, that is no merit as far as I am concerned. I was born for the service of love, and Venus has punished me for worshipping her when I was too young." After a good night's sleep I awoke in an active mood, and began to write a letter to Voltaire in blank verse, which cost me 4 times the pains that rhymed verses would have done. I sent it to him with the poem of Theophile failing, but I made a mistake in doing so, as I might have known he would not care for it. One cannot appreciate what one does not understand. I then went to Mr. Fox, where I found the 2 Englishmen who offered me my revenge. I lost 100 louis, and was glad to see them set out for Lausanne. The syndic had told me that the 3 young ladies belonged to respectable families, but were not rich. I puzzled my head to think of some useful present I might make them without offending them, and at last I hit on a plan of the most ridiculous nature, as the reader will see. I went to a jeweler and told him to make me 3 golden balls, each of 2 ounces in weight. At noon I went to M. de Voltaire's. He was not to be seen, but Madame Denis consoled me for his absence. She had wit, learning without pretension, taste, and a great hatred for the King of Prussia, whom she called a villain. She asked about my beautiful housekeeper and congratulated me on having married her to a respectable man. Although I feel now that she was quite right, I was far from thinking so then. The impression was too fresh on my mind. Madame Denis begged me to tell her how I had escaped from the Leads, but as the story was rather a long one, I promised to satisfy her another time. M. de Voltaire did not dine with us. He appeared, however, at 5 o'clock, holding a letter in his hand. "Do you know," said he, "the Marquis Albergati Capichelli, Senator of Bologna, and Count Paradisi?" "I do not know Paradisi, but I know Albergati by sight and by reputation. He is not a senator, but one of the 40, who at Bologna are 50. "Dear me, that seems rather a riddle." "Do you know him?" "No, but he has sent me Goldoni's theatre, the translation of my Tancred and some Bologna sausages, and he says he will come and see me." "He will not come, he is not such a fool." "How a fool? Would there be anything foolish in coming to see me?" "Certainly not, as far as you are concerned, but very much so for his own sake." "Would you mind telling me why?" "He knows what he would lose, for he enjoys the idea you seem to have of him, and if he came you would see his nothingness and goodbye to the illusion. He is a worthy man with 6,000 sequins a year and a craze for the theatre. He is a good actor enough, and has written several comedies in prose, but they are fit neither for the study nor the stage. You certainly give him a coat which does not make him look any bigger. I assure you it is not quite small enough. But tell me how he can belong to the 40 and the 50. Just as at Bale noon is at 11. I understand, just as your council of 10 is composed of 17 members. Exactly, but the cursed 40 of Bologna are men of another kind. Why cursed? Because they are not subject to the fisc, and are thus enabled to commit whatever crimes they like with perfect impunity. All they have got to do is to live outside the state borders on their revenues. That is a blessing and not a curse, but let me return to our subject. I suppose the Marquis Albergati is a man of letters. He writes well enough, but he is fond of the sound of his own voice. His style is prolix, and I don't think he has much brains. He is an actor, I think you said. Yes, and a very good one, above all, when he plays the lover's part in one of his own plays. Is he a handsome man? Yes, on the stage, but not elsewhere. His face lacks expression. But his plays give satisfaction. Not to persons who understand play writing. They would be hissed if they were intelligible. And what do you think of Goldoni? I have the highest opinion of him. Goldoni is the Italian Molière. Why does he call himself poet to the Duke of Parma? No doubt to prove that a wit as well as a fool has his weak points. In all probability the Duke knows nothing about it. He also calls himself a barrister, though he is such only in his own imagination. Goldoni is a good play writer and nothing more. Everybody in Venice knows me for his friend, and I can therefore speak of him with authority. He does not shine in society, and in spite of the fine satire of his works, he is a man of an extremely gentle disposition. So I have been told. He is poor and wants to leave Venice. The managers of the theaters where they play his pieces will not like that. People talked about getting him a pension, but the project has been relegated to the Greek kalends, as they said that if he had a pension, he would write no more. Cumy refused to give a pension to Homer, for fear that all the blind men would ask for a pension. We spent a pleasant day, and he thanked me heartily for the copy of the Macaronicon, which he promised to read. He introduced me to a Jesuit he had in his household, who was called Adam, and he added, after telling me his name, not the first Adam. I was told afterwards that Voltaire used to play backgammon with him, and when he lost, he would throw the dice and the box at his head. If Jesuits were treated like that all the world over, Perhaps we should have none but inoffensive Jesuits at last, but that happy time is still far off. I had scarcely got to my inn in the evening when I received my 3 golden balls, and as soon as the syndic came, we set off to renew our voluptuous orgy. On the way he talked about modesty, and said, "That feeling which prevents our showing those parts which we have been taught to cover from our childhood may often proceed from virtue, but is weaker than the force of education, as it cannot resist an attack when the attacking party knows what he is about. I think the easiest way to vanquish modesty is to ignore its presence, to turn it into ridicule, to carry it by storm. Victory is certain. The hardihood of the assailer subdues the assailed, who usually only wishes to be conquered, and nearly always thanks you for your victory." Clement of Alexandria, a learned man and a philosopher, has remarked that the modesty which appears so deeply rooted in women's hearts really goes no farther than the clothes they wear, and that when these are plucked off, no trace of it remains. We found the 3 girls lightly clad and sitting on a large sofa, and we sat down opposite to them. Pleasant talk and 1,000 amorous kisses occupied the half-hour just before supper, and our combat did not begin till we had eaten a delicious repast, washed down with plenty of champagne. We were sure of not being interrupted by the maid, and we put ourselves at our ease, whilst our caresses became more lively and ardent. The syndic, like a careful man, drew a packet of fine French letters from his pocket, and delivered a long eulogium on this admirable preservative from an accident which might give rise to a terrible and fruitless repentance. The ladies knew them, and seemed to have no objection to the precaution. They laughed heartily to see the shape these articles took when they were blown out. But after they had amused themselves thus for some time, I said, "My dear girls, I care more for your honor than your beauty, but do not think I am going to shut myself in a piece of dead skin to prove that I am alive. Here," I added, drawing out the 3 golden balls, "is a surer and less disagreeable way of securing you from any unpleasant consequences. After 15 years' experience, I can assure you that with these golden balls you can give and take without running the least risk. For the future you will have no need of those humiliating sheaths. Trust in me, and accept this little present from a Venetian who adores you." "We are very grateful," said the elder of the 2 sisters, "but how are these pretty balls used?" "The ball has to be at the rear of the temple of love, whilst the amorous couple are performing the sacrifice. The antipathy communicated to the metal by its being soaked for a certain time in an alkaline solution prevents impregnation." "But," said the cousin, "one must take great care that the ball is not shaken out by the motion before the end of the sacrifice." "You needn't be afraid of that if you place yourself in a proper position." "Let us see how it's done," said the syndic, holding a candle for me to put the ball in place. The charming cousin had gone too far to turn back. She had to submit to the operation. I placed the ball in such a position that it could not fall out before I was in. However, it fell out towards the end, just as we were separating. The victim perceived that I had taken her in. However, she said nothing, picked up the ball, and challenged the 2 sisters to submit to the pleasant experiment, to which they lent themselves with the greatest interest, while the syndic, who had no faith in the virtues of the metal, contented himself with looking on. After half an hour's rest I began again, without balls, assuring them that I would be careful, and I kept my word, without depriving them of the pleasure in the slightest degree. When it was time to part, these girls, who had formerly been scantily provided for, threw their arms round my neck, overwhelmed me with caresses, and declared how much they owed me. The syndic told them that I was going in 2 days, and suggested that they should make me stay a day longer in Geneva, and I made this sacrifice joyfully. The worthy syndic had an engagement on the following day, and I sorely needed a holiday myself. He took me back to my inn, thanking me almost as heartily as his charming nymphs. After having enjoyed a calm and refreshing sleep 10 hours, I felt myself able to enjoy the delightful society of M. de Voltaire. I went to his house, but I was disappointed in my hopes, as it pleased the great man to be in a fault-finding and sarcastic mood the whole day. He knew I had to leave on the morrow. He began by thanking me at table for my present of Merlin Coccius. "You certainly gave it me with good intentions," said he, "but I owe you no thanks for praising it so highly, as you made me lose 4 hours in reading nonsense." I felt my hair stand on end, but I mastered my emotions, and told him quietly enough that one day, perhaps, he would find himself obliged to praise the poem more highly than I had done. I quoted several instances of the insufficiency of a first perusal. "That's true," said he, "but as for your Merlin, I will read him no more. I have put him beside Chaplain S. Pucelle, which pleases all the critics in spite of its bad versification, for it is a good poem, and Chaplain was a real poet though he wrote bad verses. I cannot overlook his genius." My freedom must have shocked him, and I might have guessed it when he told me he had put the Macaronican beside the Pucelle. I knew that there was a poem of the same title in circulation, which passed for Voltaire S., but I also knew that he disavowed it, and I thought that would make him conceal the vexation my explanation must have caused him. It was not so, however. He contradicted me sharply, and I closed with him. "Chaplain," said I, "has the merit of having rendered his subject matter pleasant, without pandering to the tastes of his readers by saying things shocking to modesty and piety. So thinks my master Crebillon." "Crebillon, you cite a weighty authority, but how is my friend Crebillon your master, may I ask?" "He taught me to speak French in less than 2 years, and as a mark of my gratitude I translated his Ray de Meest into Italian Alexandrines. I am the first Italian who has dared to use this meter in our language." "The first? I beg your pardon, as that honor belongs to my friend Pierre Jacques Martelly." "I am sorry to be obliged to tell you that you are making a mistake." "Why, I have his works, printed at Bologna, in my room." "I don't deny that. I am only talking about the meter used by Martelly. What you are thinking of must be verses of 14 syllables, without alternative masculine and feminine rhymes. However, I confess that he thinks he has imitated the French Alexandrines, and his preface made me explode with laughter." "Did you read it?" "Read it? I always read prefaces, and Martelly proves there that his verses have the same effect in Italian as our Alexandrine verses have in French." "Exactly, that's what's so amusing. The worthy man is quite mistaken, and I only ask you to listen to what I have to say on the subject. Your masculine verse has only 12 poetic syllables and the feminine 13. All Martelly's lines have 14 syllables, except those that finish with a long vowel, which at the end of a line always counts as 2 syllables. You will observe that the first hemistich in Martelly always consists of 7 syllables, while in French it only has 6. Your friend Pierre Jacques was either stone deaf or very hard of hearing. Then you have followed our theory of versification rigorously. Just so, in spite of the difficulty, as nearly all our words end with a short syllable. What reception has been accorded to your innovation? It has not been found pleasing, because nobody knows how to recite my verses, but I hope to triumph when I deliver them myself before our literary clubs. Do you remember any of your version of the Ray de Meest?" "I remember it all." "You have a wonderful memory. I should be glad to hear it." I began to recite the same scene that I had recited to Crebillon 10 years before, and I thought M. de Voltaire listened with pleasure. "It doesn't strike one as at all harsh," said he. This was the highest praise he would give me. In his turn, the great man recited a passage from Tancred which had not as yet been published, and which was afterwards considered, and rightly, as a masterpiece. We should have got on very well if we had kept to that, but on my quoting a line of Horace to praise one of his pieces, he said that Horace was a great master who had given precepts which would never be out of date. Thereupon I answered that he himself had violated one of them, but that he had violated it grandly. "Which is that?" "You do not write, contentus possis lectoribus." If Horace had had to combat the hydra-headed monster of superstition, he would have written as I have written for all the world. It seems to me that you might spare yourself the trouble of combating what you will never destroy. That which I cannot finish others will, and I shall always have the glory of being the first in the field. Very good, but supposing you succeed in destroying superstition, what are you going to put in its place? I like that. If I deliver the race of man from a wild beast which is devouring it, am I to be asked what I intend to put in its place? It does not devour it. On the contrary, it is necessary to its existence. Necessary to its existence? That is a horrible blasphemy, the falsity of which will be seen in the future. I love the human race. I would fain see men like myself, free and happy, and superstition and freedom cannot go together. Where do you find an enslaved and yet a happy people? You wish, then, to see the people sovereign. God forbid, there must be a sovereign to govern the masses. In that case, you must have superstition, for without it the masses will never obey a mere man decked with the name of monarch. I will have no monarch. The word expresses despotism, which I hate as I do slavery. What do you mean then? If you wish to put the government in the hands of one man, such a man, I maintain, will be a monarch. I would have a sovereign ruler of a free people, of which he is the chief by an agreement which binds them both, which would prevent him from becoming a tyrant. Addison will tell you that such a sovereign is a sheer impossibility. I agree with Hobbes, of two evils choose the least. A nation without superstition would be a nation of philosophers, and philosophers would never obey. The people will only be happy when they are crushed and downtrodden and bound in chains. This is horrible, and you are of the people yourself. If you have read my works, you must have seen how I show that superstition is the enemy of kings. Read your works. I have read and reread them, especially in places where I have differed from you. Your ruling passion is the love of humanity. Est you by peccas. This blinds you. Love humanity, but love it as it is. It is not fit to receive the blessings you would lavish on it, and which would only make it more wretched and perverse. Leave men their devouring monster, it is dear to them. I have never laughed so heartily as at Don Quixote assailed by the galley slaves whom his generosity had set free. I am sorry that you have such a bad opinion of your fellow creatures. And by the way, tell me whether there is freedom in Venice. As much as can be expected under an aristocracy. Our liberty is not so great as that which the English enjoy, but we are content. Even under the Leads. My imprisonment was certainly despotic, but as I had knowingly abused my liberty, I am satisfied that the government was within its rights in shutting me up without the usual formalities. All the same, you made your escape. I used my rights as they had used theirs. Very good, but as far as I can see, no one in Venice is really free. That may be, but you must agree that the essence of freedom consists in thinking you have it. I shall not agree to that so easily. You and I see liberty from very different points of view. The aristocrats, the members of the government even, are not free at Venice. For example, they cannot travel without permission. True, but that is a restriction of their own making to preserve their power. Would you say that a Bernese is not free because he is subject to the sumptuary laws which he himself had made? Well, well, I wish the people made the laws everywhere. After this lively answer, he abruptly asked me what part one came from. From Roch, said I should have been very sorry to leave Switzerland without seeing the famous Haller. In my travels I render homage to my learned contemporaries, and you come the last and best. You must have liked Haller. I spent 3 of the happiest days of my life with him. I congratulate you. He is a great man and worthy of all honor. I think as you do, and I am glad to hear you doing him justice. I am sorry he was not so just towards you. Well, you see we may be both of us mistaken. At this reply, the quickness of which constituted its chief merit, everybody present began to laugh and applaud. No more was said of literature, and I became a silent actor till M. de Voltaire retired, when I approached Madame Denis and asked her if she had any commands for me at Rome. I went home well pleased at having compelled the giant of intellect to listen to reason, as I then thought foolishly enough. But there was a rankling feeling left in my heart against him which made me, 10 years later, criticize all he had written. I am sorry now for having done so, though on reading my censures over again I find that in many places I was right. I should have done better, however, to have kept silence, to have respected his genius, and to have suspected my own opinions. I should have considered that if it had not been for those quips and cranks which made me hate him on the 3rd day, I should have thought him wholly sublime. This thought alone should have silenced me, but an angry man always thinks himself right. Posterity, on reading my attack, will rank me among the Zoiluses, and the humble apology I now make to the great man's shades may not be read. If we meet in the halls of Pluto, the more peccant parts of our mortal nature purged away, all will be made up. He will receive my heartfelt apologies, and he will be my friend, I his sincere admirer. I spent part of the night and the whole of the following day in writing down my conversations with Voltaire, and they amounted nearly to a volume, of which I have only given a mere abridgment. Towards the evening, my Epicurean syndic called on me, and we went to sup with the three nymphs, and for 5 hours we indulged in every species of wantonness, in which I had a somewhat fertile imagination. On leaving, I promised to call on them again on my return from Rome, and I kept my word. I set out the next day, after dining with the syndic, who accompanied me as far as Annecy, where I spent the night. Next day I dined at Aix, with the intention of lying at Chambéry, but my destiny ordered otherwise. Aix is a villainous hole where the mineral waters attract people of fashion towards the end of the summer, a circumstance of which I was then ignorant. I dined hastily, wishing to set out immediately for Chambéry, when in the middle of my repast a crowd of fashionable people burst into the room. I looked at them without stirring, replying with an inclination of the head to the bows, which some of them made me. I soon discovered from their conversation that they had all come to take the waters. A gentleman of a fine presence came up to me and asked if I were going to Turin. I answered that my way was to Marseille. Their dinner was served, and everybody sat down. Among them I noticed several pleasant-looking ladies, with gentlemen who were either their husbands or their lovers. I concluded that I might find some amusement with them, as they all spoke French with that easy tone of good society which is so attractive, and I felt that I should be inclined to stay without much pressing, for that day at all events. I finished my dinner before the company had come to the end of their first course, and as my coach could not go for another hour, I went up to a pretty woman, and complimented her on the good the waters of Aix seemed to have done her, for her appetite made all who looked at her feel hungry. "I challenge you to prove that you are speaking the truth," said she, with a smile. I sat down next to her, and she gave me a nice piece of the roast which I ate as if I had been fasting. While I was talking with the lady, and eating the morsels she gave me, I heard a voice saying that I was in the abbé's place, and another voice replying that the abbé had been gone for half an hour. "Why has he gone?" asked a third. "He said he was going to stay here for another week." At this there was some whispering, but the departure of an abbé had nothing interesting in it for me, and I continued eating and talking. I told Leduc, who was standing behind my chair, to get me some champagne. I offered the lady some, she accepted, and everyone began to call for champagne. Seeing my neighbor's spirits rising, I proceeded to make love to her, and asked her if she were always as ready to defy those who paid their court to her. "So many of them," she answered, "are not worthy the trouble." She was pretty and quick-witted, and I took a fancy to her, and wished for some pretext on which I could put off my departure, and chance came to my aid. "The place next to you was conveniently empty," said a lady to my neighbor who was drinking with me. "Very conveniently, for my neighbor wearied me." "Had he no appetite?" said I. "Gamesters only have an appetite for money." "Usually, but your power is extraordinary, for I have never made 2 dinners on one day before now." "Only out of pride, as I am sure you will eat no supper." "Let us make a bet on it." We will bet the supper." "All right." All the guests began to clap, and my fair neighbor blushed with pleasure. I ordered Leduc to tell my coachman that I should not be going till the next day. "It is my business," said the lady, "to order the supper." "Yes, you are right, for he who pays orders. My part will be to oppose you to the knife, and if I eat as much as you I shall be the winner." "Very good." At the end of dinner, the individual who had addressed me before called for cards, and made a small bank of faro. He put down 25 Piedmontese pistoles, and some silver money to amuse the ladies altogether. It amounted nearly to 40 louis. I remained a spectator during the first deal, and convinced myself that the banker played very well. Whilst he was getting ready for the second deal, the lady asked me why I did not play. I whispered to her that she had made me lose my appetite for money. She repaid this compliment with a charming smile. After this declaration, feeling myself entitled to play, I put down 40 louis and lost them in 2 deals. I got up, and on the banker saying very politely that he was sorry for my loss, I replied that it was a mere nothing, but that I always made it a rule never to risk a sum of money larger than the bank. Somebody then asked me if I knew a certain Abbé Gilbert. "I knew a man of that name," said I, "at Paris. He came from Lyon and owes me a pair of ears, which I mean to cut off his head when I meet him." My questioner made no reply to this, and everybody remained silent, as if nothing had been said. From this, I concluded that the abbé aforesaid must be the same whose place I had occupied at dinner. He had doubtless seen me on my arrival and had taken himself off. This abbé was a rascal who had visited me at Little Poland, to whom I had entrusted a ring which had cost me 5,000 florins in Holland. Next day, the scoundrel had disappeared. When everybody had left the table, I asked Leduc if I were well lodged. "No," said he. "Would you like to see your room?" He took me to a large room, 100 paces from the inn, whose sole furniture consisted of its 4 walls, all the other rooms being occupied. I complained vainly to the innkeeper, who said, "It's all I can offer you, but I will have a good bed, a table, and chairs taken there." I had to content myself with it, as there was no choice. "You will sleep in my room," said I to Leduc. "Take care to provide yourself with a bed, and bring my baggage in." "What do you think of Gilbert, sir?" said my Spaniard. I only recognized him just as he was going, and I had a lively desire to take him by the back of his neck. "You would have done well to have satisfied that desire." "I will when I see him again." As I was leaving my big room, I was accosted politely by a man who said he was glad to be my neighbor, and offered to take me to the fountain if I were going there. I accepted his offer. He was a tall, fair man, about 50 years old. He must once have been handsome, but his excessive politeness should have made me suspect him. However, I wanted somebody to talk to, and to give me the various pieces of information I required. On the way, he informed me of the condition of the people I had seen, and I learnt that none of them had come to Aix for the sake of the waters. "I am the only one," said he, "who takes them out of necessity. I am consumptive, I get thinner every day, and if the waters don't do me any good I shall not last much longer. So all the others have only come here for amusement's sake. And to game, sir, for they are all professional gamesters." "Are they French?" "They are all from Piedmont or Savoy. I am the only Frenchman here." "What part of France do you come from?" "From Lorraine. My father, who is 80 years old, is the Marquis de Sarmeses. He only keeps on living to spite me, for as I married against his wishes he has disinherited me. However, as I am his only son, I shall inherit his property after his death, in spite of him. My house is at Lyon, but I never go there, as I have the misfortune to be in love with my eldest daughter, and my wife watches us so closely as to make my courtship hopeless." "That is very fine. Otherwise, I suppose, your daughter would take pity on her amorous papa." "I dare say, for she is very fond of me, and has an excellent heart." Chapter 20. My adventures at Aix-my-2nd MM, Madame Zierali. This man, who, though he did not know me, put the utmost confidence in me, so far from thinking he was horrifying me by the confession of such wickedness, probably considered he was doing me a great honor. While I listened to him, I reflected that though depraved he might have his good points, and that his weakness might have a pitiable if not a pardonable side. However, wishing to know more of him, I said, "In spite of your father's sternness, you live very well." "On the contrary, I live very ill. I enjoy a pension from the government, which I surrender to my wife, and as for me I make a livelihood on my travels. I play backgammon and most other games perfectly. I win more often than I lose, and I live on my winnings." "But is what you have told me about your daughter known to the visitors here?" "Everybody knows it, why should I hide it? I am a man of honor and injure no one, and besides my sword is sharp." "Quite so, but would you tell me whether you allow your daughter to have a lover?" "I should have no objection, but my wife is religious." "Is your daughter pretty?" "Very. If you are going to Lyon, you can go and see her. I will give you a letter of introduction for her." "Thank you, but I am going to Italy. Can you tell me the name of the gentleman who kept the bank?" "That is the famous Parcelier, Marquis de Pry since the death of his father, whom you may have known as ambassador at Venice. The gentleman who asked you if you knew the Abbé Gilbert is the Chevalier Zierali, husband of the lady you are to sup with. The rest are counts, marquises, and barons of the usual kind, some from Piedmont and some from Savoy. 2 or 3 are merchants' sons, and the ladies are all their friends or relations. They are all professional gamblers and sharp-witted. When a stranger comes here, they know how to get over him, and if he plays it is all up with him, for they go together like pickpockets at a fair. They think they have got you, so take care of yourself." In the evening we returned to the inn, and found all the company playing, and my companion proceeded to play with a Count de Scarnafish. The Chevalier zearily offered to play Pharaoh with me for 40 sequins, and I had just lost that sum when supper was served. My loss had not affected my spirits, and the lady, finding me at once hungry and gay, paid the bet with a good grace. At supper, I surprised her in certain side glances, which warned me that she was going to try to dupe me. I felt myself safe as far as love was concerned, but I had reason to dread fortune, always the friend of those who keep a bank at Faro, especially as I had already lost. I should have done well to go, but I had not the strength. All I could do was to promise myself that I would be extremely prudent. Having large sums in paper money and plenty of gold, it was not difficult for me to be careful. Just after supper, the Marquis de Pry made a bank of about 300 sequins. His staking this paltry sum showed me that I had much to lose and little to win, as it was evident that he would have made a bank of 1,000 sequins if he had had them. I put down 50 Portuguese crowns and said that as soon as I had lost them, I should go to bed. In the middle of the third deal, I broke the bank. "I am good for another 200 louis, said the Marquis. "I should be glad to continue playing," I replied, "if I had not to go at daybreak," and I thereupon left the room. Just as I was going to bed, Desarmeses came and asked me to lend him 12 louis. I had expected some such request, and I counted them out to him. He embraced me gratefully and told me that Madame Zirali had sworn to make me stay on at least for another day. I smiled and called Leduc and asked him if my coachman knew that I was starting early. He replied that he would be at the door by 5 o'clock. "Very good," said Desarmeses, "but I will wager that you will not go for all that." He went out and I went to bed, laughing at his prophecy. At 5 o'clock next morning, the coachman came to tell me that one of the horses was ill and could not travel. I saw that Desarmeses had had an inkling of some plot, but I only laughed. I sent the man roughly about his business and told Leduc to get me post horses at the inn. The innkeeper came and told me that there were no horses and that it would take all the morning to find some, as the Marquis de Pry, who was leaving at 1 o'clock in the morning, had emptied his stables. I answered that in that case I would dine at Aix, but that I counted on his getting me horses by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I left the room and went to the stable, where I found the coachman weeping over one of his horses stretched out on the straw. I thought it was really an accident and consoled the poor devil, paying him as if he had done his work and telling him I should not want him any more. I then went towards the fountain, but the reader will be astonished by a meeting of the most romantic character, but which is yet the strict truth. At a few paces from the fountain I saw 2 nuns coming from it. They were veiled, but I concluded from their appearance that one was young and the other old. There was nothing astonishing in such a sight, but their habit attracted my attention, for it was the same as that worn by my dear M.M., whom I had seen for the last time on July 24, 1755, 5 years before. The look of them was enough, not to make me believe that the young nun was M.M., but to excite my curiosity. They were walking towards the country, so I turned to cut them off that I might see them face to face and be seen of them. What was my emotion when I saw the young nun, who, walking in front and lifting her veil, disclosed the veritable face of M.M. I could not doubt that it was she, and I began to walk beside her, but she lowered her veil and turned to avoid me. The reasons she might have for such a course passed in a moment through my mind, and I followed her at a distance, and when she had gone about 500 paces, I saw her enter a lonely house of poor appearance that was enough for me. I returned to the fountain to see what I could learn about the nun. On my way, there I lost myself in a maze of conjectures. The 2 charming and hapless M.M., said I to myself, must have left her convent, desperate, nay, mad, for why does she still wear the habit of her order? Perhaps, though, she has got a dispensation to come here for the waters. That must be the reason why she has a nun with her, and why she has not left off her habit. At all events, the journey must have been undertaken under false pretenses. Has she abandoned herself to some fatal passion, of which the result has been pregnancy? She is doubtless perplexed, and must have been pleased to see me. I will not deceive her expectations. I will do all in my power to convince her that I am worthy of her. Lost in thought, I did not notice I had arrived at the fountain, round which stood the whole host of gamesters. They all crowded round me, and said how charmed they were to see me still there. I asked the Chevalier Zirali after his wife, and he told me she was still abed, and that it would be a good thing if I would go and make her get up. I was just going when the doctor of the place accosted me, saying that the waters of the Aix would increase my good health. Full of the one idea, I asked him directly if he were the doctor in attendance on a pretty nun I had seen. She takes the waters, he replied, but she does not speak to anyone. Where does she come from? Nobody knows, she lives in a peasant's house. I left the doctor, and instead of going towards the inn, where the hussy Zirali was doubtless waiting for me, I made my way towards the peasant's house, which already seemed to me the temple of the most blissful deities, determined to obtain the information I required as prudently as might be. But as if love had favored my vows, when I was within 100 paces of the cottage, I saw the peasant woman coming out to meet me. "Sir," said she, accosting me, "the young nun begs you to return this evening at 9 o'clock. The lay sister will be asleep then, and she will be able to speak freely to you." There could be no more doubt. My heart leapt with joy. I gave the countrywoman a louis and promised to be at the house at 9 exactly. With the certainty of seeing my dear M.M. again, I returned to the inn, and on ascertaining which was Madame Zirali's room, I entered without ceremony, and told her that her husband had sent me to make her get up. "I thought you were gone." "I am going at 2. I found her still more enticing in bed than at table. I helped her to put on her stays, and the sight of her charms inflamed my ardor, but I experienced more resistance than I had anticipated. I sat down at the foot of the bed and told her how fervently I loved her, and how unhappy I was at not being able to give her marks of my love before I left. "But," said she, laughing, "you have only got to stay. Give me some hope, and I will stay till tomorrow. You are in too much of a hurry, take things more quietly." I contented myself with the few favors she granted me, pretending as usual only to yield to violence, when I was obliged to restrain myself on the appearance of her husband, who took the precaution of making a noise before he came in. As soon as she saw him, she said, without the slightest perturbation, "I have persuaded the gentleman to stay till the day after tomorrow." "I am all the more pleased to hear it, my dear," said the Chevalier, "as I owe him his revenge." With these words he took up a pack of cards, which came as readily to his hands as if they had been placed there on purpose, and seating himself beside his wife, whom he made into the table, he began to deal. I could not draw back, and as my thoughts were distracted I kept on losing till they came to tell me dinner was ready. "I have no time to dress," said the lady, "so I will have my dinner in bed if you gentlemen will keep me company." How could I refuse? The husband went out to order the dinner, and feeling myself authorized by the loss of 20 louis, I told the hussy that if she would not give me a plain promise to make me happy that afternoon I should go away when I had had my dinner. "Breakfast with me tomorrow morning, we shall be alone." After receiving from her certain earnests of her promise, I promised to stay on. We dined by her bedside, and I told Leduc that I should not be going till the afternoon of the next day, which made the husband and wife radiant. When we had done, the lady said she would like to get up, and I went out, promising to return and play piquet with her. I proceeded to reline my purse, and I met Desarmeses, who said, "I have found out the secret. They gave her coachman 2 louis to substitute a sick horse for his own." "It's a matter of give and take," said I. "I am in love with the Chevalier's wife, and I am putting off my departure till I have got all I want out of her. I am afraid you will have to pay pretty dearly for your pleasure. However, I will do what I can for your interests." I thanked him smilingly and returned to the lady, whom I left at 8 o'clock under pretext of a violent headache, after having lost 10 louis to her. I reminded her of her promise for next morning at 9 o'clock, and I left her in the midst of the company. It was a fine moonlight night as I walked towards the peasant's house, where I was to see my dear M.M. once more. I was impatient to see what the visit, on which the rest of my life might depend, would bring forth. I had taken the precaution to provide myself with a pair of pistols, and my sword hung at my side, for I was not wholly devoid of suspicion in this place, where there were so many adventurers. But at 20 paces from the cottage I saw the woman coming towards me. She told me that the nun could not come down, so I must be content to enter through the window, by means of a ladder which she had placed there for the purpose. I drew near, and not seeing any light, I should not have easily decided on going up, if I had not heard the voice I thought I knew so well, saying, "Fear nothing, come." Besides, the window was not very high up, and there could not be much danger of a trap. I ascended, and thought for certain that I held my dear MM in my arms, as I covered her face with my ardent kisses. "Why," said I in Venetian, "have you not a light? I hope you are going to inform me of an event which seems wonderful to me. Quick, dearest, satisfy my impatience." The reader will guess my surprise when he learns that on hearing her voice close to me, I found that she was not MM. She told me that she did not understand Venetian, and that I did not require a light to tell her what M. de Coudert had decided on doing to save her from her peril. "You surprise me. I do not know M. de Coudert." "What? Are you not a Venetian? Are you not the nun I saw this morning?" "Hapless one, I have made a mistake. I am the nun you saw this morning, but I am French. In the name of God, keep my counsel and begone, for I have nothing to say to you. Whisper, for if the lay sister woke up, I should be undone. Do not be afraid of my discretion. What deceived me was your exact likeness to a nun of your order who will be always dear to me, and if you had not allowed me to see your features, I should not have followed you. Forgive the tenderness I showed towards you, though you must think me very audacious. You astonished me very much, but you did not offend me. I wish I were the nun in whom you are interested. I am on the brink of a fearful precipice. If 10 louis are any good to you, it will be an honor for me to give you them." "Thank you, I have no need of money. Allow me to give you back the louis you sent me this morning." The louis was for the countrywoman. "You increase my surprise. Pray tell me what is the misfortune under which you labor, for which money can do nothing. Perhaps God has sent you to my aid. Maybe you will give me good advice. Listen to what I am about to tell you." "I am at your service, and I will listen with the greatest attention. Let us sit down." "I am afraid there is neither seat nor bed." "Say on then, we will remain standing." "I come from Grenoble. I was made to take the veil at Chambéry. 2 years after my profession, M. de Coudert found means to see me. I received him in the convent garden, the walls of which he scaled, and at last I was so unfortunate as to become pregnant. The idea of giving birth to a child at the convent was too dreadful. I should have languished till I died in a terrible dungeon, and M. de Coudert thought of a plan for taking me out of the convent. A doctor whom he gained over with a large sum of money declared that I should die unless I came here to take the waters, which he declared were the only cure for my illness. A princess whom M. de Coudert knew was partly admitted to the secret, and she obtained the leave of absence for 3 months from the Bishop of Chambéry, and the abbess consented to my going. I thus hope to be delivered before the expiration of the 3 months, but I have assuredly made a mistake, for the time draws to an end and I feel no signs of a speedy delivery. I am obliged to return to the convent, and yet I cannot do so. The lay sister who is with me is a perfect shrew. She has orders not to let me speak to anybody and never to let my face be seen. She it was who made me turn when she saw you following us. I lifted my veil for you to see that I was she of whom I thought you were in search, and happily the lay sister did not notice me. She wants me to return with her to the convent in 3 days, as she thinks I have an incurable dropsy. She does not allow me to speak to the doctor, whom I might perhaps have gained over by telling him the truth. I am only 21, and yet I long for death. Do not weep so, dear sister, and tell me how you expect to be delivered here without the lay sister being aware of it. The worthy woman with whom I am staying is an angel of goodness. I have confided in her, and she promised me that, when I felt the pangs coming on, she would give that malicious woman a soporific, and thus we should be freed from all fears of her. By virtue of the drug, she now sleeps soundly in the room under this garret. Why was I not let in by the door? To prevent the woman's brother seeing you. He is a rude boor. What made you think that I had anything to do with M. de Coudert? 10 or 12 days ago, I wrote to him and told him of my dreadful position. I painted my situation with such lively colors that I thought he must do all in his power to help me. As the wretched cling to every straw, I thought, when I saw you following me, that you were the deliverer he had sent. Are you sure he got your letter? The woman posted it at Annecy. You should write to the princess. I dare not. I will see her myself, and I will see M. de Coudert. In fine, I will move heaven and earth, I will even go to the bishop to obtain an extension of your leave, for it is out of the question for you to return to the convent in your present situation. You must decide, for I can do nothing without your consent. Will you trust in me? If so, I will bring you a man's clothes tomorrow and take you to Italy with me, and while I live I swear I will care for you." For reply, I only heard long-drawn sobs, which distressed me beyond words, for I felt acutely the situation of this poor creature whom heaven had made to be a mother, and whom the cruelty of her parents had condemned to be a useless nun. Not knowing what else to say, I took her hand and promised to return the next day and hear her decision, for it was absolutely necessary that she should decide on some plan. I went away by the ladder and gave a second louis to the worthy woman, telling her that I should be with her on the morrow at the same hour, but that I should like to be able to enter by the door. I begged her to give the lay sister a stronger dose of opium, so that there should be no fear of her awaking while I talked with the young nun. I went to bed glad at heart that I had been wrong in thinking that the nun was M.M. Nevertheless, the great likeness between them made me wish to see her nearer at hand, and I was sure that she would not refuse me the privilege of looking at her the next day. I smiled at the thought of the ardent kisses I had given her, but I felt that I could not leave her to her fate. I was glad to find that I did not need any sensual motive to urge me to a good deed, for as soon as I found that it was not M.M. who had received those tender kisses, I felt ashamed of having given them. I had not even given her a friendly kiss when I left her. In the morning Desarmises came and told me that all the company, not seeing me at supper, had been puzzling itself to find out what had become of me. Madame Zirali had spoken enthusiastically about me, and had taken the jests of the two other ladies in good part, boasting that she could keep me at Aix as long as she remained there herself. The fact was that I was not amorous but curious where she was concerned, and I should have been sorry to have left the place without obtaining complete possession of her, for once at all events. I kept my appointment and entered her room at 9 o'clock exactly. I found her dressed, and on my reproaching her she said that it should be of no consequence to me whether she were dressed or undressed. I was angry, and I took my chocolate without so much as speaking to her. When I had finished, she offered me my revenge at piquet, but I thanked her and begged to be excused, telling her that in the humor in which she had put me I should prove the better player, and that I did not care to win ladies' money. So saying, I rose to leave the room. "At least be kind enough to take me to the fountain." "I think not. If you take me for a freshman, you make a mistake, and I don't care to give the impression that I am pleased when I am displeased. You can get whomsoever you please to take you to the fountain, but as for me, I must beg to be excused. Farewell, madam." With these words I went out, paying no attention to her efforts to recall me. I found the innkeeper and told him that I must leave at 3 o'clock without a fail. The lady, who was at her window, could hear me. I went straight to the fountain where the chevalier asked me what had become of his wife, and I answered that I had left her in her room in perfect health. In half an hour we saw her coming with a stranger, who was welcomed by a certain M. de St. Maurice. Madame Zirali left him, and tacked herself onto me, as if there had been nothing the matter. I could not repulse her without the most troublesome consequences, but I was very cold. After complaining of my conduct, she said that she had only been trying me, that if I really loved her, I should put off my departure, and that I should breakfast with her at 8 o'clock the next day. I answered coolly that I would think it over. I was serious all dinner time, and said once or twice that I must go at 3 o'clock, but as I wanted to find some pretext for staying on account of the nun, I let myself be persuaded into making a bank at faro. I staked all the gold I had, and I saw every face light up as I put down about 400 louis in gold and about 600 francs in silver. "Gentlemen," said I shall rise at 8 o'clock precisely." The stranger said with a smile that possibly the bank might not live so long, but I pretended not to understand him. It was just 3 o'clock. I begged Desarmises to be my croupier, and I began to deal with due deliberation to 18 or 20 punters, all professional gamblers. I took a new pack at every deal. By 5 o'clock I had lost money. We heard carriage wheels, and they said it was 3 Englishmen from Geneva who were changing horses to go on to Chambéry. A moment after they came in, and I bowed. It was Mr. Fox and his 2 friends who had played quins with me. My croupier gave them cards, which they received gladly, and went 10 louis, playing on 2 and 3 cards, going parally, 7 and the va, as well as the quins, so that my bank was in danger of breaking. However, I kept up my face and even encouraged them to play, for God being neutral, the chances were in my favor. So it happened, and at the third deal I had cleared the Englishmen out, and their carriage was ready. While I was shuffling a fresh pack of cards, the youngest of them drew out of his pocketbook a paper which he showed to his 2 companions. It was a bill of exchange. "Will you stake the value of this bill on a card, without knowing its value?" said he. "Yes," I replied, "if you will tell me upon whom it is drawn, and provided that it does not exceed the value of the bank." After a rapid glance at the pile of gold before me, he said, "The bill is not for so large a sum as your bank, and it is payable at sight by Zapata, of Turin." I agreed. He cut and put his money on an ace, the 2 friends going half shares. I drew and drew and drew, but no ace appeared. I had only a dozen cards left. "Sir," said I calmly to the punter, "you can draw back if you like." "No, go on." 4 cards more and still no ace. I had only 8 cards left. "My lord," said I, "it's 2 to 1 that I do not hold the ace. I repeat, you can draw back." "No, you're too generous, go on." I continued dealing, and won. I put the bill of exchange in my pocket without looking at it. The Englishmen shook me by the hand and went off laughing. I was enjoying the effect this bold stroke had made on the company, when young Fox came in and with a roar of laughter begged me to lend him 50 louis. I counted them out with the greatest pleasure, and he paid me them back in London 3 years later. Everyone was curious to know the value of the bill of exchange, but I was not polite enough to satisfy their curiosity. It was for 8,000 Piedmontese francs, as I saw as soon as I was alone. The Englishmen had brought me good luck, for when they had gone fortune declared for the bank. I rose at 8 o'clock, some ladies having won a few louis, all the others were dried up. I had won more than 1,000 louis, and I gave 25 to Desarmeses, who jumped for joy. I locked up my money, put my pistols in my pocket, and set out towards the meeting place. The worthy peasant woman brought me in by the door, telling me that everybody was asleep, and that she had not found it necessary to renew the lay sister's dose, as she was still asleep. I was terrified. I went upstairs, and by the light of a single candle, I saw the wretched, veiled figure of the nun, extended upon a sack which the peasant woman had placed along the wall instead of a sofa. The candle which lighted this dreary place was fixed in a bottle. "What have you decided on doing?" said I. "I have decided on nothing, for an unforeseen incident has confounded us. The lay sister has been asleep for 18 hours. She will die of convulsions or of an apoplectic fit tonight if you do not call a doctor, who may possibly restore her to life with a dose of castor oil. We have thought of that, but we did not dare to take that step for fear of consequences, for whether he restores her or not, he will say that we have poisoned her. I pity you, upon my soul. Indeed, I believe that it is too late and that a doctor could do nothing. One must obey the laws of prudence and let her die. The mischief is done, and I see no remedy. At any rate, we ought to think of her soul and send for a priest. A priest would do her no good, as she is in a perfect lethargy. Her soul is safe enough. Besides, an ignorant priest would find out too much and would tell the whole story either through malice or stupidity. It will be time to call a priest when she has ceased to breathe. You must tell him that she died very suddenly. You must weep a great deal and give him a fee, and he will think only of calming your grief and nothing about the sudden death. Then we must let her die. We must leave her to nature. If she dies, I will send a messenger to the abbess, who will dispatch another lay sister. Yes, and that will give you another 10 days. During that time you may be delivered, and you will confess that every cloud has a silver lining. Do not grieve so, but let us endeavor to submit to the will of God. Send for the countrywoman, for I must give her some hints as to her conduct in this delicate matter, on which the honor and life of all 3 may depend. For instance, if it were discovered that I had come here, I might be taken for the poisoner. The woman came, and I showed her how necessary it was for her to be prudent and discreet. She understood me perfectly, perceived her own dangerous position, and promised that she would not send for the priest till she was certain of the sister's death. I then made her accept 10 louis in case of need. Seeing herself made rich by my liberality, she kissed my hands, knelt down, and bursting into tears promised to follow my advice carefully. When she had left us, the nun began to weep bitterly, accusing herself of the murder of the lay sister, and thinking that she saw hell opening beneath her feet. I sought in vain to calm her. Her grief increased, and at last she fell in a dead faint on the sack. I was extremely distressed, and not knowing what to do I called to the woman to bring some vinegar, as I had no essences about me. All at once I remembered the famous hellebore, which had served me so well with Madame, and taking the little box, I held it to her nostrils. It took effect just as the woman brought the vinegar. "Rub her temples," said I. She took off her cap, and the blackness of her hair was the only thing that convinced me it was not my fair Venetian. The hellebore having brought her to her senses, she opened her large black eyes, and from that moment I fell madly in love with her. The peasant woman, seeing that she was herself again and out of danger, went away, and taking her between my arms I covered her with fiery kisses, in spite of her continuous sneezes. "Please let me put on my veil again," said she, "or else I shall be excommunicated." I laughed at her fears, and continued to lavish my burning kisses on her face. "I see you do not believe me, but I assure you that the abbess threatened me with excommunication if I let myself be seen by a man. Fear these bolts no longer, dear, they cannot hurt you." But she sneezed more violently than ever, and fearing lest her efforts might bring on her delivery I called the woman again, and left the nun in her care, promising to return at the same hour on the next day. It would not have been like me to leave this interesting creature in her distress, but my devotion to her cause had no merit, since I was madly in love with this new M.M. with black eyes, and love always makes men selfish, since all the sacrifices they make for the beloved object are always ultimately referable to their own desires. I had determined then to do all in my power for her, and certainly not to allow her to return to the convent in the state she was in. I concluded that to save her would be an action pleasing to God, since God alone could have made her so like my beloved, and God had willed that I should win a good deal of money, and had made me find the Zierali, who would serve as a shield to my actions and baffle the curiosity of spies. The philosophers and the mystics may perhaps laugh at me, but what do I care? I have always delighted in referring all the actions of my life to God, and yet people have charged me with atheism. Next morning I did not forget the Zierali, and I went to her room at 8 and found her asleep. Her maid begged me to go in quietly for fear of awakening her, and then left me and shut the door. I knew my part, for I remembered how, 20 years before, a Venetian lady, whose sleep I had foolishly respected, had laughed at me and sent me about my business. I therefore knew what to do, and having gently uncovered her, I gave myself up to those delicate preliminary delights which sweeten the final pleasure. The Zierali wisely continued to sleep, but at last, conquered by passion, she seconded my caresses with greater ardor than my own, and she was obliged to laugh at her stratagem. She told me that her husband had gone to Geneva to buy a repeating watch, and that he would not return till next day, and that she could spend the night with me. "Why the night, dearest, while we have the day before us? The night is for slumber, and in the day one enjoys double bliss, since the light allows all the senses to be satisfied at once. If you do not expect anybody, I will pass the whole morning with you." "Very good, nobody will interrupt us." I was soon in her arms, and for 4 hours we gave ourselves up to every kind of pleasure, cheating each other the better to succeed, and laughing with delight each time we convinced each other of our love. After the last assault, she asked me, in return for her kindness, to spend 3 more days at Aix. "I promise you," I said, "to stay here as long as you continue giving me such marks of your love as you have given me this morning." "Let us get up then, and go to dinner." "In company, dearest, look at your eyes." "All the better. People will guess what has happened, and the 2 countesses will burst with envy. I want everybody to know that it is for me alone that you are remaining at Aix." "I am not worth the trouble, my angel, but so be it. I will gladly oblige you, even though I lose all my money in the next 3 days. I should be in despair if you lost, but if you abstain from punting you will not lose, though you may let yourself be robbed. You may be sure that I know what I am about, and that I shall only allow ladies to rob me. You have had some money out of me yourself." "Yes, but not nearly so much as the countesses, and I am sorry you allowed them to impose on you, as they no doubt put it down to your being in love with them." They are quite wrong, poor dears, for neither would have kept me here a day. I am delighted to hear it, but let me tell you what the Marquis of St. Maurice was saying about you yesterday. Say on, I hope he did not allow himself any offensive remarks. No, he only said that you should never have offered the Englishman to be off at 8 cards, as you had as much chance as he, and if he had one, he might have thought that you knew the card was there. Very good, but tell the Marquis that a gentleman is incapable of such a thought, and besides I knew the character of the young nobleman, and I was almost sure he would not accept my offer. When we appeared in the dining room, we were received with applause. The fair Ziralee had the air of regarding me as her property, and I affected an extremely modest manner. No one dared to ask me to make a bank after dinner. The purses were too empty, and they contented themselves with trentquarante, which lasted the whole day, and which cost me a score of louis. I stole away as usual towards evening, and after having ordered Leduc not to leave my room for a moment during my stay at Aix, I went towards the cottage where the unfortunate nun was no doubt expecting me anxiously. Soon, in spite of the darkness, I thought I made out somebody following me. I stopped short, and some persons passed me. In 2 or 3 minutes I went on again, and I saw the same people, whom I could not have caught up if they had not slackened their pace. It might all be accidental, but I wanted to be sure about it. I left the road without losing my reckoning, feeling quite sure of finding my way when I ceased to be followed, but I soon felt sure that my steps were dogged, as I saw the same shadowy figures at a little distance off. I doubled my speed, hid behind a tree, and as soon as I saw the spies fired a pistol in the air. I looked round shortly after, saw no one, and went on my way. I went upstairs and found the nun in bed, with 2 candles on the table. Are you ill? I was ill for a time, but praised be God. I am now quite well, having given birth to a fine boy at 2 o'clock this morning. Where is the child? Alas, I did but kiss him once, and my good hostess carried him away I know not where. The Holy Virgin heard my prayers, for my pains, though sharp, were soon over, and a quarter of an hour after my delivery I was still sneezing. Tell me whether you are a man or an angel, for I fear lest I sin in adoring you. This is good news indeed, and how about the lay sister? She still breathes, but we have no hope that she will recover. Her face is terribly distorted. We have sinned exceedingly, and God will punish me for it. No, dearest, God will forgive you, for the most holy judges by the heart, and in your heart you had no evil thoughts. Adore divine providence, which doeth all things well. You console me. The countrywoman assures me that you are an angel, for the powder you gave me delivered me. I shall never forget you, though I do not know your name. The woman then came, and I thanked her for the care she had taken of the invalid. I again warned her to be prudent, and above all to treat the priest well when the lay sister breathed her last, and thus he would not take notice of anything that might involve her in disaster. All will be well, said she, for no one knows if the lay sister is well or ill, or why the lady does not leave her bed. What have you done with the child? I took him with my own hands to Annecy, where I bought everything necessary for the well-being of this lady and for the death of the other one. Doesn't your brother know anything about it? Lord preserve us, no. He went away yesterday and will not be back for a week. We have nothing to fear. I gave her another 10 louis, begging her to buy some furniture and to get me something to eat by the time I came next day. She said she had still plenty of money left, and I thought she would go mad when I told her that whatever was over was her own. I thought the invalid stood in need of rest, and I left her, promising to return at the same hour on the following day. I longed to get this troublesome matter safely over, and I knew that I could not regard myself as out of the wood till the poor lay sister was under the sod. I was in some fear on this account, for if the priest was not an absolute idiot, he must see that the woman had been poisoned. Next morning, I went to see the fair Ziralee, and I found her and her husband examining the watch he had bought her. He came up to me, took my hand, and said he was happy that his wife had the power to keep me at Aix. I replied that it was an easy task for her, and a bravo was all he answered. The Chevalier was one of those men who prefer to pass for good-natured than foolish husbands. His wife took my arm, and we left him in his room while we proceeded to the fountain. On the way she said she would be alone the next day, and that she would no longer indulge her curiosity in my nocturnal excursions. "Oh, it is you who have had me followed, is it?" "No, it is I who followed you, but to no effect. However, I did not think you were so wicked. You frightened me dreadfully. Do you know, sir, you might have killed me if your shot had not luckily missed." "I missed on purpose, dearest. For though I did not suspect that it was you, I fired in the air, feeling certain that that would be enough to scare off the spies. You won't be troubled with them any more. If they like to follow me, perhaps I shall let them, for my walk is quite innocent. I am always back by 10. While we were at table, we saw a traveling carriage and 6 horses drawn up. It was the Marquis de Pry, with a Chevalier de St. Louis and 2 charming ladies, of whom one, as the Zirali hastened to inform me, was the Marquis's mistress. 4 places were laid, and while the newcomers were waiting to be served, they were told the story of my bet with the Englishman. The Marquis congratulated me, telling me that he had not hoped to find me at Aix on his return, and here Madame Zirali put in her word, and said that if it had not been for her he would not have seen me again. I was getting used to her foolish talk, and I could only agree with a good grace, which seemed to delight her intensely although her husband was present, but he seemed to share her triumph. The Marquis said that he would make a little bank for me, and feeling obliged to accept, I soon lost 100 louis. I went to my room to write some letters, and at twilight I set out to see my nun. "What news have you?" "The lay sister is dead, and she is to be buried tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day we were to have returned to the convent. This is the letter I am sending to the abbess. She will dispatch another lay sister, unless she orders the countrywoman to bring me back to the convent." "What did the priest say?" "He said the lay sister died of a cerebral lethargy, which superinduced an attack of apoplexy." "Very good, very good. I want him to say 15 masses for her, if you will let me." "Certainly, my dear, they will serve as the priest's reward, or rather as the reward of his happy ignorance." I called the peasant woman, and gave her the order to have the masses said, and bade her tell the priest that the masses were to be said for the intention of the person who paid for them. She told me that the aspect of the dead sister was dreadful, and that she had to be guarded by 2 women who sprinkled her with holy water, lest witches, under the form of cats, should come and tear her limb from limb. Far from laughing at her, I told her she was quite right, and asked where she had got the laudanum. "I got it from a worthy midwife, an old friend of mine. We got it to send the poor lay sister to sleep when the pains of childbirth should come on." "When you put the child at the hospital door, were you recognized?" "Nobody saw me as I put it into the box, and I wrote a note to say the child had not been baptized." "Who wrote the note?" "I did." "You will, of course, see that the funeral is properly carried out. It will only cost 6 francs, and the parson will take that from 2 louis which were found on the deceased. The rest will do for masses to atone for her having had the money." "What, ought she not to have had the 2 louis?" "No," said the nun. "We are forbidden to have any money without the knowledge of the abbess, under pain of excommunication." "What did they give you to come here?" 10 Savoy sols a day. But now I live like a princess, as you shall see at supper, for though this worthy woman knows the money you gave her is for herself, she lavishes it on me. She knows, dear sister, that such is my intention, and here is some more to go on with." So saying, I took another 10 louis from my purse, and bade the countrywoman spare nothing for the invalid's comfort. I enjoyed the worthy woman's happiness. She kissed my hands, and told me that I had made her fortune, and that she could buy some cows now. As soon as I was alone with the charming nun, whose face recalled to my memory the happy hours I had passed with M.M., my imagination began to kindle, and drawing close to her eye began to talk of her seducer, telling her I was surprised that he had not helped her in the cruel position in which he had placed her. She replied that she was debarred from accepting any money by her vow of poverty and obedience, and that she had given up to the abbess what remained of the alms the bishop had procured her. As to my state when I was so fortunate as to meet you, I think he cannot have received my letter. Possibly, but is he a rich or handsome man? He is rich, but certainly not handsome. On the contrary, he is extremely ugly, deformed, and over 50. How did you become amorous of a fellow like that? I never loved him, but he contrived to gain my pity. I thought he would kill himself, and I promised to be in the garden on the night he appointed, But I only went there with the intention of bidding him begone, and he did so, but after he had carried his evil designs into effect. Did he use violence towards you then? No, for that would have been no use. He wept, threw himself on his knees, and begged so hard that I let him do what he liked on the condition that he would not kill himself, and that he would come no more to the garden. Had you no fear of consequences? I did not understand anything about it. I always thought that one could not conceive under 3 times at least. Unhappy ignorance, how many woes are caused by it? Then he did not ask you to give him any more assignations. He often asked me, but I would not grant his request because our confessor made me promise to withstand him thenceforth, if I wished to be absolved. Did you tell him the name of the seducer? Certainly not. The good confessor would not have allowed me to do so. It would have been a great sin. Did you tell your confessor the state you were in? No, but he must have guessed it. He is a good old man who doubtless prayed to God for me, and my meeting you was, perhaps, the answer to his prayers. I was deeply moved, and for a quarter of an hour I was silent and absorbed in my thoughts. I saw that this interesting girl's misfortune proceeded from her ignorance, her candor, her perfect innocence, and a foolish feeling of pity, which made her grant this monster of lubricity a thing of which she thought little because she had never been in love. She was religious, but from mere habit and not from reflection, and her religion was consequently very weak. She abhorred sin, because she was obliged to purge herself of it by confession under pain of everlasting damnation, and she did not want to be damned. She had plenty of natural common sense, little wit, for the cultivation of which she had no opportunities, and she was in a state of ignorance only pardonable in a nun. On weighing these facts, I foresaw that I should find it a difficult task to gain those favors which she had granted to Coudert. Her repentance had been too bitter for her to expose herself to the same danger over again. The peasant woman returned, laid the table for 2, and brought us our supper. Everything was new napkins, plates, glasses, spoons, knives, etc., and everything was exquisitely clean. The wines were excellent, and the dishes delightful in their simplicity. We had roast game, fish, cheese with cream, and very good fruit. I spent an hour and a half at supper, and drank 2 bottles of wine as I talked to the nun, who ate very little. I was in the highest spirits, and the woman, delighted with my praise of her provision, promised I should be served the same way every evening. When I was alone with the nun, whose face filled me with such burning recollections, I began to speak of her health, and especially of the inconveniences attached to childbirth. She said she felt quite well, and would be able to return to Chambéry on foot. The only thing that troubles me is my breasts, but the woman assures me that the milk will recede tomorrow, and that they will then assume their usual shape. Allow me to examine them, I know something about it. Look. She uncovered her bosom, not thinking it would give me any pleasure, but wishing to be polite, without supposing I had any concealed desires. I passed my hands over 2 spheres whose perfect shape and whiteness would have restored Lazarus to life. I took care not to offend her modesty, but in the coolest manner possible asked her how she felt a little lower down, and as I put the question, I softly extended my hand. However, she kept it back gently, telling me not to go any further as she still felt a little uneasy. I begged her pardon, and said I hoped I should find everything quite right by the next day. The beauty of your bosom, I added, makes me take a still greater interest in you. So saying, I let my mouth meet hers, and I felt a kiss escape as if involuntarily from her lips. It ran like fire through my veins, my brain began to whirl, and I saw that unless I took to a speedy flight, I should lose all her confidence. I therefore left her, calling her dear daughter as I bade her farewell. It poured with rain, and I got soaked through before I reached my lodging. This was a bath well fitted to diminish the ardor of my passion, but it made me very late in rising the next morning. I took out the 2 portraits of M.M., one in a nun's dress and the other nude, as Venus. I felt sure they would be of service to me with the nun. I did not find the fair Zirali in her room, so I went to the fountain, where she reproached me with a tenderness I assessed at its proper value, and our quarrel was made up in the course of our walk. When dinner was over, the Marquis, the Pry made a bank, but as he only put down 100 louis, I guessed that he wanted to win a lot and lose a little. I put down also 100 louis, and he said that it would be better sport if I did not stake my money on one card only. I replied that I would stake a louis on each of the 13. You will lose. We will see. Here is my hand on the table, and I stake a louis on each of the 13 cards. According to the laws of probability, I should certainly have lost, but fate decided otherwise, and I won 80 louis. At 8 o'clock, I bowed to the company, and I went as usual to the place where my new love dwelt. I found the invalid ravishing. She said she had had a little fever, which the countrywoman pronounced to be milk fever, and that she would be quite well and ready to get up by the next day. As I stretched out my hand to lift the coverlet, she seized it and covered it with kisses, telling me that she felt as if she must give me that mark of her filial affection. She was 21, and I was 35. A nice daughter for a man like me. My feelings for her were not at all of a fatherly character. Nevertheless, I told her that her confidence in me, as shewn by her seeing me in bed, increased my affection for her, and that I should be grieved if I found her dressed in her nun's clothes next day. Then I will stop in bed, said she, and indeed I shall be very glad to do so, as I experience great discomfort from the heat of my woolen habit, but I think I should please you more if I were decently dressed. However, as you like it better, I will stop in bed. The countrywoman came in at that moment, and gave her the abbess' letter which her nephew had just brought from Chambery. She read it and gave it to me. The abbess told her that she would send 2 lay sisters to bring her back to the convent, and that as she had recovered her health she could come on foot, and thus save money which could be spent in better ways. She added that as the bishop was away, and she was unable to send the lay sisters without his permission, they could not start for a week or 10 days. She ordered her, under pain of the major excommunication, never to leave her room, never to speak to any man, not even to the master of the house, and to have nothing to do with anybody except with the woman. She ended by saying that she was going to have a mass said for the repose of the departed sister's soul. I am obliged to you for having shewn me this letter, but be pleased to tell me if I may visit you for the next week or 10 days, without doing hurt to your conscience, for I must tell you I am a man. I have only stopped in this place because of the lively interest with which you have inspired me, but if you have the least objection to receive me on account of the singular excommunication with which you are threatened, I will leave Aix tomorrow. Speak. Sir, our abbess is lavish of these thunders, and I have already incurred the excommunication with which she threatens me, but I hope it will not be ratified by God, as my fault has made me happy and not miserable. I will be sincere with you. Your visits are my only joy, and that joy is doubled when you tell me you like to come. But if you can answer my question without a breach of confidence, I should like to know for whom you took me the first time you saw me. You cannot imagine how you astonished and frightened me. I have never felt such kisses as those you lavished on me, but they cannot increase my sin as I was not a consenting party, and you told me yourself that you thought you were kissing another. I will satisfy your curiosity. I think I can do so as you are aware by this time that the flesh is weak, or rather stronger than the spirit, and that it compels the strongest intellects to commit faults against right reason. You shall hear the history of an amour that lasted for 2 years with the fairest and the best of all the nuns of Venice. Tell me all, sir. I have fallen myself, and I should be cruel and unjust if I were to take offense at anything you may tell me, for you cannot have done anything with her that Coudert did not do to me. I did much more and much less, for I never gave her a child. If I had been so unfortunate, I should have carried her off to Rome, where we should have fallen at the feet of the Holy Father, who would have absolved her from her vows, and my dear M.M. would now be my wife. Good heavens, M.M. is my name. This circumstance, which was really a mere coincidence, rendered our meeting still more wonderful, and astonished me as much as it did her. Chance is a curious and fickle element, but it often has the greatest influence on our lives. After a brief silence, I told her all that had taken place between the fair Venetian and myself. I painted our amorous combats in a lively and natural manner, for, besides my recollections, I had her living picture before my eyes, and I could follow on her features the various emotions aroused by my recital. When I had finished, she said, "But is your M.M. really so like me, that you mistook me for her?" Drawing from my pocketbook the portrait in which M.M. was dressed as a nun, I gave it to her, saying, "Judge for yourself. She really is, it might pass for my portrait. It is my dress and my face, it is wonderful. To this likeness I owe all my good fortune. Thanks be to God that you do not love me as you loved her, whom I am glad to call my sister. There are indeed two MMS. Mighty Providence, all thy least ways are wonderful, and we are at best poor, weak, ignorant mortals. The worthy countrywoman came up, and have us a still better supper than on the previous night. The invalid only ate soup, but she promised to do better by the following evening. I spent an hour with her after supper, and I convinced her by my reserve that she had made a mistake in thinking that I only loved her as a daughter. Of her own accord, she showed me that her breast had regained its usual condition. I assured myself of the fact by my sense of touch, to which she made no opposition, not thinking that I could be moved by such a trifle. All the kisses which I lavished on her lips and eyes she put down to the friendship for her. She said, smiling, that she thanked God she was not fair like her sister, and I smiled myself at her simplicity. But I could not keep up this sort of thing for long, and I had to be extremely careful. As soon as I felt that passion was getting the upper hand, I gave her a farewell kiss and went away. When I got home, Leduc gave me a note from Madame Zierelli, who said she would expect me at the fountain, as she was going to breakfast with the Marquis's mistress. I slept well, but in my dreams I saw again and again the face of the new M.M. Next day, as soon as I got to the fountain, Madame Zierelli told me that all the company maintained that I ought to have lost in playing on 13 cards at once, as it was not true that one card won 4 times in each deal. However, the Marquis, though he agreed with the rest, had said that he would not let me play like that again. I have only one objection to make to that, namely, that if I wanted to play in the same way again, he could only prevent me by fighting for it. His mistress swears she will make you play in the usual way. I smiled and thanked her for her information. When I got back to the inn, I played a game of quins with the Marquis and lost 50 louis. Afterwards, I let myself be persuaded to hold a bank. I put down 500 louis and defied fortune. Desarmeses was my croupier, and I warned the company that every card must have the stake placed on it, and that I should rise at 7:30. I was seated between 2 ladies. I put the 500 louis on the board, and I got change from the innkeeper to the amount of 100 crowns to amuse the ladies with. But something happened. All the cards before me were loose packs, and I called for new ones. The innkeeper said he had sent to Chambery for 100 packs, and that the messenger would be back soon. In the meanwhile, said he, you can use the cards on the table, which are as good as new. I want them new, not as good as new. I have my prejudices, and they are so strong as to be invincible. In the meanwhile, I shall remain a spectator, though I am sorry to keep the ladies waiting. Nobody dared say a word, and I rose after replacing my money in my cash box. The Marquis de Pry took the bank and played splendidly. I stood beside Madame Zierelli, who made me her partner, and gave me 5 or 6 louis the next day. The messenger who was to be back soon did not return till midnight, and I thanked my stars for the escape I had had, for in such a place, full of professional gamesters, there are people whose eyes are considerably sharper than a lynx's. I put the money back in my room, and proceeded on my usual way. I found my fair nun in bed, and asked her, "How do you feel today, madam?" "Say, daughter, that name is so sweet to me, that I would you were my father, that I might clasp you in my arms without fearing anyone." "Well, my dear daughter, do not fear anything, but open your arms to me." "I will, we will embrace one another." "My little ones are prettier than they were yesterday, let me suck them." "You silly papa, you are drinking your daughter's milk." "It is so sweet, darling, and the little drop I tasted has made me feel so happy. You cannot be angry at my enjoying this harmless privilege." "Of course I am not angry, you delighted me, but I shall have to call you baby, not papa. How glad I am to find you in better spirits tonight. You have given me back my happiness, and I feel at peace once more. The countrywoman told me that in a few days I should be just the same as if I had never seen Coudert. That is not quite true. How about your stomach, for instance?" "Be quiet, you can't know anything about such things, and I am quite astonished myself." "Let me see." "Oh no, you mustn't see, but you may feel." "All right." "Oh, please don't go there." "Why not? You can't be made differently from your sister, who would be now about 30. I want to show you her portrait naked." "Have you got it with you? I should so like to see it." I drew it out and gave it to her. She admired it, kissed it, and asked me if the painter had followed nature in all respects. Certainly, said I, she knew that such a picture would give me pleasure. It is very fine. It is more like me than the other picture. But I suppose the long hair is only put in to please you. Not at all. Italian nuns are allowed to wear their hair as long as they please, provided they do not show it. We have the same privilege. Our hair is cut once, and then we may let it grow as long as we like. Then you have long hair. As long as in the picture, but you would not like my hair as it is black. Why, black is my favorite color. In the name of God, let me see it. You ask me in God's name to commit a sin, I shall incur another excommunication, but I cannot refuse you anything. You shall see my hair after supper, as I don't want to scandalize the countrywoman. You are right, I think you are the sweetest of your sex. I shall die of grief when you leave this cottage to return to your sad prison. I must indeed return and do penance for my sins. I hope you have the wit to laugh at the abbess's silly excommunications. I begin not to dread them so much as I used to. I am delighted to hear it, as I see you will make me perfectly happy after supper. The countrywoman came up, and I gave her another 10 louis, but it suddenly dawned upon me that she took me for a madman. To disabuse her of this idea, I told her that I was very rich, and that I wanted to make her understand that I could not give her enough to testify my gratitude to her for the care she had taken of the good nun. She wept, kissed my hand, and served us a delicious supper. The nun ate well and drank indifferently, but I was in too great a hurry to see the beautiful black hair of this victim to her goodness of heart, and I could not follow her example. The one appetite drove out the other. As soon as we were relieved of the countrywoman's presence, she removed her hood and let a mass of ebon hair fall upon her alabaster shoulders, making a truly ravishing contrast. She put the portrait before her and proceeded to arrange her hair like the first MM. You are handsomer than your sister, said I, but I think she was more affectionate than you. She may have been more affectionate, but she had not a better heart. She was much more amorous than you. I dare say I have never been in love. That is strange. How about your nature and the impulse of the senses? We arrange all that easily at the convent. We accuse ourselves to the confessor, for we know it is a sin, but he treats it as a childish fault and absolves us without imposing any penances. He knows human nature and makes allowances for your sad position. He is an old man, very learned and of ascetic habits, but he is all indulgence. It will be a sad day when we lose him. But in your amorous combats with another nun, don't you feel as if you would like her to change into a man? You make me laugh. To be sure, if my sweetheart became a man I should not be sorry, but we do not desire such a miracle. That is, perhaps, through a coldness of temperament. In that your sister was better, for she liked me much more than CC, and you do not like me as well as the sweetheart you left behind you at the convent. Certainly not, for with you I should violate my own chastity and expose myself to consequences I tremble to think of. You do not love me then. What are you saying? I adore you, and I am very sorry you are not a woman. I love you too, but your desire makes me laugh, for I would rather not be turned into a woman to please you, especially as I expect I should not think you nearly as beautiful. Sit down, my dear, and let me see your fine hair flowing over your beautiful body. Do you want me to take off my chemise? Of course, how handsome you look without it. Let me suck your pretty breasts, as I am your baby. She granted me this privilege, and looking at me with a face full of pleasure, she allowed me to press her naked body to my breast, not seeing, or pretending not to see, the acuteness of my enjoyment. She then said, "If such delights as these were allowed friendship, I should say it is better than love, for I have never experienced so great pleasure as when you put your lips to my bosom. Let me do the same to you. I wish you could, but you will find nothing there. Never mind, it will amuse us." After she had fulfilled her desire, we spent a quarter of an hour in mutual embraces, and my excitement was more than I could bear. "Tell me truly," said I, "amidst our kisses, amidst these ecstasies which we call childlike, do you not feel a desire for something more?" "I confess that I do, but such desires are sinful, and as I am sure that your passions are as high as mine, I think we had better stop our agreeable employment. For, Papa dear, our friendship is becoming burning love, is it not?" Yes, love, and love that cannot be overcome. I know it. If you know it, let us perform to love the sweetest of all sacrifices. No, no, on the contrary, let us stop and be more prudent in the future, lest we become the victims of love. If you love me, you should say so too. With these words, she slipped gently from my arms, put back her beautiful hair under her cap, and when I had helped her on with her chemise, the coarseness of which horrified me, I told her she might calm herself. I told her how sorry I felt to see her delicate body frayed by so coarse a stuff, and she told me it was of the usual material, and that all the nuns wore chemises of the same kind. My mind was in a state of consternation, for the constraint I had imposed on myself seemed much greater than the utmost pleasure I could have gained. I neither determined on persevering in nor on abandoning the pursuit. All I wanted was to be sure that I should not encounter the least resistance. A folded rose leaf spoilt the repose of the famous Sminderides, who loved a soft bed. I preferred, therefore, to go away than to risk finding the rose leaf which troubled the voluptuous Sybarite. I left the cottage in love and unhappy, and as I did not go to bed till 2 o'clock in the morning, I slept till midday. When I woke up, Leduc gave me a note which he should have given me the night before. He had forgotten it, and I was not sorry. The note came from Madame Zierali, who said she would expect me at 9 o'clock in the morning, as she would be alone. She told me that she was going to give a supper party, that she was sure I would come, and that as she was leaving Aix directly after, she counted on my coming too, at any rate as far as Chambery. Although I still liked her, her pretensions made me laugh. It was too late now to be with her at 9. I could not go to her supper party because of my fair nun, whom I would not have left just then for the seraglio of the Grand Turk. And it was impossible for me to accompany her to Chambery, as when I came back, I might no longer find the only object which kept me at Aix. However, as soon as I had finished dressing, I went to see her and found her furious. I excused myself by saying that I had only had her letter for an hour, but she went away without giving me time to tell her that I could not sup with her or go to Chambery with her. She scowled at me at table, and when the meal was over, the Marquis de Pry told me that they had some new cards, and that everybody was longing to see me make a bank. I went for my money, and I made a bank of 500 louis. At 7 o'clock, I had lost more than half that sum, but for all that I put the rest in my pocket and rose from the table. After a sad glance in the direction of Madame Zierali, I went to the cottage, where I found my angel in a large new bed, with a small but pretty bed beside it which was meant for me. I laughed at the incongruity of these pieces of furniture with our surroundings, but by way of thanking the thoughtful countrywoman, I drew 50 louis from my purse and gave them to her, telling her it was for the remainder of the time the lady was with her, and I told her to spend no more money in furniture. This was done in true gamester fashion. I had lost nearly 300 louis, but I had risked more than 500, and I looked on the difference as pure profit. If I had gained as much as I had lost, I should probably have contented myself with giving her 10 louis, but I fancied I was losing the 50 louis on a card. I have always liked spending money, but I have never been careless with it except in gaming. I was in an ecstasy to see the face of my M.M. light up with delight and astonishment. "You must be very rich," said she. "Don't think it, dearest, but I love you passionately, and not being able to give you anything by reason of your unfortunate vow of poverty, I lavish what I possess on this worthy woman to induce her to spare nothing for your comfort while you are here. Perhaps, too, though it is not a definite thought, I hope that it will make you love me more. How can I love you more than I do? The only thing that makes me unhappy is the idea of returning to the convent. But you told me yesterday that it was exactly that idea which made you happy. I have changed my mind since yesterday. I passed a cruel night, for as soon as I fell asleep I was in your arms, and I awoke again and again on the point of consummating the greatest of crimes. You did not go through such a struggle before committing the same crime with a man you did not love. It is exactly because I did not love him that my sin struck me as venial. Do you understand what I mean? It's a piece of superstitious metaphysics, but I understand you perfectly. You have made me happy, and I feel very grateful to you, and I feel glad and certain of conquering when I reflect that your situation is different to mine. I will not dispute it with you, although I am sorry for what you say. Why? Because you think yourself in duty bound to refuse caresses which would not hurt you, and which would give me new life and happiness. I have thought it over. Are you weeping? Yes, and what is more, these tears are dear to me. I do not understand. I have 2 favors to ask of you. Say on, and be sure you will obtain what you ask. Chapter 21. End of my adventure, with the nun from chambering my flight from Aix. Yesterday, said the charming nun, you left in my hands the 2 portraits of my Venetian sister. I want you to give them to me. They are yours. I thank you. My second favor is that you will be good enough to take my portrait in exchange. You shall have it tomorrow. I shall be delighted. It will be the most precious of all my jewels, but I wonder how you can ask me to take it as a favor, whereas you are doing me a favor I should never have dared to demand. How shall I make myself worthy of giving you my portrait? Ah, dearest, it would be a dear possession, but God preserve me from having it at the convent. I will get myself painted under the costume of St. Louis of Gonzaga, or St. Anthony of Padua. I shall be damned eternally. We will say no more about it. She had on a dimity corset, trimmed with red ribbon and a cambric chemise. I was surprised, but politeness did not allow me to ask where they came from, so I contented myself with staring at them. She guessed my thoughts and said, smilingly, that it was a present from the countrywoman. Seeing her fortune made, the worthy woman tries every possible way to convince her benefactor that she is grateful to him. Look at the bed. She was certainly thinking of you, and look at these fine materials. I confess I enjoy their softness extremely. I shall sleep better tonight if I am not plagued by those seductive dreams which tormented me last night. Do you think that the bed and the fine linen will deliver you from the dreams you fear? No doubt they will have a contrary effect, for softness irritates the passions. I shall leave everything with the good woman. I do not know what they would say if I took them with me to the convent. You are not so comfortable there. Oh no, a straw bed, a couple of blankets, and sometimes, as a great favor, a thin mattress and 2 coarse sheets. But you seem sad. You were so happy yesterday. How can I be happy when I can no longer toy with you, without making you unhappy? You should have said without giving me the greatest delight. Then will you consent to receive pleasure in return for that which you give me? But yours is innocent, and mine is not. What would you do, then, if mine and yours were the same? You might have made me wretched yesterday, for I could not have refused you anything. Why wretched? You would have had none of those dreams, but would have enjoyed a quiet night. I am very sorry the peasant woman has given you that corset, as otherwise I might at least have seen my little pets without fear of bad dreams. But you must not be angry with the good woman, for she knows that a corset is easy to unlace, and I cannot bear to see you sad. With these words, she turned her ardent gaze upon me, and I covered her with kisses which she returned with interest. The countrywoman came up to lay the pretty new table, just as I was taking off her corset without her offering the least resistance. This good omen put me in high spirits, but as I looked at her I saw a shadow passing across her face. I took care not to ask her the reason, for I guessed what was the matter, and I did not wish to discuss those vows which religion and honor should have made inviolable. To distract her mind from these thoughts, I made her eat by the example I set, and she drank the excellent claret with as much pleasure as I, not thinking that as she was not used to it it would put her in a frame of mind not favorable to continence. But she did not notice this, for her gaiety made her look prettier than before and aroused her passions. When we were alone, I congratulated her on her high spirits, telling her that my sadness had fled before her gaiety, and that the hours I could spend with her would be all too short. I should be blithe, said she, if it were only to please you. Then grant me the favor you accorded me yesterday evening. I would rather incur all the excommunications in the world than run the risk of appearing unjust to you. Take me. So saying, she took off her cap and let down her beautiful hair. I unlaced her corset, and in the twinkling of an eye I had before me such a siren as one sees on the canvas of Correggio. I could not look upon her long without covering her with my burning kisses, and, communicating my ardor, before long she made a place for me beside herself. I felt that there was no time for thinking, that nature had spoken out, and that love bade me seize the opportunity offered by that delicious weakness. I threw myself on her, and with my lips glued to hers I pressed her between my amorous arms, pending the moment of supreme bliss. But in the midst of these joys, she turned her head, closed her eyelids, and fell asleep. I moved away a little, the better to contemplate the treasures that love displayed before me. The nun slept, as I thought, but even if her sleep was feigned, should I be angry with her for the stratagem? Certainly not. True or feigned, the sleep of a loved one should always be respected by a delicate lover, although there are some pleasures he may allow himself. If the sleep is real, there is no harm done, and if it is put on the lover only responds to the lady's desires. All that is necessary is so to manage one's caresses that they are pleasant to the beloved object. But M.M. was really asleep. The claret had numbed her senses, and she had yielded to its influence without any ulterior motives. While I gazed at her, I saw that she was dreaming. Her lips uttered words of which I could not catch the meaning, but her voluptuous aspect told me of what she dreamt. I took off my clothes, and in 2 minutes I had clasped her fair body to mine, not caring much whether she slept on or whether I awoke her and brought our drama to a climax, which seemed inevitable. I was not long uncertain, for the instinctive movements she made, when she felt the minister that would fain accomplish the sacrifice at the door of the sanctuary, convinced me that her dream still lasted, and that I could not make her happier than by changing it into reality. I delicately moved away all obstacles, and gently and by degrees consummated this sweet robbery, and when at last I abandoned myself to all the force of passion, she awoke with a sigh of bliss, murmuring, "Ah, it is true then. Yes, my angel, are you happy?" For all reply, she drew me to her and fastened her lips on mine, and thus we awaited the dawn of day, exhausting all imaginable kinds of pleasure, exciting each other's desires, and only wishing to prolong our enjoyment. "Alas," said she, "I am happy now, but you must leave me till the evening. Let us talk of our happiness and enjoy it over again. Then you do not repent, having made me a happy man." "No, it is you who have made me happy. You are an angel from heaven. We loved, we crowned our love. I cannot have done aught to offend God. I am free from all my fears. We have obeyed nature and our destinies. Do you love me still? Can you ask me? I will show you tonight." I dressed myself as quickly as possible while we talked of our love, and I left her in bed, bidding her rest. It was quite light when I got home. Leduc had not gone to bed, and gave me a letter from the fair Zierali, telling me that it had been delivered at 11 o'clock. I had not gone to her supper, and I had not escorted her to Chambery. I had not had time to give her a moment's thought. I was sorry, but I could not do anything. I opened her letter, which consisted of only 6 lines, but they were pregnant ones. She advised me never to go to Turin, for if I went there she would find means to take vengeance on me for the dastardly affront I had put upon her. She reproached me with having put her to public shame, said I had dishonored her, and vowed she would never forgive me. I did not distress myself to any great extent. I tore up the friendly missive, and after I had had my hair done, I went to the fountain. Everybody flew at me for not having been at Madame Zierali's supper. I defended myself as best I could, but my excuses were rather tame, about which I did not trouble myself. I was told that all was known, and this amused me as I was aware that nothing was known. The Marquis's mistress took hold of my arm, and told me, without any circumlocution, that I had the reputation of being inconstant, and by way of reply I observed politely that I was wrongfully accused, but that if there was any ground for the remark it was because I had never served so sweet a lady as herself. She was flattered by my compliment, and I bit my lip when I heard her ask in the most gracious manner why I did not breakfast sometimes with the Marquis. "I was afraid of disturbing him," said I. "How do you mean?" "I should be interrupting him in his business." "He has no business, and he would be delighted to see you. Come tomorrow, he always breakfasts in my room." This lady was the widow of a gentleman of quality. She was young, undoubtedly pretty, and possessing in perfection the jargon of good society. Nevertheless, she did not attract me. After recently enjoying the fair Zierali, and finding my suit with the fair nun at the height of its prosperity, I was naturally hard to please, and in plain words I was perfectly contented with my situation. For all that, I had foolishly placed myself in such a position that I was obliged to give her to understand that she had delighted me by her preference. She asked the Marquis if she could return to the inn. "Yes," said he, but I have some business in hand and cannot come with you. Would you be kind enough to escort me? Said she to me. I bowed in assent. On the way she told me that if Madame Zirali were still there, she would not have dared to take my arm. I could only reply by equivocating, as I had no wish to embark in a fresh intrigue. However, I had no choice. I was obliged to accompany her to her room and sit down beside her, but as I had had no sleep the night before, I felt tired and began to yawn, which was not flattering for the lady. I excused myself to the best of my ability, telling her that I was ill, and she believed me or pretended to believe me. But I felt sleep stealing upon me, and I should have infallibly dropped off if it had not been for my hellebore, which kept me awake by making me sneeze. The Marquis came in, and after 1,000 compliments he proposed a game of quins. I begged him to excuse me, and the lady backed me up, saying I could not possibly play in the midst of such a sneezing fit. We went down to dinner, and afterwards I easily consented to make a bank, as I was vexed at my loss of the day before. As usual, I staked 500 louis, and about 7 o'clock, though 2/3 of the bank had gone, I announced the last deal. The Marquis and 2 other heavy gamesters then endeavored to break the bank, but fortune turned, and I not only got back my losses but won 300 louis besides. Thereupon I rose, promising the company to begin again next day. All the ladies had won, as Desarmeses had orders to let them play as they liked up to a certain limit. I locked up my money, and warning my faithful Spaniard that I should not be coming back, I went to my idol, having got wet through on the way, and being obliged to undress as soon as I arrived. The good woman of the house took care to dry my clothes. I found the fair nun dressed in her religious habit, and lying on the small bed. Why are you not in your own bed, dearest? Because I feel quite well again, my darling, and I wish to sup with you at table. We will go to bed afterwards, if that will give you any pleasure. It will give me pleasure if you share in my delight. Alas, I am undone, and I shall doubtless die when I have to leave you. Do not leave me, sweetheart. Come with me to Rome, and leave the matter in my hands. I will make you my wife, and we will live happily together ever after. That would be too great a bliss, but I could never make up my mind to it. Say no more about it. I was sure of spending a delicious night in the possession of all her charms, and we stayed an hour at table, seasoning the dishes with sweet converse. When we had done, the woman came up, gave her a packet, and went away again, wishing us good night. What does this packet contain, darling? It is the present I have got for you, my portrait, but you must not see it till I am in bed. I will indulge you in that fancy, although I am very curious to see the portrait. You will say I am right afterwards. I wanted to undress her myself, and she submitted like a lamb. When she was in bed, she opened the packet and showed me her portrait, naked, and very like the naked portrait of M.M. I praised the painter for the excellence of the copy he had made. Nothing was altered but the color of the hair and eyes. It isn't a copy, she said. There would not have been time. He only made the eyes and hair black, and the latter more abundant. Thus you have in it a portrait of the first and also of the second M.M., in whom you must forget the first. She has also vanished from the clothed portrait, for you see the nun has black eyes. I could show this picture to anyone as my portrait. You do not know how precious your present is to me. Tell me, dearest, how you succeeded in carrying out your plan so well. I told the countrywoman about it yesterday morning, and she said that she had a foster son at Annecy, who was a miniature painter. Through him, she sent the 2 miniatures to a more skillful painter at Geneva, who made the change you see for 4 or 5 louis. He was probably able to do it in 2 or 3 hours. I entrusted the 2 portraits to him, and you see how well he did his work. The woman has no doubt just received them, and tomorrow she may be able to tell you more about it. She is really a wonderful woman. I will indemnify her for the expense, but now tell me why you did not want me to see the portrait before you were in bed. Guess. Because I can now see you in the same posture as that in which you are represented. Exactly. It is an excellent idea, only love can have given it you, but you must wait till I am in the same state. When we were both in a state of nature, exactly like Adam and Eve before they tasted the fatal apple, I placed her in the position of the portrait, and guessing my intention from my face, she opened her arms for me to come to her. But I asked her to wait a moment, for I had a little packet too, which contained something she would like. I then drew from my pocketbook a little article of transparent skin, about 8 inches long, with one opening, which was ornamented with a red rosette. I gave her this preventive sheath, and she looked, admired, and laughed loudly, asking me if I had used such articles with her Venetian sister. I will put it on myself. You don't know how I shall enjoy it. Why didn't you use one last night? How could you have forgotten it? Well, I shall be very wretched if anything comes of it. What shall I do in 4 or 5 months when my condition becomes past doubt? Dearest, the only thing to do is not to think of it, for if the damage is done, there is no cure for it. But from my experience and knowledge of the laws of nature, I expect that our sweet combats of last night will probably have no troublesome consequences. It has been stated that after childbirth, a woman cannot conceive afresh without having seen something which I expect you have not seen. No, God be thanked. Good, then let us not give any thought to the dismal future, lest we lose our present bliss. I am quite comforted, but I can't understand why you are afraid today of what you were not afraid yesterday. My state is the same. The event has sometimes given the lie to the most eminent physicians. Nature, wiser than they, has exceptions to her rules. Let us not defy them for the future, but let us not trouble ourselves if we have defied them in the past. I like to hear you talk so sagely. Yes, we will be prudent whatever it costs. There you are, hooded like a mother abbess, but in spite of the fineness of the sheath I like the little fellow better quite naked. I think that this covering degrades us both. You are right, it does, but let us not dwell on these ideas, which will only spoil our pleasure. We will enjoy our pleasure directly. Let me be reasonable now, for I have never thought of these matters before. Love must have invented these little sheaths, but it must first have listened to the voice of prudence, and I do not like to see love and prudence allied. The correctness of your argument surprises me, but we will philosophize another time. Wait a minute. I have never seen a man before, and I have never wished to enjoy the sight as much as now. 10 months ago, I should have called that article an invention of the devil, but now I look upon the inventor as a benefactor, for if my wretched humpback had provided himself with such a sheath, he would not have exposed me to the danger of losing my honor and my life. But tell me, how is that the makers of these things remain unmolested? I wonder they are not found out, excommunicated, or heavily fined, or even punished corporeally if they are Jews as I expect. Dear me, the maker of this one must have measured you badly. Look, it is too large here and too small there, it makes you into a regular curve. What a stupid the fellow must be, he can't know his own trade. But what is that? You make me laugh, it's all your fault. You have been feeling and fondling, and you see the natural consequence. I knew it would be so. And you couldn't keep it back a minute. It is going on now. I am so sorry, it is a dreadful pity. There is not much harm done, so console yourself. How can I, you are quite dead, how can you laugh? At your charming simplicity. You shall see in a moment that your charms will give me new life, which I shall not lose so easily. Wonderful, I couldn't have believed it. I took off the sheath and gave her another, which pleased her better, as it seemed to fit me better, and she laughed for joy as she put it on. She knew nothing of these wonders. Her thoughts had been bound in chains, and she could not discover the truth before she knew me. But though she was scarcely out of Egypt, she showed all the eagerness of an inquiring and newly emancipated spirit. But how if the rubbing makes the sheath fall off? Said she. I explained to her that such an accident could scarcely happen, and also told her of what material the English made these articles. After all this talking, of which my ardor began to weary, we abandoned ourselves to love, then to sleep, then to love again, and so on alternately till daybreak. As I was leaving, the woman of the house told us that the painter had asked 4 louis, and that she had give 2 louis to her foster son. I gave her 12 and went home, where I slept till morn, without thinking of breakfasting with the Marquis de Pry, but I think I should have given him some notice of my inability to come. His mistress sulked with me all dinner time, but softened when I allowed myself to be persuaded into making a bank. However, I found she was playing for heavy stakes, and I had to check her once or twice, which made her so cross that she went to hide her ill temper in a corner of the hall. However, the Marquis won, and I was losing when the taciturn Duke of Rosebery, his tutor Smith, and 2 of his fellow countrymen arrived from Geneva. He came up to me and said, "How do you do?" And without another word, began to play, inviting his companions to follow his example. Seeing my bank in the last agony, I sent Leduc to my room for the cash box, whence I drew out 5 rolls of 100 louis each. The Marquis de Pry said, coolly, that he wouldn't mind being my partner, and in the same tone I begged to be excused. He continued punting without seeming to be offended at my refusal, and when I put down the cards and rose from the table he had won 200 louis. But all the others had lost, especially one of the Englishmen, so that I had made a profit of 1,000 louis. The Marquis asked me if I would give him chocolate in my room next morning, and I replied that I should be glad to see him. I replaced my cash box in my room and proceeded to the cottage, pleased with the day's work and feeling inclined to crown it with love. I found my fair friend looking somewhat sad, and on my inquiring the reason she told me that a nephew of the countrywoman, S., who had come from Chambéry that morning, had told her that he had heard from a lay sister of the same convent, whom he knew, that 2 sisters would start at daybreak in 2 days' time to fetch her. This sad news, she said, had made her tears flow fast. But the abbess said the sisters could not start before 10 days had expired. She must have changed her mind. Sorrow intrudes into our happy state. Will you be my wife? Will you follow me to Rome and receive absolution from your vows? You may be sure that I shall have a care for your happiness. Nay, I have lived long enough. Let me return to my tomb. After supper I told the good woman that if she could rely on her nephew, she would do well to send him at once to Chambéry with orders to return directly the lay sisters started, and to endeavor to reach Aix 2 hours before them. She told me that I might reckon on the young man's silence and on his carrying out my orders. I quieted in this way the charming nun's alarm and got into bed with her, feeling sad though amorous, and on the pretext that she required rest I left her at midnight, as I wanted to be at home in the morning since I had an engagement with the Marquis. In due course, he arrived with his mistress, 2 other ladies, and their husbands or lovers. I did not limit myself to giving them chocolate. My breakfast consisted of all the luxuries the place afforded. When I had got rid of my troublesome company, I told Leduc to shut my door and to tell everybody that I was ill in bed and could not see any visitors. I also warned him that I should be away for 2 days and that he must not leave my room a moment till I came back. Having made these arrangements, I slipped away unperceived and went to my mistress, resolved not to leave her till half an hour before the arrival of the lay sisters. When she saw me and heard that I was not going to leave her till she went away, she jumped for joy, and we conceived the idea of not having any dinner that we might enjoy our supper the better. "We will go to bed after supper," said she, "and will not get up till the messenger brings the fatal news that the lay sisters have started." I thought the idea an excellent one, and I called the woman of the house to tell her of our arrangements, and she promised to see that we were not disturbed. We did not find the time long, for 2 passionate lovers find plenty to talk about since their talk is of themselves. And besides our caresses, renewed again and again, there was something so mysterious and solemn in our situation that our souls and our senses were engaged the whole time. After a supper which would have pleased a Lucullus, we spent 12 hours in giving each other proofs of our passionate love, sleeping after our amorous struggles, and waking only to renew the fight. The next day we rose to refresh ourselves, and after a good dinner, washed down by some excellent Burgundy, we went to bed again. But at 4 the countrywoman came to tell us that the lay sisters would arrive about 6. We had nothing now to look for in the future, the die was cast, and we began our farewell caresses. I sealed the last with my blood. My first M.M. had seen it, and my second rightly saw it also. She was frightened, but I calmed her fears. I then rose, and taking a roll containing 50 louis I begged her to keep them for me, promising to come for them in 2 years, and take them from her hands through the grating of her terrible prison. She spent the last quarter of an hour in tears, and mine were only restrained lest I should add to her grief. I cut off a piece of her fleece and a lock of her beautiful hair, promising her always to bear them next my heart. I left her, telling the countrywoman that she should see me again the next day, and I went to bed as soon as I got home. Next morning, I was on the way to Chambéry. At a quarter of a league's distance from Aix, I saw my angel slowly walking along. As soon as the lay sisters were near enough, they asked an alms in the name of God. I gave them a louis, but my saint did not look at me. With a broken heart, I went to the good countrywoman, who told me that MM had gone at daybreak, bidding her to remind me of the convent grating. I kissed the worthy woman, and I gave her nephew all the loose silver I had about me, and returning to the inn I had my luggage put onto the carriage, and would have started that moment if I had had any horses. But I had 2 hours to wait, and I went and bade the Marquis farewell. He was out, but his mistress was in the room by herself. On my telling her of my departure, she said, "Don't go, stay with me a couple of days longer. I feel the honor you are conferring on me, but business of the greatest importance obliges me to be gone forthwith." "Impossible," said the lady, as she went to a glass the better to lace herself, showing me a superb breast. I saw her design, but I determined to balk her. She then put one foot upon a couch to retie her garter, and when she put up the other foot, I saw beauties more enticing than Eve's apple. It was nearly all up with me when the Marquis came in. He proposed a little game of quins, and his mistress asked me to be her partner. I could not escape. She sat next to me, and I had lost 40 louis by dinner time. "I owe you 20, said the lady, as we were going down. At dessert, Le Duc came to tell me that my carriage was at the door, and I got up. But under the pretense of paying me the 20 louis, the Marquis's mistress made me come with her to her room. When we were there, she addressed me in a serious and supplicating voice, telling me that if I went she would be dishonored, as everybody knew that she had engaged to make me stay. "Do I look worthy of contempt?" said she, making me sit down upon the sofa. Then, with a repetition of her tactics in the morning, she contrived that I should see everything. Excited by her charms, I praised her beauties, I kissed, I touched. She let herself fall on me, and looked radiant when her vagrant hand found palpable proof of her powers of attraction. "I promise to be yours tomorrow, wait till then." Not knowing how to refuse, I said I would keep her to her word, and would have my horses taken out. Just then the Marquis came in, saying he would give me my revenge, and without answering I went downstairs as if to come back again, but I ran out of the inn, got into my carriage, and drove off, promising a good fee to the postilion if he would put his horses at a gallop. Volume 4 Adventures in the South. Episode 16 Depart Switzerland. Chapter 1 The Doorkeeper's Daughters. The Horoscopes Deal, Roman. The idea of the sorry plight in which I had left the Marquis de Pry, his mistress, and perhaps all the company, who had undoubtedly coveted the contents of my cash-box, amused me till I reached Chambéry, where I only stopped to change horses. When I reached Grenoble, where I intended to stay a week, I did not find my lodging to my liking, and went in my carriage to the post office, where I found several letters, amongst others, one from Madame Durf, enclosing a letter of introduction to an officer named Valenglard, who, she told me, was a learned man, and would present me at all the best houses in the town. I called on this officer, and received a cordial welcome. After reading Madame Durf's letter, he said he was ready to be useful to me in anything I pleased. He was an amiable, middle-aged man, and 15 years before had been Madame Durf's friend, and in a much more intimate degree the friend of her daughter, the Princess de Taudeville. I told him that I was uncomfortable at the inn, and that the first service I would ask of him would be to procure me a comfortable lodging. He rubbed his head and said, "I think I can get you rooms in a beautiful house, but it is outside the town walls. The doorkeeper is an excellent cook, and for the sake of doing your cooking I am sure he will lodge you for nothing." "I don't wish that," said I. "Don't be afraid," said the Baron. "He will make it up by means of his dishes, and besides, the house is for sale and cost him nothing. Come and see it." I took a suite of 3 rooms and ordered supper for 2, warning the man that I was dainty, liked good things, and did not care for the cost. I also begged M. de Valenglard to sup with me. The doorkeeper said that if I was not pleased with his cooking I had only to say so, and in that case I should have nothing to pay. I sent for my carriage, and felt that I had established myself in my new abode. On the ground floor, I saw 3 charming girls and the doorkeeper's wife, who all bowed profoundly. M. de Valenglard took me to a concert with the idea of introducing me to everybody, but I begged him not to do so, as I wished to see the ladies before deciding which of them I should like to know. The company was a numerous one, especially where women were concerned, but the only one to attract my attention was a pretty and modest-looking brunette, whose fine figure was dressed with great simplicity. Her charming eyes, after having thrown one glance in my direction, obstinately refused to look at me again. My vanity made me conclude at once that she behaved thus only to increase my desire of knowing her, and to give me plenty of time to examine her side face and her figure, the proportions of which were not concealed by her simple attire. Success begets assurance, and the wish is father to the thought. I cast a hungry gaze on this young lady without more ado, just as if all the women in Europe were only a seraglio kept for my pleasures. I told the Baron I should like to know her. "She is a good girl," said he, "who sees no company and is quite poor. Those are 3 reasons which make me the more anxious to know her. You will really find nothing to do in that quarter." "Very good. There is her aunt. I will introduce you to her as we leave the concert room." After doing me this service, he came to sup with me. The doorkeeper and cook struck me as being very like Lebel. He made his 2 pretty daughters wait on me, and I saw that Valenglard was delighted at having lodged me to my satisfaction, but he grumbled when he saw 15 dishes. "He is making a fool of you and me," he said. "On the contrary, he has guessed my tastes. Don't you think everything was very good?" "I don't deny it, but—" "Don't be afraid, I love spending my money." "I beg your pardon, I only want you to be pleased." We had exquisite wines, and at dessert some ratafia superior to the Turkish visnat I had tasted 17 years before at Yusuf Ali's. When my landlord came up at the end of supper, I told him that he ought to be Louis Roman 15's head cook. "Go on as you have begun, and do better if you can, but let me have your bill every morning." "You are quite right. With such an arrangement one can tell how one is getting on. I should like you always to give me ices, and you must let me have 2 more lights. But unless I am mistaken, those are candles that I see. I am a Venetian, and accustomed to wax lights." "That is your servant's fault, sir." "How is that?" "Because, after eating a good supper, he went to bed, saying he was ill. Thus I heard nothing as to how you liked things done." "Very good, you shall learn from my own lips." "He asked my wife to make chocolate for you tomorrow morning. He gave her the chocolate. I will make it myself." When he had left the room, M. de Valenglard said, in a manner that was at the same time pleased and surprised, that Madame Derf had been apparently joking in telling him to spare me all expense. "It's her goodness of heart. I am obliged to her all the same. She is an excellent woman." We stayed at table till 11 o'clock, discussing innumerable pleasant topics, and animating our talk with that choice liqueur made at Grenoble, of which we drank a bottle. It is composed of the juice of cherries, brandy, sugar, and cinnamon, and cannot be surpassed, I am sure, by the nectar of Olympus. I sent home the Baron in my carriage, after thanking him for his services, and begging him to be my companion early and late, while I stayed at Grenoble, a request which he granted excepting for those days on which he was on duty. At supper, I had given him my bill of exchange on Zapata, which I endorsed with the name de Seingalt, which Madame Derf had given me. He discounted it for me next day. A banker brought me 400 louis, and I had 1,300 in my cash box. I always had a dread of penuriousness, and I delighted myself at the thought that M. de Valenglard would write and tell Madame Derf, who was always preaching economy to me, what he had seen. I escorted my guest to the carriage, and I was agreeably surprised when I got back to find the doorkeeper's 2 charming daughters. Leduc had not waited for me to tell him to find some pretext for not serving me. He knew my tastes, and that when there were pretty girls in a house, the less I saw of him the better I was pleased. The frank eagerness of the 2 girls to wait on me, their utter freedom from suspicion or coquetry, made me determine that I would show myself deserving of their trust. They took off my shoes and stockings, did my hair and put on my nightgown with perfect propriety on both sides. When I was in bed, I wished them a good night, and told them to shut the door and bring me my chocolate at 8 o'clock next morning. I could not help confessing that I was perfectly happy as I reflected over my present condition. I enjoyed perfect health, I was in the prime of life, I had no calls on me, I was thoroughly independent, I had a rich store of experience, plenty of money, plenty of luck, and I was a favorite with women. The pains and troubles I had gone through had been followed by so many days of happiness that I felt disposed to bless my destiny. Full of these agreeable thoughts, I fell asleep, and all the night my dreams were of happiness and of the pretty brunette who had played with me at the concert. I woke with thoughts of her, and feeling sure that we should become acquainted, I felt curious to know what success I should have with her. She was discreet and poor, and as I was discreet in my own way, she ought not to despise my friendship. At 8 o'clock, one of the doorkeeper's daughters brought me my chocolate and told me that Leduc had got the fever. "You must take care of the poor fellow. My cousin has just taken him some broth." "What is your name?" "My name is Rose, and my sister is Manon." Just then Manon came in with my shirt, on which she had put fresh lace. I thanked her, and she said with a blush that she did her father's hair very well. "I am delighted to hear it, and I shall be very pleased if you will be kind enough to do the same offices for me till my servant recovers." "With pleasure, sir." "And I," said Rose, laughing, "will shave you." "I should like to see how you do it. Get the water." I rose hastily, while Manon was preparing to do my hair. Rose returned and shaved me admirably. As soon as she had washed off the lather, I said, "You must give me a kiss," presenting my cheek to her. She pretended not to understand. "I shall be vexed," said I, gravely but pleasantly, "if you refuse to kiss me." She begged to be excused, saying with a little smile that it was not customary to do so at Grenoble. "Well, if you won't kiss me, you shan't shave me." The father came in at that point, bringing his bill. "Your daughter has just shaved me admirably," said I, "and she refuses to kiss me because it is not the custom at Grenoble." "You little silly," said he, "it is the custom in Paris. You kiss me fast enough after you have shaved me, why should you be less polite to this gentleman?" She then kissed me with an air of submission to the paternal decree, which made Manon laugh. "Ah," said the father, "your turn will come when you have finished doing the gentleman's hair." He was a cunning fellow, who knew the best way to prevent me cheapening him, but there was no need, as I thought his charges reasonable, and as I paid him in full, he went off in great glee. Manon did my hair as well as my dear Dubois, and kissed me when she had done without making as many difficulties as Rose. I thought I should get on well with both of them. They went downstairs when the banker was announced. He was quite a young man, and after he had counted me out 400 louis, he observed that I must be very comfortable. "Certainly," said I, "the two sisters are delightful." "Their cousin is better, they are too discreet." "I suppose they are well off." "The father has 2,000 francs a year. They will be able to marry well-to-do tradesmen." I was curious to see the cousin who was said to be prettier than the sisters, and as soon as the banker had gone, I went downstairs to satisfy my curiosity. I met the father and asked him which was Leduc's room, and thereon I went to see my fine fellow. I found him sitting up in a comfortable bed with a rubicund face which did not look as if he were dangerously ill. "What is the matter with you?" "Nothing, sir, I am having a fine time of it. Yesterday I thought I would be ill." "What made you think that?" "The sight of the three Graces here, who are made of better stuff than your handsome housekeeper, who would not let me kiss her. They are making me wait too long for my broth, however. I shall have to speak severely about it." "Leduc, you are a rascal. Do you want me to get well?" "I want you to put a stop to this farce, as I don't like it." Just then the door opened, and the cousin came in with the broth. I thought her ravishing, and I noticed that in waiting on Leduc she had an imperious little air which well became her. "I shall dine in bed," said my Spaniard. "You shall be attended to," said the pretty girl, and she went out. "She puts on big airs," said Leduc, "but that does not impose on me. Don't you think she is very pretty?" "I think you are very impudent. You ape your betters, and I don't approve of it. Get up. You must wait on me at table, and afterwards you will eat your dinner by yourself, and try to get yourself respected as an honest man always is, whatever his condition, so long as he does not forget himself. You must not stay any longer in this room. The doorkeeper will give you another." I went out, and on meeting the fair cousin I told her that I was jealous of the honor which she had done my man, and that I begged her to wait on him no longer. "Oh, I am very glad." The doorkeeper came up, and I gave him my orders, and went back to my room to write. Before dinner, the Baron came and told me that he had just come from the lady to whom he had introduced me. She was the wife of a barrister named Morin, and aunt to the young lady who had so interested me. "I have been talking of you," said the Baron, "and of the impression her niece made on you. She promised to send for her and to keep her at the house all day. After a dinner as good as the supper of the night before, though different from it in its details, and appetizing enough to awaken the dead, we went to see Madame Morin, who received us with the easy grace of a Parisian lady. She introduced me to 7 children, of whom she was the mother. Her eldest daughter, an ordinary-looking girl, was 12 years old, but I should have taken her to be 14, and said so. To convince me of her age, the mother brought a book in which the year, the month, the day, the hour, and even the minute of her birth were entered. I was astonished at such minute accuracy, and asked if she had had a horoscope drawn. "No," said she, "I have never found anybody to do it." "It is never too late," I replied, "and without doubt God has willed that this pleasure should be reserved for me." At this moment M. Morin came in, his wife introduced me, and after the customary compliments had passed, she returned to the subject of the horoscope. The barrister sensibly observed that if judicial astrology was not wholly false, it was, nevertheless, a suspected science, that he had been so foolish as once to devote a considerable portion of his time to it, but that on recognizing the inability of man to deal with the future he had abandoned astrology, contenting himself with the veritable truths of astronomy. I saw with pleasure that I had to deal with a man of sense and education, but Vaillanglard, who was a believer in astrology, began an argument with him on the subject. During their discussion, I quietly copied out on my tablets the date of M. Deal, Morin's birth. But M. Morin saw what I was about and shook his head at me with a smile. I understood what he meant, but I did not allow that to disconcert me, as I had made up my mind fully 5 minutes ago that I would play the astrologer on this occasion. At last the fair niece arrived. Her aunt introduced me to her as M. Deal, Roman Coupier, her sister's daughter, and then, turning to her, she informed her how ardently I had been longing to know her since I had seen her at the concert. She was then 17. Her satin skin by its dazzling whiteness displayed to greater advantage her magnificent black hair. Her features were perfectly regular, and her complexion had a slight tinge of red. Her fine eyes were at once sweet and sparkling, her eyebrows were well arched, her mouth small, her teeth regular and as white as pearls, and her lips, of an exquisite rosy hue, afforded a seat to the deities of grace and modesty. After some moments' conversation, M. Morin was obliged to go out on business, and a game of quadrille was proposed, at which I was greatly pitied for having lost a louis. I thought M. Deal, Roman discreet, judicious, pleasant without being brilliant, and still better without any pretensions. She was high-spirited, even-tempered, and had a natural art which did not allow her to seem to understand too flattering a compliment or a joke which passed in any way the bounds of propriety. She was neatly dressed, but had no ornaments and nothing which showed wealth, neither earrings, rings, nor a watch. One might have said that her beauty was her only adornment, the only ornament she wore being a small gold cross hanging from her necklace of black ribbon. Her breast was well-shaped and not too large. Fashion and custom made her show half of it as innocently as she showed her plump white hand, or her cheeks, whereon the lily and the rose were wedded. I looked at her features to see if I might hope at all, but I was completely puzzled and could come to no conclusion. She gave no sign which made me hope, but on the other hand she did nothing to make me despair. She was so natural and so reserved that my sagacity was completely at fault. Nevertheless, a liberty which I took at supper gave me a gleam of hope. Her napkin fell down, and in returning it to her eye pressed her thigh amorously, and could not detect the slightest displeasure on her features. Content with so much, I begged everybody to come to dinner with me next day, telling Madame Morin that I should not be going out, and that I was therefore delighted to put my carriage at her service. When I had taken Vaillanglard home, I went to my lodging building castles in Spain as to the conquest of M. Deal, Roman. I warned my landlord that we should be 6 at dinner and supper the following day, and then I went to bed. As Leduc was undressing me, he said, "Sir, you are punishing me, but what makes me sorry you are punishing yourself in depriving yourself of the services of those pretty girls. You are a rogue. I know it, but I serve you with all my heart, and I love your pleasure as well as my own. You plead well for yourself. I am afraid I have spoilt you. Shall I do your hair tomorrow? No, you may go out every day till dinner time. I shall be certain to catch it. Then I shall send you to the hospital. That is a fine prospect, por Dios. He was impudent, sly, profligate, and a rascally fellow, but also obedient, devoted, discreet, and faithful, and his good qualities made me overlook his defects. Next morning, when Rose brought my chocolate, she told me with a laugh that my man had sent for a carriage, and after dressing himself in the height of fashion, he had gone off with his sword at his side, to pay calls, as he said. We laughed at him. You were quite right, my dear Rose. As I spoke, Manon came in under some pretext or other. I saw that the two sisters had an understanding never to be alone with me. I was displeased, but pretended not to notice anything. I got up, and I had scarcely put on my dressing gown when the cousin came in with a packet under her arm. I am delighted to see you, and above all to look at your smiling face, for I thought you much too serious yesterday. That's because M. Leduc is a greater gentleman than you are. I should not have presumed to laugh in his presence, but I had my reward in seeing him start off this morning in his gilded coach. Did he see you laughing at him? Yes, unless he is blind. He will be vexed. All the better. You are really very charming. What have you got in that parcel? Some goods of our own manufacture. Look, they are embroidered gloves. They are beautiful, the embroidery is exquisitely done. How much for the lot? Are you a good hand at a bargain? Certainly. Then we must take that into account. After some whisperings together, the cousin took a pen, put down the numbers of gloves, added up and said, The lot will cost you 210 francs. There are 9 louis, give me 6 francs change. But you told us you would make a bargain. You were wrong to believe it. She blushed and gave me the 6 francs. Rose and Manon shaved me and did my hair, giving me a kiss with the best grace imaginable. And when I offered my cheek to the cousin, she kissed me on the mouth in a manner that told me she would be wholly mine on the first opportunity. Shall we have the pleasure of waiting on you at the table? Said Rose. I wish you would. But we should like to know who is coming to dinner first, as if it is officers from the garrison we dare not come, they make so free. My guests are Madame Morin, her husband, and her niece. Very good. The cousin said, M. Deal. Roman is the prettiest and the best girl in Grenoble, but she will find some difficulty in marrying as she has no money. She may meet some rich man who will think her goodness and her beauty worth 1,000,000 of money. There are not many men of that kind. No, but there are a few. Manon and the cousin went out, and I was left alone with Rose, who stayed to dress me. I attacked her, but she defended herself so resolutely that I desisted and promised it should not occur again. When she had finished, I gave her a louis, thanked her, and sent her away. As soon as I was alone, I locked the door and proceeded to concoct the horoscope I had promised to Madame Morin. I found it an easy task to fill 8 pages with learned folly, and I confined myself chiefly to declaring the events which had already happened to the native. I had deftly extracted some items of information in the course of conversation, and filling up the rest according to the laws of probability and dressing up the whole in astrological diction, I was pronounced to be a seer, and no doubts were cast on my skill. I did not indeed run much risk, for everything hung from an if, and in the judicious employment of ifs lies the secret of all astrology. I carefully reread the document and thought it admirable. I felt in the vein, and the use of the Kabbalah had made me an expert in this sort of thing. Just after noon, all my guests arrived, and at 1 we sat down to table. I have never seen a more sumptuous or more delicate repast. I saw that the cook was an artist more in need of restraint than encouragement. Madame Morin was very polite to the 3 girls, whom she knew well, and Leduc stood behind her chair all the time, looking after her wants, and dressed as richly as the king's chamberlain. When we had nearly finished dinner Deal. Roman passed a compliment on my 3 fair waiting maids, and this giving me occasion to speak of their talents, I got up and brought the gloves I had purchased from them. Deal. Roman praised the quality of the material and the work. I took the opportunity and begged leave of the aunt to give her and her niece a dozen pair apiece. I obtained this favor, and I then gave Madame Morin the horoscope. Her husband read it, and though an unbeliever, he was forced to admire, as all the deductions were taken naturally from the position of the heavenly bodies at the instant of his daughter's birth. We spent a couple of hours in talking about astrology, and the same time in playing at quadrille, and then we took a walk in the garden, where I was politely left to enjoy the society of the fair Roman. Our dialogue, or rather my monologue, turned solely on the profound impression she had made on me, on the passion she had inspired, on her beauty, her goodness, the purity of my intentions, and on my need of love, lest I should go down to the grave the most hapless of men. "Sir," said she, at last, "if my destiny points to marriage, I do not deny that I should be happy to find a husband like you." I was emboldened by this frank declaration, and seizing her hand, I covered it with fiery kisses, saying passionately that I hoped she would not let me languish long. She turned her head to look for her aunt. It was getting dark, and she seemed to be afraid of something happening to her. She drew me gently with her, and on rejoining the other guests, we returned to the dining room, where I made a small banquet faro for their amusement. Madame Morin gave her daughter and niece, whose pockets were empty, some money, and Valenglard directed their play so well that when we left off to go to supper, I had the pleasure of seeing that each of the three ladies had won 2 or 3 louis. We sat at table till midnight. A cold wind from the Alps stopped my plan of proposing a short turn in the garden. Madame Morin overwhelmed me with thanks for my entertainment, and I gave each of my lady visitors a respectful kiss. I heard singing in the kitchen, and on going in I found Leduc in a high state of excitement and very drunk. As soon as he saw me, he tried to rise, but he lost his center of gravity and fell right under the kitchen table. He was carried away to bed. I thought this accident favorable to my desire of amusing myself, and I might have succeeded if the 3 Graces had not all been there. Love only laughs when 2 are present, and thus it is that the ancient mythology tells no story of the loves of the Graces, who were always together. I had not yet found an opportunity of getting my 3 maids one after the other, and I dared not risk a general attack, which might have lost me the confidence of each one. Rose, I saw, was openly jealous of her cousin, as she kept a keen lookout after her movements. I was not sorry, for jealousy leads to anger, and anger goes a long way. When I was in bed, I sent them away with a modest good night. Next morning, Rose came in by herself to ask me for a cake of chocolate, for, as she said, Leduc was now ill in real earnest. She brought me the box, and I gave her the chocolate, and in doing so I took her hand and showed her how well I loved her. She was offended, drew back her hand sharply, and left the room. A moment after Manon came in under the pretext of showing me a piece of lace I had torn away in my attempts of the day before, and of asking me if she should mend it. I took her hand to kiss it, but she did not give me time, presenting her lips burning with desire. I took her hand again, and it was just on the spot when the cousin came in. Manon held the piece of lace and seemed to be waiting for my answer. I told her absently that I should be obliged if she would mend it when she had time, and with this she went out. I was troubled by this succession of disasters, and thought that the cousin would not play me false from the earnest of her affection which she had given me the day before in that ardent kiss of hers. I begged her to give me my handkerchief, and gently drew her hand towards me. Her mouth fastened to mine, and her hand, which she left to my pleasure with all the gentleness of a lamb, was already in motion when Rose came in with my chocolate. We regained our composure in a moment, but I was furious at heart. I scowled at Rose, and I had a right to do so after the manner in which she had repulsed me a quarter of an hour before. Though the chocolate was excellent, I pronounced it badly made. I chid her for her awkwardness in waiting on me and repulsed her at every step. When I got up, I would not let her shave me. I shaved myself, which seemed to humiliate her, and then Manon did my hair. Rose and the cousin then went out, as if to make common cause together, but it was easy to see that Rose was less angry with her sister than her cousin. As Manon was finishing my toilette, M. de Valenglard came in. As soon as we were alone, the officer, who was a man of honor and of much sense, in spite of his belief in astrology and the occult sciences, said that he thought me looking rather melancholy, and that if my sadness had any connection with the fair Roman, he warned me to think no more of her, unless I had resolved to ask her hand in marriage. I replied that to put an end to all difficulties, I had decided on leaving Grenoble in a few days. We dined together, and we then called on Madame Morin, with whom we found her fair niece. Madame Morin gave me a flattering welcome, and M. Deal. Roman received me so graciously that I was emboldened to kiss her and place her on my knee. The aunt laughed, the niece blushed, and then slipping into my hand a little piece of paper made her escape. I read on the paper the year, day, hour, and minute of her birth, and guessed what she meant. She meant, I thought, that I could do nothing with her before I had drawn up her horoscope. My resolve was soon taken to profit by this circumstance, and I told her that I would tell her whether I could oblige her or not next day, if she would come to a ball I was giving. She looked at her aunt, and my invitation was accepted. Just then the servant announced the Russian gentleman. I saw a well-made man of about my own age, slightly marked with the smallpox and dressed as a traveler. He accosted Madame Morin with easy grace, was welcomed heartily by her, spoke well, scarcely gave me a glance, and did not say a word to the nieces. In the evening M. Morin came in, and the Russian gave him a small phial full of a white liquid, and then made as if he would go, but he was kept to supper. At table the conversation ran on this marvelous liquid of his. M. Morin told me that he had cured a young man of a bruise from a billiard ball in 5 minutes, by only rubbing it with the liquid. He said modestly that it was a trifling thing of his own invention, and he talked a good deal about chemistry to Seingalt. As my attention was taken up by the fair M. Deal, Rome and I could not take part in their conversation. My hope of succeeding with her on the following day absorbed all my thoughts. As I was going away with Seingalt, he told me that nobody knew who the Russian was, and that he was nevertheless received everywhere. Has he a carriage and servants? He has nothing, no servants and no money. Where did he come from? From the skies. A fair abode, certainly. How long has he been here? For the last fortnight, he visits but asks for nothing. How does he live? On credit at the inn. He is supposed to be waiting for his carriage and servants. He is probably a vagabond. He does not look like one, as you saw for yourself, and his diamonds contradict that hypothesis. Yes, if they are not imitation stones, for it seems to me that if they were real he would sell them. When I got home Rose came by herself to attend on me, but she continued to sulk. I tried to rouse her up, but as I had no success, I ordered her to go and tell her father that I was going to give a ball next day in the room by the garden, and that supper was to be laid for 20. When the doorkeeper came to take my orders the following morning, I told him that I should like his girls to dance if he didn't mind. At this Rose condescended to smile, and I thought it a good omen. Just as she went out with her father, Manon came in under the pretext of asking me what lace I would wear for the day. I found her as gentle as a lamb and as loving as a dove. The affair was happily consummated, but we had a narrow escape of being caught by Rose, who came in with Leduc and begged me to let him dance, promising that he would behave himself properly. I was glad that everybody should enjoy themselves and consented, telling him to thank Rose, who had got him this favor. I had a note from Madame Morin, asking me if she might bring with her to the ball 2 ladies of her acquaintance and their daughters. I replied that I should be delighted for her to invite not only as many ladies, but as many gentlemen as she pleased, as I had ordered supper for 20 people. She came to dinner with her niece and Seingalt, her daughter being busy dressing and her husband being engaged till the evening. She assured me that I should have plenty of guests. The fair M. Deal, Roman wore the same dress, but her beauty unadorned was dazzling. Standing by me, she asked if I had thought about her horoscope. I took her hand, made her sit on my knee, and promised that she should have it on the morrow. I held her thus, pressing her charming breasts with my left hand and imprinting fiery kisses on her lips, which she only opened to beg me to calm myself. She was more astonished than afraid to see me trembling, and though she defended herself successfully, she did not lose countenance for a moment, and in spite of my ardent gaze, she did not turn her face away. I calmed myself with an effort, and her eyes expressed the satisfaction of one who has vanquished a generous enemy by the force of reason. By my silence, I praised the virtue of this celestial being, in whose destiny I only had a part by one of those caprices of chance which philosophy seeks to explain in vain. Madame Morin came up to me and asked me to explain some points in her daughter's horoscope. She then told me that if I wanted to have 4 beauties at my ball, she had only to write a couple of notes. I shall only see 1 beauty, said I, looking at her niece. God alone knows, said Seingalt, what people will say in Grenoble. They will say it is your wedding ball, said Madame Morin to her niece. Yes, and they will doubtless talk of my magnificent dress, my lace, and my diamonds, said the niece pleasantly. They will talk of your beauty, your wit, and your goodness, I replied passionately, goodness which will make your husband a happy man. There was a silence, because they all thought I was alluding to myself. I was doing nothing of the sort. I should have been glad to give 500 louis for her, but I did not see how the contract was to be drawn up, and I was not going to throw my money away. We went to my bedroom, and while M'Deal, Roman was amusing herself with looking at the jewelry on my toilette table, her aunt and Valenglard examined the books on the table by my bedside. I saw Madame Morin going to the window and looking closely at something she held in her hand. I remembered I had left out the portrait of the fair nun. I ran to her and begged her to give me the indecent picture I had so foolishly left about. I don't mind the indecency of it, she said, but what strikes me is the exact likeness. I understood everything, and I shuddered at the carelessness of which I had been guilty. Madam, I said, that is the portrait of a Venetian lady of whom I was very fond. I dare say, but it's very curious. These two M's, these cast-off robes sacrificed to love, everything makes my surprise greater. She is a nun and named M.M. And a Welsh niece of mine at Cambury is also named M.M. and belongs to the same order. Nay, more, she has been at Aix, whence you have come, to get cured of an illness. And this portrait is like her. As one drop of water is like another. If you go to Chambery, call on her, and say you come from me, you will be welcome, and you will be as much surprised as I am. I will do so, after I have been in Italy. However, I will not show her this portrait, which would scandalize her. I will put it away carefully. I beg you not to show it to anyone. You may rely on me. I was in an ecstasy at having put her off so effectually. At 8 o'clock all my guests arrived, and I saw before me all the fairest ladies and the noblest gentlemen of Grenoble. The only thing which vexed me was the compliments they lavished on me, as is customary in the provinces. I opened the ball with the lady pointed out to me by M. Valenglard, and then I danced with all the ladies in succession, but my partner in all the square dances was the fair M'Deal. Roman, who shone from her simplicity at least in my eyes. After a quadrille in which I had exerted myself a good deal, I felt hot and went up to my room to put on a lighter suit, and as I was doing so, in came the fair cousin, who asked me if I required anything. Yes, you dearest, I replied, going up to her and taking her in my arms. Did anyone see you coming in here? No, I came from upstairs, and my cousins are in the dancing room. That is capital. You are fair as love himself, and this is an excellent opportunity for showing you how much I love you. Good heavens, what are you doing? Let me go, somebody might come in. Well, put out the light. I put it out, shut the door, and my head full of M'Deal. Roman, the cousin, found me as ardent as I should have been with that delightful person. I confess, too, that the doorkeeper's niece was well worthy of being loved on her own merits. I found her perfect, perhaps better than M'Deal. Roman, a novice, would have been. In spite of my ardor, her passion was soon appeased, and she begged me to let her go, and I did so, but it was quite time. I wanted to begin over again, but she was afraid that our absence would be noticed by her two Argus-eyed cousins, so she kissed me and left the room. I went back to the ballroom, and we danced on till the king of doorkeepers came to tell us supper was ready. A collation composed of the luxuries which the season and the country afforded covered the table. But what pleased the ladies most was the number and artistic arrangement of the waxlights. I sat down at a small table with a few of my guests, and I received the most pressing invitations to spend the autumn in their town. I am sure that if I had accepted, I should have been treated like a prince, for the nobility of Grenoble bear the highest character for hospitality. I told them that if it had been possible, I should have had the greatest pleasure in accepting their invitation, and in that case, I should have been delighted to have made the acquaintance of the family of an illustrious gentleman, a friend of my father's. What name is it? They asked me all together. Bouchenu de Valbonise. He was my uncle. Ah, sir, you must come and stay with us. You danced with my daughter. What was your father's name? This story, which I invented, and uttered as I was wont, on the spur of the moment, turned me into a sort of wonder in the eyes of the worthy people. After we had laughed, jested, drank, and eaten, we rose from the table and began to dance anew. Seeing Madame Morin, her niece, and Valenglard going into the garden, I followed them, and as we walked in the moonlight I led the fair M. deal. Roman through a covered alley, but all my fine speeches were in vain. I could do nothing. I held her between my arms, I covered her with burning kisses, but not one did she return to me, and her hands offered a successful resistance to my hearty attempts. By a sudden effort, however, I at last attained the porch of the Temple of Love, and held her in such a way that further resistance would have been of no avail. But she stopped me short by saying in a voice which no man of feeling could have resisted, "Be my friend, sir, and not my enemy and the cause of my ruin." I knelt before her, and taking her hand begged her pardon, swearing not to renew my attempts. I then rose and asked her to kiss me as a pledge of her forgiveness. We rejoined her aunt and returned to the ballroom, but with all my endeavors I could not regain my calm. I sat down in a corner of the room, and I asked Rose, who passed by me, to get me a glass of lemonade. When she brought it, she gently chid me for not having danced with her sister, or her cousin. "It will give people but a poor opinion of our merits." "I am tired," said I, "but if you will promise to be kind, I will dance a minuet with you." "What do you want me to do?" said she. "Go into my bedroom, and wait for me there in the dark when you see your sister and your cousin busy dancing." "And you will only dance with me?" "I swear." "Then you will find me in your room." I found her passionate, and I had full satisfaction. To keep my word with her, I waited for the closing minuet, for having danced with Rose, I felt obliged in common decency to dance with the other two, especially as I owed them the same debt. At daybreak, the ladies began to vanish, and as I put the Morins into my carriage, I told them that I could not have the pleasure of seeing them again that day, but that if they would come and spend the whole of the day after with me, I would have the horoscope ready. I went to the kitchen to thank the worthy doorkeeper for having made me cut such a gallant figure, and I found the three nymphs there, filling their pockets with sweetmeats. He told them, laughing, that as the master was there they might rob him with a clear conscience, and I bade them take as much as they would. I informed the doorkeeper that I should not dine till 6, and I then went to bed. I awoke at noon, and feeling myself well rested, I set to work at the horoscope, and I resolved to tell the fair M. deal. Roman that fortune awaited her at Paris, where she would become her master's mistress, but that the monarch must see her before she had attained her 18th year, as at that time her destiny would take a different turn. To give my prophecy authority, I told her some curious circumstances which had hitherto happened to her, and which I had learnt now and again from herself or Madame Morin, without pretending to heed what they said. With an ephemeris and another astrological book, I made out and copied in 6 hours M. deal. Roman's horoscope, and I had so well arranged it that it struck Valenglard and even M. Morin with astonishment, and made the two ladies quite enthusiastic. My horoscope must only be known to the young lady and her family, who would no doubt keep the secret well. After I had put the finishing touches to it, read it, and read it again, I felt certain that I had made a masterpiece, and I then dined in bed with my three nymphs. I was polite and affectionate to them all, and we were all happy together, but I was the happiest. M. de Valenglard came to see me early the next day, and informed me that nobody suspected me of being in love with M. deal. Roman, but that I was thought to be amorous of my landlord's girls. "Well, let them think so," said I. "They are worthy of love, though not to be named in the same breath with one past compare, but who leaves me no hope. Let me tell Madame Durf all about it." "Certainly, I shall be delighted." M. and Madame Morin and their niece came at noon, and we spent the hour before dinner in reading the horoscope. It would be impossible to describe the 4 distinct sorts of surprise which I saw before me. The interesting M. deal. Roman looked very grave, and not knowing whether she had a will of her own, listened to what was said in silence. M. Morin looked at me now and again, and seeing that I kept a serious countenance, did not dare to laugh. Valenglard showed fanatic belief in astrology in every feature. Madame Morin seemed struck as by a miracle, and, far from thinking the fact prophesied too improbable, remarked that her niece was much more worthy of becoming her sovereign's wife or mistress than the bigoted Maintenon had been. "She would never have done anything," said Madame Morin, "if she had not left America and come to France, and if my niece does not go to Paris, nobody can say that the horoscope has prophesied falsely. We should therefore go to Paris, but how is it to be done? I don't see my way to it. The prediction of the birth of a son has something divine and entrancing about it. I don't wish to seem prejudiced, but my niece has certainly more qualifications for gaining the king's affection than the main-tenant had. My niece is a good girl and young, while the main-tenant was no longer as young as she had been, and had led a strange life before she became a devotee. But we shall never accomplish this journey to Paris. Nay, said Valenglard, in a serious tone which struck me as supremely ridiculous, she must go, her fate must be fulfilled. The fair M'Deal, Roman seemed all amazed. I let them talk on, and we sat down to dinner. I hoped I should be asked to take the diamond to Paris myself, and I felt inclined to grant the request. I flattered myself that they could not do without me, and that I should get what I wanted, if not for love at any rate through gratitude. Indeed, who knew what might become of the plan? The monarch would be sure to be caught directly. I had no doubts on that subject, for where is the man in love who does not think that his beloved object will win the hearts of all others? For the moment I felt quite jealous of the king, but, from my thorough knowledge of my own inconstancy, I felt sure that my jealousy would cease when my love had been rewarded, and I was aware that Louis Roman XV did not altogether hold the opinions of a Turk in such concerns. What gave an almost divine character to the horoscope was the prediction of a son to be born, who would make the happiness of France, and could only come from the royal blood and from a singular vessel of election. A curious fancy increased my delight, namely, the thought of becoming a famous astrologer in an age when reason and science had so justly demolished astrology. I enjoyed the thought of seeing myself sought out by crowned heads, which are always the more accessible to superstitious notions. I determined I would be particular to whom I gave my advice, who has not made his castles in Spain, if M'Deal. Roman gave birth to a daughter instead of a son. I should be amused, and all would not be lost, for a son might come afterwards. At first silence reigned, and then the conversation ran on 1,000 trifles, as is usual in good society, but by degrees, as I had thought, they returned to the horoscope. According to the horoscope, said the aunt, the king is to fall in love with my niece in her 18th year. She is now close on it. What are we to do? Where are we to get the 100 louis necessary? And when she gets to Paris, is she to go to the king and say, "Here I am, your majesty," and who is going to take her there? I can't. My Aunt Roman might, said the young lady, blushing up to her eyes at the roar of laughter which none of us could restrain. Well, said Madame Morin, there is Madame Varnier of the Rue de Richelieu. She is an aunt of yours. She has a good establishment and knows everybody. See, said Valenglard, how the ways of destiny are made plain. You talk of 100 louis, 12 will be sufficient to take you to Madame Varnier's. When you get there, leave the rest to your fate, which will surely favor you. If you do go to Paris, said I, say nothing to Madame Roman or Madame Varnier about the horoscope. I will say nothing to anyone about it, but after all, it is only a happy dream. I shall never see Paris, still less Louis Roman XV. I arose, and going to my cash box, I took out a roll of 150 louis, which I gave to her, saying it was a packet of sweetmeats. It felt rather heavy, and on opening it, she found it to contain 50 pieces of 8, which she took for medals. They are gold, said Valenglard. And the goldsmith will give you 150 louis for them, added M. Morin. I beg you will keep them. You can give me a bill payable at Paris when you become rich. I knew she would refuse to accept my present, although I should have been delighted if she had kept the money. But I admired her strength of mind in restraining her tears, and that without disturbing for a moment the smile on her face. We went out to take a turn in the garden. Valenglard and Madame Morin began on the topic of the horoscope anew, and I left them, taking M'Deal, Roman, with me. I wish you would tell me, said she, when we were out of hearing of the others, if this horoscope is not all a joke. No, I answered, it is quite serious, but it all depends on an if. If you do not go to Paris, the prophecy will never be fulfilled. You must think so, certainly, or you would never have offered me those 50 medals. Do me the pleasure of accepting them now. Nobody will know anything about it. No, I cannot, though I am much obliged to you. But why should you want to give me such a large sum? For the pleasure of contributing to your happiness, and in the hope that you will allow me to love you. If you really love me, why should I oppose your love? You need not buy my consent. And to be happy, I do not want to possess the King of France, if you did, but know to what my desires are limited. Tell me. I would fain find a kind husband, rich enough for us not to lack the necessaries of life. But how if you did not love him? If he was a good, kind man, how could I help loving him? I see that you do not know what love is. You are right, I do not know the love that maddens, and I thank God for it. Well, I think you are wise. May God preserve you from that love. You say that as soon as the king sees me, he will fall in love with me, and to tell you the truth, that strikes me as vastly improbable. For though it is quite possible that he may not think me plain, or he might even pronounce me pretty, yet I do not think he will become so madly in love as you say. You do, let us sit down. You have only got to fancy that the king will take the same liking to you that I have done, that is all. But what do you find in me that you will not find in most girls of my age? I certainly may have struck you, but that only proves that I was born to exercise this sway over you, and not at all that I am to rule the king in like manner. Why should I go and look for the king, if you love me yourself? Because I cannot give you the position you deserve. I should have thought you had plenty of money. Then there's another reason. You are not in love with me. I love you as tenderly as if I were your wife. I might then kiss you, though duty now forbids my doing so. I am much obliged to you for not being angry with me for being so happy with you. On the contrary, I am delighted to please you. Then you will allow me to call on you at an early hour tomorrow, and to take coffee at your bedside. Do not dream of such a thing. If I would, I could not. I sleep with my aunt, and I always rise at the same time she does. Take away your hand, you promised not to do it again. In God's name, let me alone. Alas, I had to stop. There was no overcoming her. But what pleased me extremely was that in spite of my amorous persecution, she did not lose that smiling calm which so became her. As for myself, I looked as if I deserved that pardon for which I pleaded on my knees, and in her eyes I read that she was sorry that she could not grant what I required of her. I could no longer stay beside her. My senses were too excited by her beauty. I left her and went to my room, where I found the kind Manon busying herself on my cuffs, and she gave me the relief I wanted, and when we were both satisfied, made her escape. I reflected that I should never obtain more than I had obtained hitherto from young Deal. Roman at least, unless I gave the lie to my horoscope by marrying her, and I decided that I would not take any further steps in the matter. I returned to the garden, and going up to the aunt, I begged her to walk with me. In vain, I urged the worthy woman to accept 100 louis for her niece's journey from me. I swore to her by all I held sacred that no one else should ever know of the circumstance. All my eloquence and all my prayers were in vain. She told me that if her niece's destiny only depended on that journey, all would be well, for she had thought over a plan which would, with her husband's consent, enable Deal Roman to go to Paris. At the same time, she gave me her sincerest thanks, and said that her niece was very fortunate to have pleased me so well. She pleased me so well, I replied, that I have resolved to go away tomorrow to avoid making proposals to you which would bring the great fortune that awaits her to naught. If it were not for that, I should have been happy to have asked her hand of you. Alas, her happiness would, perhaps, be built on a better foundation. Explain yourself. I dare not wage war with fate. But you are not going tomorrow. Excuse me, but I shall call to take leave at 2 o'clock. The news of my approaching departure saddened the supper table. Madame Morin, who, for all I know, may be alive now, was a most kind-hearted woman. At table she announced her resolve that as I had decided on going, and as I should only leave my house to take leave of her, she would not force me to put myself out to such an extent, and ordained that our farewells should be said that evening. At least, I said, I may have the honor of escorting you to your door. That will protract our happiness for some minutes. Valenglard went away on foot, and the fair Deal Roman sat on my knee. I dared to be bold with her, and contrary to expectation, she showed herself so kind that I was half sorry I was going, but the die was cast. A carriage lying overturned on the road outside an inn made my coachman stop a short while, and this accident, which made the poor driver curse, overwhelmed me with joy. For in these few moments I obtained all the favors that she could possibly give under the circumstances. Happiness enjoyed alone is never complete. Mine was not until I assured myself, by looking at my sweetheart's features, that the part she had taken had not been an entirely passive one, and I escorted the ladies to their room. There, without any conceit, I was certain that I saw sadness and love upon that fair creature's face. I could see that she was neither cold nor insensible, and that the obstacles she had put in my way were only suggested by fear and virtue. I gave Madame Morin a farewell kiss, and she was kind enough to tell her niece to give me a similar mark of friendship, which she did in a way that showed me how completely she had shared my ardor. I left them, feeling amorous and sorry I had obliged myself to go. On entering my room, I found the three nymphs together, which vexed me as I only wanted one. I whispered my wishes to Rose as she curled my hair, but she told me it was impossible for her to slip away as they all slept in one room. I then told them that I was going away the next day, and that if they would pass the night with me, I would give them a present of 6 louis each. They laughed at my proposal and said it couldn't possibly be done. I saw by this they had not made confidants of one another, as girls mostly do, and I also saw that they were jealous of each other. I wished them a good night, and as soon as I was in bed, the god of dreams took me under his care and made me pass the night with the adorable M. Deal. Roman. I rang rather late in the morning, and the cousin came in and said that Rose would bring my chocolate, and that M. Charles Ivanov wanted to speak to me. I guessed that this was the Russian, but as he had not been introduced to me, I thought I might decline to see him. Tell him I don't know his name. Rose went out, and came in again saying he was the gentleman who had had the honor of supping with me at Madame Morin's. Tell him to come in. Sir, said he, I want to speak with you in private. I cannot order these young ladies to leave my room, sir. Be kind enough to wait for me outside till I have put on my dressing gown, and then I shall be ready to speak to you. If I am troubling you, I will call again tomorrow. You would not find me, as I am leaving Grenoble today. In that case, I will wait. I got up in haste and went out to him. Sir, said he, I must leave this place, and I have not a penny to pay my landlord. I beg of you to come to my aid. I dare not have recourse to anyone else in the town for fear of exposing myself to the insult of a refusal. Perhaps I ought to feel myself flattered at the preference you have shewn me, but without wishing to insult you in any way I am afraid I shall be obliged to refuse your request. If you knew who I am sure you would not refuse me some small help. If you think so, tell me who you are. You may count on my silence. I am Charles, second son of Ivan, Duke of Kurland, who is in exile in Siberia. I made my escape. If you go to Genoa, you will find yourself beyond the reach of poverty, for no doubt the brother of your lady mother would never abandon you. He died in Silesia. When? 2 years ago, I believe. You have been deceived, for I saw him at Stuttgart scarcely 6 months ago. He is the Baron de Treyden. It did not cost me much to get wind of the adventurer, but I felt angry that he had had the impudence to try and dupe me. If it had not been for that, I would willingly have given him 6 louis, for it would have been bad form on my part to declare war against adventurers, as I was one myself, and I ought to have pardoned his lies, as nearly all adventurers are more or less impostors. I gave a glance at his diamond buckles, which were considered real at Grenoble, and I saw directly that they were counterfeits of a kind made in Venice, which imitate the facets of the diamonds in perfection, except to people who are experienced in diamonds. You have diamond buckles, said I, why don't you sell them? It's the last piece of jewelry I possess out of all my mother gave me, and I promised her never to part with them. I would not show those buckles if I were you. Your pocket would be a better place for them. I may tell you frankly that I believe the stones to be counterfeit, and that your lie displeases me. Sir, I am not a liar. We shall see. Prove that the stones are genuine, and I will give you 6 louis. I shall be delighted if I am in the wrong. Farewell. Seeing M. de Valorglard coming up to my door, he begged me not to tell him of what had passed between us, and I promised that I would tell no one. Valenglard came to wish me a prosperous journey. He himself was obliged to go with M. Montagnard. He begged me to correspond constantly with him, and I had been intending to prefer the same request, as I took too great an interest in the fair M. Deal. Roman not to wish to hear of her fate, and the correspondence the worthy officer desired was the best way possible for me to hear about her. As will be imagined, I promised what he asked without making any difficulty. He shed tears as he embraced me, and I promised to be his friend. Chapter 2. My departure from Grenoble-Avignon, the fountain of Vaucluse the false Estrodi, and the humpback-eaten Costa. I arrive at Marseille. While the three girls were helping Leduc to pack my mails, my landlord entered, gave me his bill, and finding everything correct, I paid him, much to his satisfaction. I owed him a compliment, too, at which he seemed extremely gratified. "Sir," said I do not wish to leave your house without having the pleasure of dining with your charming girls, to show them how I appreciate the care they have taken of me. Let me have, then, a delicate repast for 4, and also order post horses, that I may start in the evening." "Sir," broke in Leduc, "I entreat you to order a saddle horse besides. I was not made for a seat behind a chaise." The cousin laughed openly at his vain boasting, and to avenge himself, the rascal told her that he was better than she. "Nevertheless, M. Leduc, you will have to wait on her at table." "Yes, as she waits on you in bed." I ran for my stick, but the rogue, knowing what was going to happen, opened the window and jumped into the courtyard. The girls gave a shriek of terror, but when we looked out, we saw him jumping about and performing 1,000 apish tricks. Very glad to find that he had not broken a limb, I called out, "Come back, I forgive you." The girls, and the man himself who escaped so readily, were as delighted as I. Leduc came in high spirits, observing that he did not know he was such a good jumper. "Very good, but don't be so impudent another time. Here, take this watch." So saying, I gave him a valuable gold watch, which he received, saying, "I would jump again for another watch like this." Such was my Spaniard, whom I had to dismiss 2 years afterwards. I have often missed him. The hours went by with such speed when I was seated at table with the 3 girls, whom I vainly endeavored to intoxicate, that I decided that I would not leave till the next day. I was tired of making mysteries and wanted to enjoy them all together, and resolved that the orgy should take place that night. I told them that if they would pass the night in my room, I would not go till the next day. This proposition was received with a storm of exclamations, and with laughter, as at an impossibility, while I endeavored to excite them to grant my request. In the midst of this, the doorkeeper came in, advising me not to travel by night, but to go to Avignon by a boat in which I could ship my carriage. "You will save time and money," said he. "I will do so," I answered, "if these girls of yours will keep me company all night, as I am determined I will not go to bed." "Oh Lord," said he with a laugh, "that's their business." This decided them, and they gave in. The doorkeeper sent to order the boat, and promised to let me have a dainty supper by midnight. The hours passed by in jests and merriment, and when we sat down to supper I made the champagne corks fly to such an extent that the girls began to get rather gay. I myself felt a little heated, and as I held each one's secret I had the hardihood to tell them that their scruples were ridiculous, as each of them had shewn no reserve to me in private. At this they gazed at one another in a kind of blank surprise, as if indignant at what I had said. Foreseeing that feminine pride might prompt them to treat my accusation as an idle calumny, I resolved not to give them time, and drawing Manon on to my knee I embraced her with such ardor that she gave in and abandoned herself to my passion. Her example overcame the others, and for 5 hours we indulged in every kind of voluptuous enjoyment. At the end of that time we were all in need of rest, but I had to go. I wanted to give them some jewels, but they said they would rather I ordered gloves to the amount of 30 louis, the money to be paid in advance, and the gloves not to be called for. I went to sleep on board the boat, and did not awake till we got to Avignon. I was conducted to the inn of Saint-Omen, and supped in my room in spite of the marvelous tales which Leduc told me of a young beauty at the public table. Next morning my Spaniard told me that the beauty and her husband slept in a room next to mine. At the same time he brought me a bill of the play, and I saw company from Paris with M. Deal, Astrodi, who was to sing and dance. I gave a cry of wonder, and exclaimed, "The famous Astrodi at Avignon, how she will be astonished to see me." Not wanting to live in hermit fashion, I went downstairs to dine at the public table, and I found a score of people sitting down to such a choice repast that I could not conceive how it could be done for 40 sous a head. The fair stranger drew all eyes, and especially mine, towards her. She was a young and perfect beauty, silent, her eyes fixed on a napkin, replying in monosyllables to those who addressed her, and glancing at the speaker with large blue eyes, the beauty of which it would be difficult to describe. Her husband was seated at the other end of the table, a man of a kind that inspires contempt at the first glance. He was young, marked with the smallpox, a greedy eater, a loud talker, laughing and speaking at random, and altogether I took him for a servant in disguise. Feeling sure that such a fellow did not know how to refuse, I sent him a glass of champagne, which he drank off to my health forthwith. "May I have the pleasure of sending a glass to your wife?" he replied, with a roar of laughter, to ask her myself, and with a slight bow she told me that she never took anything to drink. When the dessert came in she rose, and her husband followed her to their room. A stranger who, like myself, had never seen her before, asked me who she was. I said I was a newcomer and did not know, and somebody else said that her husband called himself the Chevalier Stuart, that he came from Lyon and was going to Marseille. He came, it appeared, to Avignon a week ago, without servants and in a very poor carriage. I intended staying at Avignon only as long as might be necessary to see the fountain or fall of Vaucluse, and so I had not got any letters of introduction, and had not the pretext of acquaintance that I might stay and enjoy her fine eyes. But an Italian who had read and enjoyed the divine Petrarch would naturally wish to see the place made divine by the poet's love for Laura. I went to the theatre, where I saw the vice-legate Salviati, women of fashion, neither fair nor foul, and a wretched comic opera. But I neither saw Astrodi nor any other actor from the Comédie Italienne at Paris. "Where is the famous Astrodi?" said I to a young man sitting by me. "I have not seen her yet." "Excuse me, she has danced and sang before your eyes." "By Jove, it's impossible. I know her perfectly, and if she has so changed as not to be recognized, she is no longer herself." I turned to go, and 2 minutes after the young man I had addressed came up and begged me to come back, and he would take me to Astrodi's dressing room, as she had recognized me. I followed him without saying a word, and saw a plain-looking girl, who threw her arms round my neck and addressed me by my name, though I could have sworn I had never seen her before, but she did not leave me time to speak. Close by I saw a man who gave himself out as the father of the famous Astrodi, who was known to all Paris, who had caused the death of the Comte d'Egmont, one of the most amiable noblemen of the court of Louis Roman XV. I thought this ugly female might be her sister, so I sat down and complimented her on her talents. She asked if I would mind her changing her dress, and in a moment she was running here and there, laughing and showing a liberality which possibly might have been absent if what she had to display had been worth seeing. I laughed internally at her wiles, for after my experiences at Grenoble, she would have found it a hard task to arouse my desires if she had been as pretty as she was ugly. Her thinness and her tawny skin could not divert my attention from other still less pleasing features about her. I admired her confidence in spite of her disadvantages. She must have credited me with a diabolic appetite, but these women often contrive to extract charms out of their depravity which their delicacy would be impotent to furnish. She begged me to sup with her, and as she persisted I was obliged to refuse her in a way I should not have allowed myself to use with any other woman. She then begged me to take 4 tickets for the play the next day, which was to be for her benefit. I saw it was only a matter of 12 francs, and delighted to be quit of her so cheaply I told her to give me 16. I thought she would have gone mad with joy when I gave her a double louis. She was not the real Astrodi. I went back to my inn and had a delicious supper in my own room. While Leduc was doing my hair before I went to bed, he told me that the landlord had paid a visit to the fair stranger and her husband before supper, and had said in clear terms that he must be paid next morning. And if he were not, no place would be laid for them at table, and their linen would be detained. "Who told you that?" "I heard it from here. Their room is only separated from this by a wooden partition. If they were in it now, I am sure they could hear all we are saying." "Where are they then?" "At table, where they are eating for tomorrow, but the lady is crying. There's a fine chance for you, sir." "Be quiet, I shan't have anything to do with it. It's a trap, for a woman of any worth would die rather than weep at a public table. Ah, if you saw how pretty she looks in tears. I am only a poor devil, but I would willingly give her 2 louis if she would earn them. Go and offer her the money." A moment after the gentleman and his wife came back to their room, and I heard the loud voice of the one and the sobs of the other. But as he was speaking Walloon, I did not understand what he said. "Go to bed," said I to Leduc, "and next morning tell the landlord to get me another room, for a wooden partition is too thin a barrier to keep off people whom despair drive to extremities." I went to bed myself, and the sobs and muttering did not die away till midnight. I was shaving next morning, when Leduc announced the Chevalier Steward. "Say I don't know anybody of that name." He executed my orders, and returned saying that the Chevalier, on hearing my refusal to see him, had stamped with rage, gone into his chamber, and come out again with his sword beside him. "I am going to see," added Leduc, "that your pistols are well primed for the future." I felt inclined to laugh, but none the less I admired the foresight of my Spaniard, for a man in despair is capable of anything. "Go," said I, "and ask the landlord to give me another room." In due course, the landlord came himself, and told me that he could not oblige me until the next day. "If you don't get me another room, I shall leave your house on the spot, because I don't like hearing sobs and reproaches all night." Can you hear them, sir? You can hear them yourself now. What do you think of it? The woman will kill herself, and you will be the cause of her death. "I, sir, I have only asked them to pay me my just debts." "Hush, there goes the husband. I am sure he is telling his wife in his language that you are an unfeeling monster. He may tell her what he likes so long as he pays me. You have condemned them to die of hunger. How much do they owe you?" 50 francs. "Aren't you ashamed of making such a row for a wretched sum like that?" "Sir, I am only ashamed of an ill deed, and I do not commit such a deed in asking for my own." "There's your money. Go and tell them that you have been paid and that they may eat again, but don't say who gave you the money." "That's what I call a good action," said the fellow, and he went and told them that they did not owe him anything, but that they would never know who paid the money. "You may dine and sup," he added, "at the public table, but you must pay me day by day." After he had delivered this speech in a high voice, so that I could hear as well as if I had been in the room, he came back to me. "You stupid fool," said I, pushing him away, "they will know everything." So saying, I shut my door. Leduc stood in front of me, staring stupidly before him. "What's the matter with you, idiot?" said I. "That's fine, I see. I am going on the stage. You would do well to become an actor." "You are a fool." "Not so big a fool as you think." "I am going for a walk. Mind you don't leave my room for a moment." I had scarcely shut the door when the Chevalier accosted me and overwhelmed me with thanks. "Sir, I don't know to what you are referring." He thanked me again and left me, and walking by the banks of the Rhone, which geographers say is the most rapid river in Europe, I amused myself by looking at the ancient bridge. At dinner time, I went back to the inn, and as the landlord knew that I paid 6 francs a meal, he treated me to an exquisite repast. Here, I remember, I had some exceedingly choice hermitage. It was so delicious that I drank nothing else. I wished to make a pilgrimage to Vaucluse and begged the landlord to procure me a good guide, and after I had dressed, I went to the theater. I found the Astrodi at the door, and giving her my 16 tickets, I sat down near the box of the vice-legate Salviati, who came in a little later, surrounded by a numerous train of ladies and gentlemen bedizened with orders and gold lace. The so-called father of the false Astrodi came and whispered that his daughter begged me to say that she was the celebrated Astrodi I had known at Paris. I replied, also in a whisper, that I would not run the risk of being posted as a liar by bolstering up an imposture. The ease with which a rogue invites a gentleman to share in a knavery is astonishing. He must think his confidence confers an honor. At the end of the first act, a score of lackeys in the prince's livery took round ices to the front boxes. I thought it my duty to refuse. A young gentleman, as fair as love, came up to me, and with easy politeness asked me why I had refused an ice. Not having the honor to know anyone here, I did not care that anyone should be able to say that he had regaled one who was unknown to him. "But you, sir, are a man who needs no introduction." You do me too much honor. You are staying at the Saint Omer. Yes, I am only stopping here to see Vaucluse, where I think of going tomorrow if I can get a good guide. If you would do me the honor of accepting me, I should be delighted. My name is Dalsai. I am son of the captain of the Vice-Legate's guard. I feel the honor you do me, and I accept your obliging offer. I will put off my start till your arrival. I will be with you at 7. I was astonished at the easy grace of this young Adonis, who might have been a pretty girl if the tone of his voice had not announced his manhood. I laughed at the false Astrode, whose acting was as poor as her face, and who kept staring at me all the time. While she sang, she regarded me with a smile and gave me signs of an understanding, which must have made the audience notice me and doubtless pity my bad taste. The voice and eyes of one actress pleased me. She was young and tall, but hunchbacked to an extraordinary degree. She was tall in spite of her enormous humps, and if it had not been for this malformation, she would have been 6 feet high. Besides her pleasing eyes and very tolerable voice, I fancied that, like all hunchbacks, she was intelligent. I found her at the door with the ugly Astrode when I was leaving the theater. The latter was waiting to thank me, and the other was selling tickets for her benefit. After the Astrode had thanked me, the hunchbacked girl turned towards me, and with a smile that stretched from ear to ear and displayed at least 24 exquisite teeth, she said that she hoped I would honor her by being present at her benefit. If I don't leave before it comes off, I will, I replied. At this the impudent Astrode laughed, and in the hearing of several ladies waiting for their carriages told me that her friend might be sure of my presence, as she would not let me go before the benefit night. Give him 16 tickets, she added. I was ashamed to refuse and gave her 2 louis. Then in a lower voice the Astrode said, after the show we will come and sup with you, but on the condition that you ask nobody else, as we want to be alone. In spite of a feeling of anger, I thought that such a supper party would be amusing, and as no one in the town knew me, I resolved to stay in the hope of enjoying a hearty laugh. I was having my supper when Stuart and his wife went to their room. This night I heard no sobs nor reproaches, but early next morning I was surprised to see the Chevalier, who said, as if we had been old friends, that he had heard that I was going to Vaucluse, and that as I had taken a carriage with 4 places, he would be much obliged if I would allow him and his wife, who wanted to see the fountain, to go with me. I consented. Leduc begged to be allowed to accompany me on horseback, saying that he had been a true prophet. In fact, it seemed as if the couple had agreed to repay me for my expenditure by giving me new hopes. I was not displeased with the expedition, and it was all to my advantage, as I had had recourse to no stratagems to obtain it. Dalsai came, looking as handsome as an angel. My neighbors were ready, and the carriage loaded with the best provisions in food and drink that were obtainable. And we set off, Dalsai seated beside the lady and I beside the Chevalier. I had thought that the lady's sadness would give place, if not to gaiety, at least to a quiet cheerfulness, but I was mistaken, for to all my remarks, grave or gay, she replied, either in monosyllables or in a severely laconic style. Poor Dalsai, who was full of wit, was stupefied. He thought himself the cause of her melancholy, and was angry with himself for having innocently cast a shadow on the party of pleasure. I relieved him of his fears by telling him that when he offered me his pleasant society I was not aware that I was to be of service to the fair lady. I added that when at daybreak I received this information, I was pleased that he would have such good company. The lady did not say a word. She kept silent and gloomy all the time, and gazed to right and left like one who does not see what is before his eyes. Dalsai felt at ease after my explanation, and did his best to arouse the lady, but without success. He talked on a variety of topics to the husband, always giving her an opportunity of joining in, but her lips remained motionless. She looked like the statue of Pandora before it had been quickened by the divine flame. The beauty of her face was perfect. Her eyes were of a brilliant blue, her complexion a delicate mixture of white and red, her arms were as rounded as a Grace S, her hands plump and well-shaped, her figure was that of a nymph, S, giving delightful hints of a magnificent breast. Her hair was a chestnut brown, her foot small. She had all that constitutes a beautiful woman save that gift of intellect, which makes beauty more beautiful and gives a charm to ugliness itself. My vagrant fancy showed me her naked form, all seemed ravishing, and yet I thought that though she might inspire a passing fancy, she could not arouse a durable affection. She might minister to a man's pleasures, she could not make him happy. I arrived at the isle resolved to trouble myself about her no more. She might, I thought, be mad, or in despair at finding herself in the power of a man whom she could not possibly love. I could not help pitying her, and yet I could not forgive her for consenting to be of a party which she knew she must spoil by her morose behavior. As for the self-styled Chevalier Steward, I did not trouble my head whether he were her husband or her lover. He was young, commonplace-looking, he spoke affectedly. His manners were not good, and his conversation betrayed both ignorance and stupidity. He was a beggar, devoid of money and wits, and I could not make out why he took with him a beauty who, unless she were overkind, could add nothing to his means of living. Perhaps he expected to live at the expense of simpletons, and had come to the conclusion, in spite of his ignorance, that the world is full of such. However, experience must have taught him that this plan cannot be relied on. When we got to Vaucluse, I let Dulcie lead. He had been there 100 times, and his merit was enhanced in my eyes by the fact that he was a lover of Laura. We left the carriage at Apt, and wended our way to the fountain which was honored that day with a numerous throng of pilgrims. The stream pours forth from a vast cavern, the handiwork of nature inimitable by man. It is situated at the foot of a rock with a sheer descent of more than 100 feet. The cavern is hardly half as high, and the water pours forth from it in such abundance that it deserves the name of river at its source. It is the Sorgue which falls into the Rhône near Avignon. There is no other stream as pure and clear, for the rocks over which it flows harbor no deposits of any kind. Those who dislike it on account of its apparent blackness should remember that the extreme darkness of the cavern gives it that gloomy tinge. Chire fresh e dolce ec ove la belle membra, pose coli the sola e mi pay donna. I wished to ascend to that part of the rock where Petrarch's house stood. I gazed on the remains with tears in my eyes, like Leo Aladius at Homer's grave. 16 years later I slept at Arqua, where Petrarch died, and his house still remains. The likeness between the two situations was astonishing, for from Petrarch's study at Arqua, a rock can be seen similar to that which may be viewed at Vaucluse. This was the residence of Madonna Laura. "Let us go there," said I, "it is not far off." I will not endeavor to delineate my feelings, as I contemplated the ruins of the house, where dwelt the lady whom the amorous Petrarch immortalized in his verse, made to move a heart of stone. Mort bella peria nel seu bel vise. I threw myself with arms outstretched upon the ground as if I would embrace the very stones. I kissed them, I watered them with my tears, I strove to breathe the holy breath they once contained. I begged Madame Steward's pardon for having left her arm to do homage to the spirit of a woman who had quickened the profoundest soul that ever lived. I say soul advisedly, for after all the body and the senses had nothing to do with the connection. 400 years have passed and gone, said I to the statue of a woman who gazed at me in astonishment, since Laura de Sade walked here. Perhaps she was not as handsome as you, but she was lively, kindly, polite, and good of heart. May this air which she breathed and which you breathe now kindle in you the spark of fire divine, that fire that coursed through her veins and made her heart beat and her bosom swell. Then you would win the worship of all worthy men, and from none would you receive the least offense. Gladness, madam, is the lot of the happy, and sadness the portion of souls condemned to everlasting pains. Be cheerful, then, and you will do something to deserve your beauty. The worthy Dulcie was kindled by my enthusiasm. He threw himself upon me and kissed me again and again. The fool steward laughed, and his wife, who possibly thought me mad, did not evince the slightest emotion. She took my arm, and we walked slowly towards the house of Messer Francesco d'Arezzo. Dulcie lavished more attention on the extraordinary woman than I did. Steward did nothing but eat and drink, and despised the Sorgue water, which, said he, would spoil the hermitage. Possibly Petrarch may have been of the same opinion. We drank deeply without impairing our reason, but the lady was very temperate. When we reached Avignon, we bade her farewell, declining the invitation of her foolish husband to come and rest in his rooms. I took Dulcie's arm, and we walked beside the Rhône as the sun went down. Among other keen and witty observations, the young man said, "That woman is an old hand, infatuated with a sense of her own merit. I would bet that she has only left her own country because her charms, from being too freely displayed, have ceased to please there. She must be sure of making her fortune out of anybody she comes across. I suspect that the fellow who passes for her husband is a rascal, and that her pretended melancholy is put on to drive a persistent lover to distraction. She has not yet succeeded in finding a dupe, but as she will no doubt try to catch a rich man, it is not improbable that she is hovering over you. When a young man of Dulcie's age reasons like that, he is bound to become a great master. I kissed him as I bade him good night, thanked him for his kindness, and we agreed that we would see more of one another. As I came back to my inn, I was accosted by a fine-looking man of middle age, who greeted me by name and asked with great politeness if I had found Vaucluse as fine as I had expected. I was delighted to recognize the Marquis of Grimaldi, a Genoese, a clever and good-natured man, with plenty of money, who always lived at Venice because he was more at liberty to enjoy himself there than in his native country, which shows that there is no lack of freedom at Venice. After I had answered his question, I followed him into his room, where, having exhausted the subject of the fountain, he asked me what I thought of my fair companion. I did not find her satisfactory in all respects, I answered, and noticing the reserve with which I spoke, he tried to remove it by the following confession. There are some very pretty women in Genoa, but not one to compare with her whom you took to Vaucluse today. I sat opposite to her at table yesterday evening, and I was struck with her perfect beauty. I offered her my arm up the stair. I told her that I was sorry to see her so sad, and if I could do anything for her, she had only to speak. You know, I was aware she had no money. Her husband, real or pretended, thanked me for my offer, and after I had wished them a good night, I left them. An hour ago, you left her and her husband at the door of their apartment, and soon afterwards I took the liberty of calling. She welcomed me with a pretty bow, and her husband went out directly, begging me to keep her company till his return. The fair one made no difficulty in sitting next to me on a couch, and this struck me as a good omen, but when I took her hand, she gently drew it away. I then told her, in as few words as I could, that her beauty had made me in love with her, and that if she wanted 100 louis they were at her service, if she would drop her melancholy and behave in a manner suitable to the feelings with which she had inspired me. She only replied by a motion of the head, which showed gratitude, but also an absolute refusal of my offer. I am going tomorrow, said I, no answer. I took her hand again, and she drew it back with an air of disdain which wounded me. I begged her to excuse me, and I left the room without more ado. That's an account of what happened an hour ago. I am not amorous of her, it was only a whim, but knowing, as I do, that she has no money, her manner astonished me. I fancied that you might have placed her in a position to despise my offer, and this would explain her conduct in a measure. Otherwise, I can't understand it at all. May I ask you to tell me whether you are more fortunate than I? I was enchanted with the frankness of this noble gentleman, and did not hesitate to tell him all, and we laughed together at our bad fortune. I had to promise to call on him at Genoa and tell him whatever happened between us during the 2 days I purposed to remain at Avignon. He asked me to sup with him and admire the fair recalcitrant. She has had an excellent dinner, said I, and in all probability she will not have any supper. I bet she will, said the Marquis, and he was right, which made me see clearly that the woman was playing a part. A certain Comte de Bussy, who had just come, was placed next to her at table. He was a good-looking young man with a fatuous sense of his own superiority, and he afforded us an amusing scene. He was good-natured, a wit, and inclined to broad jokes, and his manner towards women bordered on the impudent. He had to leave at midnight and began to make love to his fair neighbor forthwith, and teased her in 1,000 ways. But she remained as dumb as a statue, while he did all the talking and laughing, not regarding it within the bounds of possibility that she might be laughing at him. I looked at M. Grimaldi, who found it as difficult to keep his countenance as I did. The young Rao was hurt at her silence, and continued pestering her, giving her all the best pieces on his plate after tasting them first. The lady refused to take them, and he tried to put them into her mouth, while she repulsed him in a rage. He saw that no one seemed inclined to take her part, and determined to continue the assault, and taking her hand, he kissed it again and again. She tried to draw it away, and as she rose, he put his arm round her waist and made her sit down on his knee. But at this point, the husband took her arm and led her out of the room. The attacking party looked rather taken aback for a moment as he followed her with his eyes, but sat down again and began to eat and laugh afresh, while everybody else kept a profound silence. He then turned to the footman behind his chair and asked him if his sword was upstairs. The footman said no, and then the fatuous young man turned to an abbé who sat near me and inquired who had taken away his mistress. "It was her husband," said the abbé. "Her husband? Oh, that's another thing. Husbands don't fight. A man of honor always apologizes to them." With that he got up, went upstairs, and came down again directly, saying, "The husband's a fool. He shut the door in my face and told me to satisfy my desires somewhere else. It isn't worth the trouble of stopping, but I wish I had made an end of it." He then called for champagne, offered it vainly to everybody, bade the company a polite farewell, and went upon his way. As M. Grimaldi escorted me to my room, he asked me what I had thought of the scene we had just witnessed. I told him I would not have stirred a finger, even if he had turned up her clothes. "No more would I," said he, "but if she had accepted my 100 louis, it would have been different. I am curious to know the further history of this siren, and I rely upon you to tell me all about it as you go through Genoa." He went away at daybreak next morning. When I got up, I received a note from the false Astrode, asking me if I expected her and her great chum to supper. I had scarcely replied in the affirmative when the sham Duke of Curland I had left at Grenoble appeared on the scene. He confessed in a humble voice that he was the son of clockmaker at Narva, that his buckles were valueless, and that he had come to beg an alms of me. I gave him 4 louis, and he asked me to keep his secret. I replied that if anyone asked me about him, that I should say what was absolutely true, that I knew him nothing about him. "Thank you. I am now going to Marseille. I hope you will have a prosperous journey. Later on my readers will hear how I found him at Genoa. It is a good thing to know something about people of his kind, of whom there are far too many in the world." I called up the landlord and told him I wanted a delicate supper for 3 in my own room. He told me that I should have it, and then said, "I have just had a row with the Chevalier Steward." "What about?" "Because he has nothing to pay me with, and I am going to turn them out immediately, although the lady is in bed in convulsions which are suffocating her." "Take out your bill and her charms." "Ah, I don't care for that sort of thing. I am getting on in life, and I don't want any more scenes to bring discredit on my house. Go and tell her that from henceforth she and her husband will dine and sup in their own room, and that I will pay for them as long as I remain here." "You are very generous, sir, but you know that meals in a private room are charged double." "I know they are." "Very good." I shuddered at the idea of the woman being turned out of doors without any resources but her body, by which she refused to profit. On the other hand, I could not condemn the innkeeper who, like his fellows, was not troubled with much gallantry. I had yielded to an impulse of pity without any hopes of advantage for myself. Such were my thoughts when Steward came to thank me, begging me to come and see his wife and try and persuade her to behave in a different manner. She will give me no answers, and you know that that sort of thing is rather tedious. Come, she knows what you have done for her. She will talk to you for her feelings. What business have you to talk about feelings after what happened yesterday evening? It was well for that gentleman that he went away at midnight. Otherwise, I should have killed him this morning. My dear sir, allow me to tell you that all that is pure braggadocio. Yesterday, not today, was the time to kill him or to throw your plate at his head, at all events. We will now go and see your wife. I found her in bed, her face to the wall, the coverlet right up to her chin, and her body convulsed with sobs. I tried to bring her to reason, but as usual got no reply. Steward wanted to leave me, but I told him that if he went out I would go too, as I could do nothing to console her, as he might know after her refusing the Marquis of Grimaldi's 100 louis for a smile and her hand to kiss. 100 louis, cried the fellow with a sturdy oath. What folly, we might have been at home at Liege by now. A princess allows one to kiss her hand for nothing, and she, 100 louis, oh damnable. His exclamations, very natural under the circumstances, made me feel inclined to laugh. The poor devil swore by all his gods, and I was about to leave the room, when all at once the wretched woman was seized with true or false convulsions. With one hand she seized a water bottle and sent it flying into the middle of the room, and with the other she tore the clothes away from her breast. Steward tried to hold her, but her disorder increased in violence, and the coverlet was disarranged to such a degree that I could see the most exquisite naked charms imaginable. At last she grew calm, and her eyes closed as if exhausted. She remained in the most voluptuous position that desire itself could have invented. I began to get very excited. How was I to look on such beauties without desiring to possess them? At this point, her wretched husband left the room, saying he was gone to fetch some water. I saw the snare, and my self-respect prevented my being caught in it. I had an idea that the whole scene had been arranged with the intent that I should deliver myself up to brutal pleasure, while the proud and foolish woman would be free to disavow all participation in the fact. I constrained myself, and gently veiled what I would fain have revealed in all its naked beauty. I condemned to darkness these charms, which this monster of a woman only wished me to enjoy that I might be debased. Steward was long enough gone. When he came back with the water bottle full, he was no doubt surprised to find me perfectly calm, and in no disorder of any kind, and a few minutes afterwards I went out to cool myself by the banks of the Rhone. I walked along rapidly, feeling enraged with myself, for I felt that the woman had bewitched me. In vain I tried to bring myself to reason. The more I walked, the more excited I became, and I determined that after what I had seen, the only cure for my disordered fancy was enjoyment, brutal or not. I saw that I should have to win her, not by an appeal to sentiment but by hard cash, without caring what sacrifices I made. I regretted my conduct, which then struck me in the light of false delicacy, for if I had satisfied my desires and she chose to turn prude, I might have laughed her to scorn, and my position would have been unassailable. At last, I determined on telling the husband that I would give him 25 louis if he could obtain me an interview in which I could satisfy my desires. Full of this idea, I went back to the inn and had my dinner in my own room without troubling to inquire after her. Leduc told me that she was dining in her room too, and that the landlord had told the company that she would not take her meals in public anymore. This was information I possessed already. After dinner I called on the good-natured Dulce, who introduced me to his father, an excellent man, but not rich enough to satisfy his son's desire of traveling. The young man was possessed of considerable dexterity and performed a number of very clever conjuring tricks. He had an amiable nature, and seeing that I was curious to know about his love affairs, he told me numerous little stories which showed me that he was at that happy age when one's inexperience is one's sole misfortune. There was a rich lady for whom he did not care, as she wanted him to give her that which he would be ashamed to give save for love, and there was a girl who required him to treat her with respect. I thought I could give him a piece of good advice, so I told him to grant his favors to the rich woman, and to fail in respect now and again to the girl, who would be sure to scold and then forgive. He was no profligate, and seemed rather inclined to become a Protestant. He amused himself innocently with his friends of his own age, in a garden near Avignon, and a sister of the gardener's wife was kind to him when they were alone. In the evening I went back to the inn, and I had not long to wait for the Astrodi and the Leppi, so the hunchbacked girl was named. But when I saw these two caricatures of women, I felt stupefied. I had expected them, of course, but the reality confounded me. The Astrodi tried to counterbalance her ugliness by an outrageous freedom of manners, while the Leppi, who though a hunchback was very talented and an excellent actress, was sure of exciting desire by the rare beauty of her eyes and teeth, which latter challenged admiration from her enormous mouth by their regularity and whiteness. The Astrodi rushed up to me and gave me an Italian embrace, to which, willy-nilly, I was obliged to submit. The quieter Leppi offered me her cheek, which I pretended to kiss. I saw that the Astrodi was in a fair way to become intolerable, so I begged her to moderate her transports, because as a novice at these parties, I wanted to get accustomed to them by degrees. She promised that she would be very good. While we were waiting for supper, I asked her, for the sake of something to say, whether she had found a lover at Avignon. "Only the vice-legate's auditor," she replied, "and though he makes me his pathic, he is good-natured and generous. I have accustomed myself to his taste easily enough, though I should have thought such a thing impossible a year ago, as I fancied the exercise a harmful one, but I was wrong." "So the auditor makes a boy of you?" "Yes, my sister would have adored him, as that sort of love is her passion. But your sister has such fine haunches." "So have I. Look here, feel me." "You are right. but wait a bit, it is too soon for that kind of thing yet. We will be wanton after supper. I think you are wanton now, said the Leppy. Why? Why ought you to show your person like that? My dear girl, you will be showing yourself soon. When one is in good company, one is in the golden age. I wonder at your telling everyone what sort of a connection you have with the auditor, said I. Nonsense. I don't tell everyone, but everyone tells me and congratulates me too. They know the worthy man never cared for women, and it would be absurd to deny what everybody guesses. I used to be astonished at my sister, but the best plan in this world is to be astonished at nothing. But don't you like that? No, I only like this. As I spoke, I laid hands on the Leppy, on the spot where one usually finds what I called this. But the Estrody, seeing that I found nothing, burst into a roar of laughter, and taking my hand put it just under her front hump, where at last I found what I wanted. The reader will guess my surprise. The poor creature, too ashamed to be prudish, laughed too. My spirits also begin to rise, as I thought of the pleasure I should get out of this new discovery after supper. Have you never had a lover? Said I to the Leppy. No, said the Estrody, she is still a maid. No, I am not, replied the Leppy in some confusion. I had a lover at Bordeaux and another at Montpellier. Yes, I know, but you are still as you were born. I can't deny it. What's that? 2 lovers and still a maid. I don't understand. Please tell me about it, for I have never heard of such a thing. Before I satisfied my first lover, which happened when I was only 12, I was just the same as I am now. It's wonderful, and what did he say when he saw it? I swore that he was my first, and he believed me, putting it down to the peculiar shape of my body. He was a man of spirit, but didn't he hurt you? Not a bit, but then he was very gentle. You must have a try after supper, said the Estrody to me. That would be fine fun. No, no, said the Leppy. The gentleman would be too big for me. Nonsense, you don't want to take in all of him. I will show you how it is. With these words, the impudent hussy proceeded to exhibit me, and I let her do what she liked. That's just what I should have thought, cried the Leppy. It could never be done. Well, he is rather big, answered the Estrody, but there's a cure for everything, and he will be content with half measures. It's not the length, my dear, but the thickness which frightens me. I am afraid the door is too narrow. All the better for you can sell your maidenhead after having had 2 lovers. This conversation, not devoid of wit, and still more the simplicity of the hunchback, had made me resolve to verify things for myself. Supper came up, and I had the pleasure of seeing the 2 nymphs eat like starving savages and drink still better. When the hermitage had done its work, the Estrody proposed that we should cast off the clothes which disfigure nature. Certainly, said I, and I will turn away while you are getting ready. I went behind the curtains, took off my clothes, and went to bed with my back to them. At last the Estrody told me that they were ready, and when I looked, the Leppy took up all my attention. In spite of her double deformity, she was a handsome woman. My glances frightened her, for she was doubtless taking part in an orgy for the first time. I gave her courage, however, by dint of praising those charms which the white and beautiful hands could not hide, and at last I persuaded her to come and lie beside me. Her hump prevented her lying on her back, but the ingenious Estrody doubled up the pillows and succeeded in placing her in a position similar to that of a ship about to be launched. It was also by the tender care of the Estrody that the introduction of the knife was managed, to the great delight of priest and victim. After the operation was over, she got up and kissed me, which she could not do before, for her mouth reached to the middle of my chest, while my feet were scarcely down to her knees. I would have given 10 louis to have been able to see the curious sight we must have presented at work. Now comes my turn, said the Estrody, but I don't want you to infringe on the rights of my auditor, so come and look round and see where the path lies. Take that. What am I to do with this slice of lemon? I want you to try whether the place is free from infection, or whether it would be dangerous for you to pay it a visit. Is that a sure method? Infallible. If everything were not right, I could not bear the smart. There you are, how is that? All right, but don't deceive me, I want no half measures. My reputation would be made if I became with child. I ask my readers leave to draw a veil over some incidents of this truly scandalous orgy, in which the ugly woman taught me some things I did not know before. At last, more tired than exhausted, I told them to be gone, but the Estrodi insisted on finishing up with a bowl of punch. I agreed, but not wishing to have anything more to do with either of them, I dressed myself again. However, the champagne punch excited them to such an extent that at last they made me share their transports. The Estrodi placed her friend in such a singular position that the humps were no longer visible, and imagining that I had before me the high priestess of Jove, I paid her a long sacrifice, in which death and resurrection followed one another in succession. But I felt disgusted with myself, and drew away from their lascivious frenzies, and gave them 10 louis to get rid of them. The Estrodi fell on her knees, blessed me, thanked me, called me her god, and the Leppi wept and laughed for joy at the same time. And thus for a quarter of an hour I was treated to a scene of an extraordinary kind. I had them taken home in my carriage, and slept till 10 o'clock next morning. Just as I was going out for a walk, steward came to my room and told me, with an air of despair, that if I did not give him the means of going away before I left, he would throw himself in the Rhine. "That's rather tragic," said I, "but I can find a cure. I will disburse 25 louis, but it is your wife who must receive them, and the only condition is that she must receive me alone for an hour and be entirely kind." "Sir, we need just that sum. My wife is disposed to receive you, go and talk to her. I shall not be in till noon." I put 25 louis in a pretty little purse, and left my room thinking that the victory was won. I entered her room and approached her bed respectfully. When she heard me, she sat up in bed without taking the trouble to cover her breast, and before I could wish her good day, she spoke to me as follows. "I am ready, sir, to pay with my body for the wretched 25 louis of which my husband is in need. You can do what you like with me, but remember that in taking advantage of my position to assuage your brutal lust, you are the viler of the two, for I only sell myself so cheaply because necessity compels me to do so. Your baseness is more shameful than mine. Come on, here I am." With this flattering address, she threw off the coverlet with a vigorous gesture, and displayed all her beauties, which I might have gazed on with such different feelings from those which now filled my breast. For a moment, I was silent with indignation. All my passion had evaporated. In those voluptuous rounded limbs, I saw now only the covering of a wild beast's soul. I put back the coverlet with the greatest calmness, and addressed her in a tone of cold contempt. "No, madam, I shall not leave this room degraded because you have told me so, but I shall leave it after imparting to you a few degrading truths, of which you cannot be ignorant if you are a woman of any decency whatever. Here are 25 louis, a wretched sum to give a virtuous woman in payment of her favors, but much more than you deserve. I am not brutal, and to convince you of the fact, I am going to leave you in the undisturbed possession of your charms, which I despise as heartily as I should have admired them if your behavior had been different. I only give you the money from a feeling of compassion which I cannot overcome, and which is the only feeling I now have for you. Nevertheless, let me tell you that whether a woman sells herself for 25 louis or 25 million louis, she is as much a prostitute in the one case as in the other, if she does not give her love with herself, or at all events the semblance of love. Farewell." I went back to my room, and in course of time steward came to thank me. "Sir," said I, "let me alone. I wish to hear no more about your wife." They went away the next day for Lyon, and my readers will hear of them again at Liege. In the afternoon, Dulce took me to his garden that I might see the gardener's sister. She was pretty, but not so pretty as he was. He soon got her into a good humor, and after some trifling objection, she consented to be loved by him in my presence. I saw that this Adonis had been richly dowered by nature, and I told him that with such a physical conformation, he had no need of emptying his father's purse to travel, and before long he took my advice. This fair Ganymede might easily have turned me into Jove, as he struggled amorously with the gardener's sister. As I was going home, I saw a young man coming out of a boat. He was from 20 to 25 years old and looked very sad. Seeing me looking at him, he accosted me and humbly asked for alms, showing me a document authorizing him to beg and a passport stating he had left Madrid 6 weeks before. He came from Parma and was named Costa. When I saw Parma, my national prejudice spoke in his favor, and I asked him what misfortune had reduced him to beggary. "Only lack of money to return to my native country," said he. "What were you doing at Madrid, and why did you leave?" I was there 4 years as valet to Dr. Pistoria, physician to the King of Spain, but on my health failing, I left him. Here is a certificate which will show you that I gave satisfaction. What can you do? I write a good hand, I can assist a gentleman as his secretary, and I intend being a scribe when I get home. Here are some verses I copied yesterday. You write well, but can you write correctly without a book? I can write from dictation in French, Latin, and Spanish. Correctly? Yes, sir, if the dictation is done properly, for it is the business of the one who dictates to see that everything is correct. I saw that Master Guiton Costa was an ignoramus, but in spite of that I took him to my room and told Leduc to address him in Spanish. He answered well enough, but on my dictating to him in Italian and French, I found he had not the remotest ideas on orthography. But you can't write, said I to him. However, I saw he was mortified at this, and I consoled him by saying that I would take him to his own country at my expense. He kissed my hand and assured me that I should find a faithful servant in him. This young fellow took my fancy by his originality. He had probably assumed it to distinguish himself from the blockheads amongst whom he had hitherto lived, and now used it in perfect good faith with everybody. He thought that the art of a scribe solely consisted in possessing a good hand, and that the fairest writer would be the best scribe. He said as much while he was examining a paper I had written, and as my writing was not as legible as his, he tacitly told me I was his inferior, and that I should therefore treat him with some degree of respect. I laughed at this lad, and, not thinking him incorrigible, I took him into my service. If it had not been for that odd notion of his, I should probably have merely given him a louis, and no more. He said that spelling was of no consequence, as those who knew how to spell could easily guess the words, while those who did not know were unable to pick out the mistakes. I laughed, but as I said nothing, he thought the laugh signified approval. In the dictation I gave him, the Council of Trent happened to occur. According to his system, he wrote Trent by a 3 and a naught. I burst out laughing, but he was not in the least put out, only remarking that the pronunciation being the same, it was of no consequence how the word was spelt. In point of fact, this lad was a fool solely through his intelligence, matched with ignorance and unbounded self-confidence. I was pleased with his originality and kept him, and was thus the greater fool of the two, as the reader will see. I left Avignon next day and went straight to Marseille, not troubling to stop at Aix. I halted at the Trees cantons, wishing to stay for a week at least in this ancient colony of the Phaeacians, and to do as I liked there. With this idea, I took no letter of introduction. I had plenty of money, and needed nobody's help. I told my landlord to give me a choice fish dinner in my own room, as I was aware that the fish in those parts is better than anywhere else. I went out the next morning with a guide, to take me back to the inn when I was tired of walking. Not heeding where I went, I reached a fine quay. I thought I was at Venice again, and I felt my bosom swell, so deeply is the love of fatherland graven on the heart of every good man. I saw a number of stalls where Spanish and Levantin wines were kept, and a number of people drinking in them. A crowd of businessmen went hither and thither, running up against each other, crossing each other's paths, each occupied with his own business, and not caring whose way he got into. Hucksters, well-dressed and ill-dressed, women, pretty and plain, women who stared boldly at everyone, modest maidens with downcast eyes, such was the picture I saw. The mixture of nationalities, the grave Turk and the glittering Andalusian, the French dandy, the gross Negro, the crafty Greek, the dull Hollander. Everything reminded me of Venice, and I enjoyed the scene. I stopped a moment at a street corner to read a playbill, and then I went back to the inn and refreshed my weary body with a delicious dinner, washed down with choice Syracusan wine. After dinner, I dressed and took a place in the amphitheater of the theater. Chapter 3. Rosalie Toulon-Nici arrive at Genoa. Grimaldi Veronique and her sister. I noticed that the 4 principal boxes on both sides of the proscenium were adorned with pretty women, but not a single gentleman. In the interval between the first and second acts, I saw gentlemen of all classes paying their devoirs to these ladies. Suddenly, I heard a knight of Malta say to a girl, who was the sole occupant of a box next to me, "I will breakfast with you tomorrow." This was enough for me. I looked at her more closely, and finding her to be a dainty morsel, I said, as soon as the night had gone. "Will you give me my supper?" "With pleasure, but I have been taken in so often that I shan't expect you without an earnest." "How can I give you an earnest? I don't understand." "You must be a newcomer here." "Just arrived." She laughed, called the knight, and said, "Be pleased to explain to this gentleman, who has just asked me for supper, the meaning of the word earnest." The good-natured knight explained, with a smile, that the lady, fearing lest my memory should prove defective, wanted me to pay for my supper in advance. I thanked him, and asked her if a louis would be enough, and on her replying in the affirmative, I gave her the louis and asked for her address. The knight told me politely that he would take me there himself after the theatre, adding, "She's the wantonest wench in all Marseille." He then asked me if I knew the town, and when I told him that I had only come that day, he said he was glad to be the first to make my acquaintance. We went to the middle of the amphitheater, and he pointed out a score of girls to right and left, all of them ready to treat the first comer to supper. They are all on the free list, and the manager finds they serve his ends as respectable women will not sit in their boxes, and they draw people to the theater. I noticed 5 or 6 of a better type than the one I had engaged, but I resolved to stick to her for the evening, and to make the acquaintance of the others another time. "Is your favorite amongst them?" I said to the knight. "No, I keep a ballet girl, and I will introduce you to her, as I am glad to say that I am free from all jealousy." When the play came to an end, he took me to my nymph's lodging, and we parted with the understanding that we were to see more of one another. I found the lady in undress, a circumstance which went against her, for what I saw did not please me. She gave me a capital supper, and enlivened me by some witty and wanton sallies which made me regard her in a more favorable light. When we had supper, she got into bed and asked me to follow her example, but I told her that I never slept out. She then offered me the English article which brings peace to the soul, but I did not accept the one she offered, as I thought it looked of a common make. "I have finer ones, but they are 3 francs each, and the maker only sells them by the dozen," she said. "I will take a dozen if they are really good," I replied. She rang the bell, and a young, charming, and modest-looking girl came in. I was struck with her. "You have got a nice maid," I remarked, when the girl had gone for the protective sheaths. "She is only 15, she said, "and won't do anything, as she is new to it." "Will you allow me to see for myself?" "You may ask her if you like, but I don't think she will consent." The girl came back with the packet, and putting myself in a proper position, I told her to try one on. She proceeded to do so with a sulky air and with a kind of repugnance which made me feel interested in her. Number 1 would not go on, so she had to try on a second, and the result was that I besprinkled her plentifully. The mistress laughed, but she was indignant, threw the whole packet in my face, and ran away in a rage. I wanted nothing more after this, so I put the packet in my pocket, gave the woman 2 louis, and left the room. The girl I had treated so cavalierly came to light me downstairs, and thinking I owed her an apology, I gave her a louis and begged her pardon. The poor girl was astonished, kissed my hand, and begged me to say nothing to her mistress. "I will not, my dear, but tell me truly whether you are still a Virgo intacta." "Certainly, sir." "Wonderful, but tell me why you wouldn't let me see for myself." "Because it revolted me." "Nevertheless, you will have to do so, for otherwise, in spite of your prettiness, people will not know what to make of you. Would you like to let me try?" "Yes, but not in this horrible house." "Where then?" "Go to my mother's tomorrow, I will be there. Your guide knows where she lives." When I got outside, I asked the man if he knew her. He replied in the affirmative and said he believed her to be an honest girl. "You will take me tomorrow to see her mother," I said. Next morning he took me to the end of the town, to a poor house, where I found a poor woman and poor children living on the ground floor, and eating hard black bread. "What do you want?" said she. "Is you daughter here?" "No, and what if she were? I am not her bawd." "No, of course not, my good woman." Just then the girl came in, and the enraged mother flung an old pot which came handy at her head. Luckily it missed, but she would not have escaped her mother's talons if I had not flung myself between them. However, the old woman set up a dismal shriek, the children imitated her, and the poor girl began to cry. This hubbub made my man come in. "You hussy," screamed the mother, "you are bringing disgrace on me, get out of my house. You are no longer my daughter." I was in a difficult position. The man begged her not to make such a noise, as it would draw all the neighbors about the house, but the enraged woman answered only by abuse. I drew 6 francs from my pocket and gave them to her, but she flung them in my face. At last, I went out with the daughter, whose hair she attempted to pull out by the roots, which project was defeated by the aid of my man. As soon as we got outside, the mob which the uproar had attracted hooted me and followed me, and no doubt I should have been torn to pieces if I had not escaped into a church, which I left by another door a quarter of an hour later. My fright saved me, for I knew the ferocity of the Provençals, and I took care not to reply a word to the storm of abuse which poured on me. I believe that I was never in greater danger than on that day. Before I got back to my inn, I was rejoined by the servant and the girl. "How could you lead me into such a dangerous position?" said I. "You must have known your mother was savage." "I hoped she would behave respectfully to you." "Be calm, don't weep any more. Tell me how I can serve you." "Rather than return to that horrible house I was in yesterday, I would throw myself into the sea." "Do you know of any respectable house where I can keep her?" said I to the man. He told me he did know a respectable individual who let furnished apartments. "Take me to it, then." The man was of an advanced age, and he had rooms to let on all the floors. "I only want a little nook," said the girl, and the old man took us to the highest story and opened the door of a garret, saying, "This closet is 6 francs a month's rent to be paid in advance, and I may tell you that my door is always shut at 10 o'clock, and that nobody can come and pass the night with you." The room held a bed with coarse sheets, 2 chairs, a little table, and a chest of drawers. "How much will you board this young woman for?" said I. He asked 20 sous, and 2 sous for the maid who would bring her meals and do her room. "That will do," said the girl, and she paid the month's rent and the day's board. I left her telling her I would come back again. As I went down the stairs, I asked the old man to show me a room for myself. He showed me a very nice one at a louis a month, and I paid in advance. He then gave me a latchkey that I might go and come when I liked. "If you wish to board here," said he, "I think I could give satisfaction." Having done this good work, I had my dinner by myself, and then went to a coffee house where I found the amiable Knight of Malta who was playing. He left the game as soon as he saw me, put the fistful of gold he had won into his pocket, accosted me with the politeness natural to a Frenchman, and asked me how I had liked the lady who had given me my supper. I told him what had happened, at which he laughed, and asked me to come and see his ballet girl. We found her under the hairdresser's hands, and she received me with the playful familiarity with which one greets an old acquaintance. I did not think much of her, but I pretended to be immensely struck with the idea of pleasing the good-natured knight. When the hairdresser left her, it was time for her to get ready for the theater, and she dressed herself without caring who was present. The knight helped her to change her chemise, which she allowed him to do as a matter of course, though indeed she begged me to excuse her. As I owed her a compliment, I could think of nothing better than to tell her that, though she had not offended me, she had made me feel very uncomfortable. "I don't believe you," said she. "It's true all the same." She came up to me to verify the fact, and finding I had deceived her, she said half crossly, "You are a bad fellow." The women of Marseille are undoubtedly the most profligate in France. They not only pride themselves on never refusing, but also on being the first to propose. This girl showed me a repeater, for which she had got up a lottery at 12 francs a ticket. She had 10 tickets left. I took them all, and so delighted was she to touch my 5 louis that she came and kissed me, and told the knight that her unfaithfulness to him rested only with me. "I am charmed to hear it," said the Maltese. He asked me to sup with her, and I accepted the invitation, but the sole pleasure I had was looking at the knight at work. He was far inferior to Dulcie. I wished them good night, and went to the house where I had placed the poor girl. The maid showed me to my room, and I asked her if I might go to the garret. She took the light, I followed her up, and Rosalie, as the poor girl was named, heard my voice and opened the door. I told the maid to wait for me in my room, and I went in and sat down on the bed. "Are you contented, dear?" I said. "I am quite happy." "Then I hope you will be kind, and find room for me in your bed. You may come if you like, but I must tell you that you will not find me a maid, as I have had one lover." You told me a lie then. Forgive me, I could not guess you would be my lover. I forgive you willingly, all the more so as I am no great stickler for maidenheads. She was as gentle as a lamb, and allowed me to gaze on all those charms of which my hands and my lips disputed the possession. And the notion that I was master of all these treasures put fire in all my veins, but her submissive air distressed me. How is it you do not partake my desires? Said I. I dare not, lest you take me for a pretender. Artifice or studied coquetry might have prompted such an answer, but the real timidity and the frankness with which these words were uttered could not have been assumed. Impatient to gain possession of her, I took off my clothes, and on getting into bed to her I was astonished to find her a maid. Why did you tell me you had a lover? Said I. I never heard of a girl telling a lie of that sort before. All the same, I did not tell a lie, but I am very glad that I seem as if I had done so. Tell me all about it. Certainly I will, for I want to win your confidence. This is the story. 2 years ago my mother, though she was hot-tempered, still loved me. I was a needlewoman and earned from 20 to 30 sous a day. Whatever I earned I gave my mother. I had never had a lover, never thought of such a thing, and when my goodness was praised, I felt inclined to laugh. I had been brought up from a child never to look at young men when I met them in the street, and never to reply to them when they addressed any impudence to me. 2 months ago a fine enough-looking young man, a native of Genoa and a merchant in a small way, came to my mother to get her to wash some very fine cotton stockings which the sea water had stained. When he saw me, he was very complimentary, but in an honest way. I liked him, and no doubt seeing it, he came and came again every evening. My mother was always present at our interviews, and he looked at me and talked to me, but did not so much as ask to kiss my hand. My mother was very pleased to notice that the young man liked me, and often scolded me because I was not polite enough to him. In time he had to go to Genoa in a small ship which belonged to him, and which was laden with goods. He assured us that he would return again the next spring and declare his intentions. He said he hoped he should find me as good as ever, and still without any lover. This was enough. My mother looked upon him as my betrothed, and let us talk together at the door till midnight. When he went I would shut the door and lie down beside my mother, who was always asleep. 4 or 5 days before his departure, he took my arm and got me to go with him to a place about 50 paces from the house to drink a glass of muscat at a Greek's, who kept his tavern open all night. We were only away for half an hour, and then it was that he first kissed me. When I got home I found my mother awake and told her all. It seemed so harmless to me. Next day, excited by the recollection of what had happened the night before, I went with him again, and love began to gain ground. We indulged in caresses which were no longer innocent, as we well knew. However, we forgave each other, as we had abstained from the chief liberty. The day after, my lover as he had to journey in the night took leave of my mother, and as soon as she was in bed I was not longer in granting what I desired as much as he. We went to the Greek's, ate and drank, and our heated senses gained love's cause. We forgot our duty, and fancied our misdemeanor a triumph. Afterwards we fell asleep, and when we awoke we saw our fault in the clear, cold light of day. We parted sorrowful rather than rejoicing, and the reception my mother gave me was like that you witnessed this morning. I assured her that marriage would take away the shame of my sin, and with this she took up a stick and would have done for me, if I had not taken to my heels, more from instinct than from any idea of what I was doing. Once in the street, I knew not where to turn, and taking refuge in a church I stayed there like one in a dream till noon. Think of my position. I was hungry, I had no refuge, nothing but the clothes I wore, nothing that would get me a morsel of bread. A woman accosted me in the street. I knew her, and I also knew that she kept a servant's agency. I asked her forthwith if she could get me a place. I had inquiries about a maid this morning, said she, but it is for a gay woman, and you are pretty. You would have a good deal of difficulty in remaining virtuous. I can keep off the infection, I answered, and in the position I am in I cannot pick and choose. She thereupon took me to the lady, who was delighted to see me, and still more delighted when I told her that I had never had anything to do with a man. I have repented of this lie bitterly enough, for in the week I spent at that profligate woman's house, I have had to endure the most humiliating insults that an honest girl ever suffered. No sooner did the men who came to the house hear that I was a maid than they longed to slake their brutal lust upon me, offering me gold if I would submit to their caresses. I refused and was reviled, but that was not all. 5 or 6 times every day I was obliged to remain a witness of the disgusting scenes enacted between my mistress and her customers, who, when I was compelled to light them about the house at night, overwhelmed me with insults, because I would not do them a disgusting service for a 12 sous piece. I could not bear this sort of life much longer, and I was thinking of drowning myself. When you came, you treated me so ignominiously that my resolve to die was strengthened, but you were so kind and polite as you went away that I fell in love with you directly, thinking that Providence must have sent you to snatch me away from the abyss. I thought your fine presence might calm my mother and persuade her to take me back till my lover came to marry me. I was undeceived, and I saw that she took me for a prostitute. Now, if you like, I am altogether yours, and I renounce my lover of whom I am no longer worthy. Take me as your maid, I will love you and you only. I will submit myself to you and do whatever you bid me. Whether it were weakness or virtue on my part, this tale of woe and a mother's too great severity drew tears from my eyes, and when she saw my emotion she wept profusely, for her heart was in need of some relief. I think, my poor Rosalie, you have only one chemise. Alas, that is all. Comfort yourself, my dear. All your wants shall be supplied tomorrow, and in the evening you shall sup with me in my room on the 2nd floor. I will take care of you. You pity me, then? I fancy there is more love than pity in it. Would to God it were so. This would to God, which came from the very depths of her soul, sent me away in a merry mood. The servant, who had been waiting for me for 2 hours, and was looking rather glum, relaxed when she saw the color of a crown which I gave her by way of atonement. "Tell your master," said I, "that Rosalie will sup with me tomorrow. Let us have a fasting dinner, but let it be a good one." I returned to my inn quite in love with Rosalie, and I congratulated myself on having at last heard a true tale from a pretty mouth. She appeared to me so well disposed that her small failing seemed to make her shine the more. I resolved never to abandon her, and I did so in all sincerity. Was I not in love? After I had had my chocolate next morning, I went out with a guide to the shops, where I got the necessary articles, paying a good but not an excessive price. Rosalie was only 15, but with her figure, her well-formed breasts, and her rounded arms, she would have been taken for 20. Her shape was so imprinted on my brain that everything I got for her fitted as if she had been measured for it. This shopping took up all the morning, and in the afternoon the man took her a small trunk containing 2 dresses, chemises, petticoats, handkerchiefs, stockings, gloves, caps, a pair of slippers, a fan, a work-bag, and a mantle. I was pleased at giving her such a delightful surprise, and I longed for supper time that I might enjoy the sight of her pleasure. The Knight of Malta came to dine with me without ceremony, and I was charmed to see him. After we had dined, he persuaded me to go to the theater, as in consequence of the suspense of the subscription, arrangements the boxes would be filled with all the quality in Marseille. "There will be no loose women in the amphitheater," said he, "as everybody has to pay." That decided me, and I went. He presented me to a lady with an excellent connection, who asked me to come and see her. I excused myself on the plea that I was leaving so shortly. Nevertheless, she was very useful to me on my second visit to Marseille. Her name was Madame Audiobook. I did not wait for the play to end, but went where love called me. I had a delightful surprise when I saw Rosalie. I should not have known her. But I cannot resist the pleasure of recalling her picture as she stood before me then, despite the years that have rolled by since that happy moment. Rosalie was an enticing-looking brunette above the middle height. Her face was a perfect oval and exquisitely proportioned. 2 fine black eyes shed a soft and ravishing light around. Her eyebrows were arched, and she had a wealth of hair, black and shining as ebony. Her skin was wild and lightly tinged with color. On her chin was a dimple, and her slightest smile summoned into being 2 other dimples, one on each cheek. Her mouth was small, disclosing 2 rows of fairest orient pearls, and from her red lips flowed forth an indefinable sweetness. The lower lip projected ever so lightly, and seemed designed to hold a kiss. I have spoken of her arms, her breast, and her figure, which left nothing to be desired, But I must add to this catalogue of her charms that her hand was exquisitely shaped, and that her foot was the smallest I have ever seen. As to her other beauties, I will content myself with saying that they were in harmony with those I have described. To see her at her best, one had to see her smiling, and hitherto she had been sad or vexed states of mind which detract from a woman's appearance. But now sadness was gone, and gratitude and pleasure had taken its place. I examined her closely, and felt proud, as I saw what a transformation I had effected, but I concealed my surprise, lest she should think I had formed an unfavorable impression of her. I proceeded, therefore, to tell her that I should expose myself to ridicule if I attempted to keep a beauty like herself for a servant. "You shall be my mistress," I said, "and my servants shall respect you as if you were my wife." At this Rosalie, as if I had given her another being, began to try and express her gratitude for what I had done. Her words, which passion made confused, increased my joy. Here was no art nor deceit, but simple nature. There was no mirror in her garret, so she had dressed by her sense of touch, and I could see that she was afraid to stand up and look at herself in the mirror in my room. I knew the weak spot in all women's hearts, which men are very wrong in considering as matter for reproach, and I encouraged her to admire herself, whereupon she could not restrain a smile of satisfaction. "I think I must be in disguise," said she, "for I have never seen myself so decked out before." She praised the tasteful simplicity of the dress I had chosen, but was vexed at the thought that her mother would still be displeased. "Think no more of your mother, dearest one. You look like a lady of quality, and I shall be quite proud when the people at Genoa ask me if you are my daughter." "At Genoa?" "Yes, at Genoa. Why do you blush?" "From surprise. Perhaps I may see there one whom I have not yet forgotten." "Would you like to stay here better?" "No, no. Love me and be sure that I love you, and for your own sake, not from any thought of my own interests." "You are moved, my angel. Let me wipe away your tears with kisses." She fell into my arms, and she relieved the various feelings of which her heart was full by weeping for some time. I did not try to console her, for she had not grief. She wept as tender souls, and women, more especially, often will. We had a delicious supper to which I did honor for two, for she ate nothing. I asked her if she was so unfortunate as not to care for good food. "I have as good an appetite as anyone," she replied, "and an excellent digestion. You shall see for yourself when I grow more accustomed to my sudden happiness. At least you can drink. This wine is admirable. If you prefer Greek muscat, I will send for some. It will remind you of your lover. If you love me at all, I beg you will spare me that mortification." "You shall have no more mortification from me, I promise you. It was only a joke, and I beg your pardon for it. As I look upon you, I feel in despair at not having known you first. That feeling of yours, which wells forth from the depths of your open soul, is grand. You are beautiful and good, for you only yielded to the voice of love with the prospect of becoming his wife. And when I think what you are to me, I am in despair at not being sure you love me. An evil genius whispers in my ear that you only bear with me because I had the happiness of helping you. Indeed, that is an evil genius. To be sure, if I had met you in the street, I should not have fallen head over ears in love with you, like a wanton, but you would certainly have pleased me. I am sure I love you, and not for what you have done for me, for if I were rich and you were poor, I would do anything in the world for you. But I don't want it to be like that, for I had rather be your debtor than for you to be mine. These are my real feelings, and you can guess the rest." We were still talking on the same subject when midnight struck, and my old landlord came and asked me if I were pleased. "I must thank you," I replied. "I am delighted. Who cooked this delicious supper?" "My daughter." "She understands her craft. Tell her I thought it excellent." "Yes, sir, but it is dear." "Not too dear for me. You shall be pleased with me as I with you, and take care to have as good a supper tomorrow evening, as I hope the lady will be well enough to do justice to the products of your daughter's culinary skill. Bed is a capital place to get an appetite. Ah, it is 60 years since I have had anything to do with that sort of thing. What are you laughing at, mademoiselle?" "At the delight with which you must recollect it." "You are right, it is a pleasant recollection. And thus I am always ready to forgive young folks the peccadilloes that love makes them commit." "You are a wise old man," said I, Everyone should sympathize with the tenderest of all our mortal follies. If the old man is wise, said Rosalie when he had left the room, my mother must be very foolish. Would you like me to take you to the play tomorrow? Pray do not. I will come if you like, but it will vex me very much. I don't want to walk out with you or to go to the theater with you here. Good heavens, what would people say? No, neither at Marseille, but elsewhere, anything you please and with all my heart. Very good, my dear, just as you please. But look at your room, no more garret for you, and in 3 days we will start. So soon? Yes, tell me tomorrow what you require for the journey, for I don't want you to lack for anything, and if you leave it all to me, I might forget something which would vex me. Well, I should like another cloak, a cloak with a lining, some boots, a nightcap, and a prayer book. You know how to read, do you? Certainly, and I can write fairly well. I am glad to hear it. Your asking me so freely for what you want is a true proof of your love. Where confidence dwells not, there is no love. I will not forget anything, but your feet are so small that I should advise you to get your boots yourself. Our talk was so pleasant, and I experienced such delight in studying her disposition, that we did not go to bed till 5 o'clock. In the arms of love and sleep, we spent 7 delicious hours, and when we rose at noon, we were fast lovers. She called me thou, talked of love and not of gratitude, and grown more familiar with her new estate, laughed at her troubles. She kissed me at every opportunity, called me her darling boy, her joy, and as the present moment is the only real thing in this life, I enjoyed her love, I was pleased with her caresses, and put away all ideas of the dreadful future, which has only one certainty, death. Ultima linea rerum. The second night was far sweeter than the first. She had made a good supper, and drunk well, though moderately. Thus she was disposed to refine on her pleasure, and to deliver herself with greater ardor to all the voluptuous enjoyments which love inspires. I gave her a pretty watch, and a gold shuttle for her to amuse herself with. I wanted it, said she, but I should never have dared to ask for it. I told her that this fear of my displeasure made me doubt once more whether she really loved me. She threw herself into my arms, and promised that henceforth she would show me the utmost confidence. I was pleased to educate this young girl, and I felt that when her mind had been developed, she would be perfect. On the 4th day, I warned her to hold herself in readiness to start at a moment's notice. I had said nothing about my plans to Costa or Leduc, but Rosalie knew that I had 2 servants, and I told her that I should often make them talk on the journey for the sake of the laughter their folly would afford me. You, my dear, I had said to her, must be very reserved with them and not allow them to take the slightest liberty. Give them your orders as a mistress, but without pride, and you will be obeyed and respected. If they forget themselves in the slightest particular, tell me at once. I started from the Hotel of the Trees Cantons with 4 post-horses, Leduc and Costa sitting on the coachman's seat. The guide, whom I had paid well for his services, took us to Rosalie's door. I got out of the carriage, and after thanking the kindly old landlord, who was sorry to lose so good a boarder, I made her get in, sat down beside her, and ordered the postilions to go to Toulon, as I wished to see that fine port before returning to Italy. We got to Toulon at 5 o'clock. My Rosalie behaved herself at supper like the mistress of a house, accustomed to the best society. I noticed that Leduc's head man made Costa wait upon her, but I got over him by telling my sweetheart that he would have the honor of doing her hair, as he could do it as well as the best barber in Paris. He swallowed the golden pill and gave in with a good grace, and said, with a profound bow, that he hoped to give Madame satisfaction. We went out next morning to see the port, and were shewn over the place by the commandant, whose acquaintance we made by a lucky chance. He offered his arm to Rosalie, and treated her with the consideration she deserved for her appearance and the good sense of her questions. The commandant accepted my invitation to dinner, at which Rosalie spoke to the point, though not to excess, and received the polite compliments of our worthy guest with much grace. In the afternoon, he took us over the arsenal, and after having him to dinner, could not refuse his invitation to supper. There was no difficulty about Rosalie. The commandant introduced her immediately to his wife, his daughter, and his son. I was delighted to see that her manner with ladies even surpassed her manner with gentlemen. She was one of nature's own ladies. The commandant's wife and daughter caressed her again and again, and she received their attentions with that modest sensibility which is the seal of a good education. They asked me to dinner the next day, but I was satisfied with what I had seen, so I took leave, intending to start on the morrow. When we got back to the inn, I told her how pleased I was with her, and she threw her arms round my neck for joy. "I am always afraid," said she, "of being asked who I am." "You needn't be afraid, dearest. In France no gentleman or lady would think of asking such a question. But if they did, what ought I to do?" "You should make use of an evasion." "What's an evasion?" "A way of escaping from a difficulty, without satisfying impertinent curiosity." "Give me an example." "Well, if such a question were asked you, you might say, 'You had better ask this gentleman.' I see the question is avoided, but is not that impolite?" "Yes, but not so impolite as to ask an embarrassing question." "And what would you say if the question was passed on to you?" "Well, my answer would vary in a ratio with the respect in which I held the questioner. I would not tell the truth, but I should say something, and I am glad to see you attentive to my lessons. Always ask questions, and you will always find me ready to answer, for I want to teach you. And now let us to bed. We have to start for Antibes at an early hour, and love will reward you for the pleasure you have given me today." At Antibes, I hired a felucca to take me to Genoa, and as I intended to return by the same route, I had my carriage warehoused for a small monthly payment. We started early with a good wind, but the sea becoming rough, and Rosalie being mortally afraid, I had the felucca rowed into Villafranca, where I engaged a carriage to take me to Nice. The weather kept us back for 3 days, and I felt obliged to call on the commandant, an old officer named Peterson. He gave me an excellent reception, and after the usual compliments had passed, said, "Do you know a Russian who calls himself Charles Ivanov? I saw him once at Grenoble. It is said that he has escaped from Siberia, and that he is the younger son of the Duke of Kurland. So I have heard, but I know no proof of his claim to the title. He is at Genoa, where it is said a banker is to give him 20,000 crowns. In spite of that, no one would give him a sou here, so I sent him to Genoa at my own expense to rid the place of him. I felt very glad that the Russian had gone away before my arrival. An officer named Ramini, who was staying at the same inn as myself, asked if I would mind taking charge of a packet which M. de Saint-Pierre, the Spanish consul, had to send to the Marquis Grimaldi at Genoa. It was the nobleman I had just seen at Avignon, and I was pleased to execute the commission. The same officer asked me whether I had ever seen a certain Madame Stuart. She came here a fortnight ago with a man who calls himself her husband. The poor devils hadn't a penny, and she, a great beauty, enchanted everybody, but would give no one a smile or a word. I have both seen and know her, I answered. I furnished her with the means to come here. How could she leave Nice without any money? That's just what no one can understand. She went off in a carriage, and the landlord's bill was paid. I was interested in the woman. The Marquis Grimaldi told me that she had refused 100 louis he offered her, and that a Venetian of his acquaintance had fared just as badly. Perhaps that is you. It is, and I gave her some money despite my treatment. M. Peterson came to see me, and was enchanted with Rosalie's amiable manner. This was another conquest for her, and I duly complimented her upon it. Nice is a terribly dull place, and strangers are tormented by the midges, who prefer them to the inhabitants. However, I amused myself at a small banquet faro, which was held at a coffee house, and at which Rosalie, whose play I directed, won a score of Piedmontese pistoles. She put her little earnings into a purse, and told me she liked to have some money of her own. I scolded her for not having told me so before, and reminded her of her promise. "I don't really want it," said she, "it's only my thoughtlessness." We soon made up our little quarrel. In such ways did I make this girl my own, in the hope that for the remnant of my days she would be mine, and so I should not be forced to fly from one lady to another. But inexorable fate ordained it otherwise. The weather grew fine again, and we got on board once more, and the next day arrived at Genoa, which I had never seen before. I put up at St. Martin's Inn, and for decency's sake took 2 rooms, but they were adjoining one another. The following day I sent the packet to M. Grimaldi, and a little later I left my card at his palace. My guide took me to a linen draper, S., and I bought some stuff for Rosalie, who was in want of linen. She was very pleased with it. We were still at table when the Marquis Grimaldi was announced. He kissed me and thanked me for bringing the parcel. His next remark referred to Madame Stuart. I told him what had happened, and he laughed, saying that he was not quite sure what he would have done under the circumstances. I saw him looking at Rosalie attentively, and I told him she was as good as she was beautiful. I want to find her a maid, I said, a good seamstress, who could go out with her, and above all who could talk Italian to her, for I want her to learn the language that I may take her into society at Florence, Rome, and Naples. Don't deprive Genoa of the pleasure of entertaining her, said the Marquis. I will introduce her under whatever name she pleases, and in my own house to begin with. She has good reasons for preserving her incognito here. Ah, I see. Do you think of staying here long? A month or thereabouts, and our pleasures will be limited to seeing the town and its surroundings and going to the theater. We shall also enjoy the pleasures of the table. I hope to eat champignons every day. They are better here than anywhere else. An excellent plan. I couldn't suggest a better. I am going to see what I can do in the way of getting you a maid, mademoiselle. You, sir, how can I deserve such great kindness? My interest in you is the greater, as I think you come from Marseille. Rosalie blushed. She was not aware that she lisped, and that this betrayed her. I extricated her from her confusion by telling the Marquis his conjecture was well-founded. I asked him how I could get the Journal de Savins, the Mercure de France, and other papers of the same description. He promised to send me a man who would get me all that kind of thing. He added that if I would allow him to send me some of his excellent chocolate, he would come and breakfast with us. I said that both gift and guest were vastly agreeable to me. As soon as he had gone, Rosalie asked me to take her to a milliner's. I want ribbons and other little things, said she, but I should like to bargain for them and pay for them out of my own money, without your having anything to do with it. Do whatever you like, my dear, and afterwards we will go to the play. The milliner to whom we went proved to be a Frenchwoman. It was a charming sight to see Rosalie shopping. She put on an important air, seemed to know all about it, ordered bonnets in the latest fashion, bargained, and contrived to spend 5 or 6 louis with great grandeur. As we left the shop, I told her that I had been taken for her footman, and I meant to be revenged. So saying, I made her come into a jeweler's, where I bought her a necklace, earrings, and brooches in imitation diamonds, and without letting her say a word I paid the price and left the shop. You have bought me some beautiful things, said she, but you are too lavish with your money. If you had bargained, you might have saved 4 louis at least. Very likely, dearest, but I never was any hand at a bargain. I took her to the play, but as she did not understand the language, she got dreadfully tired and asked me to take her home at the end of the first act, which I did very willingly. When we got in, I found a box waiting for me from M. Grimaldi. It proved to contain 24 pounds of chocolate. Costa, who had boasted of his skill in making chocolate in the Spanish fashion, received orders to make us 3 cups in the morning. At 9 o'clock, the Marquis arrived with a tradesman, who sold me some beautiful oriental materials. I gave them to Rosalie to make 2 mazzaro for herself. The mazzaro is a kind of hooded cloak worn by the Genoese women, as the sendal is worn at Venice and the mantilla at Madrid. I thanked M. Grimaldi for the chocolate, which was excellent. Costa was quite proud of the praise the Marquis gave him. Leduc came in to announce a woman whose name I did not know. It's the mother of the maid I have engaged, said M. Grimaldi. She came in, and I saw before me a well-dressed woman, followed by a girl from 20 to 24 years old, who pleased me at the first glance. The mother thanked the Marquis and presented her daughter to Rosalie, enumerating her good qualities and telling her that she would serve her well and walk with her when she wished to go out. My daughter, she added, speaks French, and you will find her a good, faithful, and obliging girl. She ended by saying that her daughter had been in service lately with a lady, and that she would be obliged if she could have her meals by herself. The girl was named Veronique. Rosalie told her that she was a good girl and that the only way to be respected was to be respectable. Veronique kissed her hand, the mother went away, and Rosalie took the girl into her room to begin her work. I did not forget to thank the Marquis, for he had evidently chosen a maid more with a view to my likings than to those of my sweetheart. I told him that I should not fail to call on him, and he replied that he would be happy to see me at any hour, and that I should easily find him at his casino at St. Pierre de Rena, where he often spent the night. Episode 17, Return to Italy. Genoa, Tuscany, Rome. Chapter 4. The play The Russian Petri Rosalie at the convent. When the Marquis had gone, seeing Rosalie engaged with Veronique, I set myself to translate the écossaise for the actors at Genoa, who seemed pretty good ones, to play. I thought Rosalie looking sad at dinner, and said, "What is the matter, dearest? You know I do not like to see you looking melancholy. I am vexed at Veronique's being prettier than I." "I see what you mean, I like that. But console yourself, Veronique is nothing compared to you, in my eyes at all events. You are my only beauty, but to reassure you I will ask M. de Grimaldi to tell her mother to come and fetch her away, and to get me another maid as ugly as possible." "Oh no, pray do not do so. He will think I am jealous, and I wouldn't have him think so for the world." "Well, well, smile again if you do not wish to vex me." "I shall soon do that, if, as you assure me, she will not make me lose your love. But what made the old gentleman get me a girl like that? Do you think he did it out of mischief?" "No, I don't think so. I am sure, on the other hand, that he wanted to let you know that you need not fear being compared with anybody. Are you pleased with her in other respects?" "She works well, and she is very respectful. She does not speak 4 words without addressing me as Signora, and she is careful to translate what she says from Italian into French. I hope that in a month I shall speak well enough for us to dispense with her services when we go to Florence. I have ordered Leduc to clear out the room I have chosen for her, and I will send her dinner from our own table. I will be kind to her, but I hope you will not make me wretched." "I could not do so, and I do not see what there can be in common between the girl and myself." "Then you will pardon my fears." "The more readily as they show your love." "I thank you, but keep my secret." I promised never to give a glance to Veronique, of whom I was already afraid, but I loved Rosalie and would have done anything to save her the least grief. I set to at my translation after dinner. It was work I liked. I did not go out that day, and I spent the whole of the next morning with M. de Grimaldi. I went to the banker Belloni and changed all my gold into Gigliotti sequins. I made myself known after the money was changed, and the head cashier treated me with great courtesy. I had bills on this banker for 40,000 Roman crowns, and on Lepri bills for 20,000. Rosalie did not want to go to the play again, so I got her a piece of embroidery to amuse her in the evening. The theater was a necessity for me. I always went unless it interfered with some still sweeter pleasure. I went by myself, and when I got home I found the Marquis talking to my mistress. I was pleased, and after I had embraced the worthy nobleman, I complimented Rosalie on having kept him till my arrival, adding gently that she should have put down her work. "Ask him," she replied, "if he did not make me keep on. He said he would go if I didn't, so I gave in to keep him." She then rose, stopped working, and in the course of an interesting conversation she succeeded in making the Marquis promise to stay to supper, thus forestalling my intention. He was not accustomed to take anything at that hour, and ate little. But I saw he was enchanted with my treasure, and that pleased me, for I did not think I had anything to fear from a man of 60. Besides, I was glad at the opportunity of accustoming Rosalie to good society. I wanted her to be a little coquettish, as a woman never pleases in society unless she shows a desire to please. Although the position was quite a strange one for her, she made me admire the natural aptitude of women, which may be improved or spoiled by art, but which exists more or less in them all, from the throne to the milk pail. She talked to M. de Grimaldi in a way that seemed to hint she was willing to give a little hope. As our guest did not eat, she said graciously that he must come to dinner some day, that she might have an opportunity of seeing whether he really had any appetite. When he had gone, I took her on my knee, and covering her with kisses asked her where she had learnt to talk to great people so well. "It's an easy matter," she replied. "Your eyes speak to my soul and tell me what to do and what to say." A professed rhetorician could not have answered more elegantly or more flatteringly. I finished the translation. I had it copied out by Costa and took it to Rossi, the manager, who said he would put it on directly, when I told him I was going to make him a present of the play. I named the actors of my choice and asked him to bring them to dine with me at my inn, that I might read the play and distribute the parts. As will be guessed, my invitation was accepted, and Rosalie enjoyed dining with the actors and actresses, and especially hearing herself called Madame Casanova every moment. Veronique explained everything she did not understand. When my actors were round me in a ring, they begged me to tell them their parts, but I would not give in on this point. "The first thing to be done," said I, "is for you to listen attentively to the whole piece without minding about your parts. When you know the whole play, I will satisfy your curiosity." I knew that careless or idle actors often pay no attention to anything except their own parts, and thus a piece, though well played in its parts, is badly rendered as a whole. They submitted with a tolerably good grace, which the high and mighty players of the Comédie Française would certainly not have done. Just as I was beginning my reading, the Marquis de Grimaldi and the banker Belloni came in to call on me. I was glad for them to be present at the trial, which only lasted an hour and a quarter. After I had heard the opinion of the actors, who by their praise of various situations showed me that they had taken in the plot, I told Costa to distribute the parts. But no sooner was this done than the first actor and the first actress began to express their displeasure. She, because I had given her the part of Lady Alton. He, because I had not given him Murray's part, but they had to bear it as it was my will. I pleased everybody by asking them all to dinner for the day after the morrow. After dinner, the piece to be rehearsed for the first time. The banker Belloni asked me to dinner for the following day, including my lady, who excused herself with great politeness in the invitation, and M. Grimaldi was glad to take my place at dinner at her request. When I got to M. Belloni's, I was greatly surprised to see the impostor Ivanov, who instead of pretending not to know me, as he ought to have done, came forward to embrace me. I stepped back and bowed, which might be put down to a feeling of respect, although my coldness and scant ceremony would have convinced any observant eye of the contrary. He was well dressed, but seemed sad, though he talked a good deal, and to some purpose, especially on politics. The conversation turned on the court of Russia, where Elizabeth Petrovna reigned, and he said nothing, but sighed and turned away, pretending to wipe the tears from his eyes. At dessert, he asked me if I had heard anything of Madame Morin, adding, as if to recall the circumstance to my memory, that we had supped together there. "I believe she is quite well," I answered. His servant, in yellow and red livery, waited on him at table. After dinner, he contrived to tell me that he had a matter of the greatest importance he wanted to discuss with me. "My only desire, sir, is to avoid all appearance of knowing anything about you. One word from you will gain me 100,000 crowns, and you shall have half." I turned my back on him and saw him no more at Genoa. When I got back to the inn, I found M. de Grimaldi giving Rosalie a lesson in Italian. "She has given me an exquisite dinner," said he. "You must be very happy with her." In spite of his honest face, M. Grimaldi was in love with her, but I thought I had nothing to fear. Before he went, she invited him to come to the rehearsal next day. When the actors came, I noticed amongst them a young man whose face I did not know, and on my inquiring, Rossi told me he was the prompter. "I won't have any prompter, send him about his business. We can't get on without him." "You'll have to, I will be the prompter." The prompter was dismissed, but the three actresses began to complain. "If we knew our parts as well as the paternoster, we should be certain to come to a dead stop if the prompter isn't in his box." "Very good," said I to the actress who was to play Lindane. "I will occupy the box myself, but I shall see your drawers." "You would have some difficulty in doing that," said the first actor. "She doesn't wear any." "So much the better." "You know nothing about it," said the actress. These remarks put us all in high spirits, and the ministers of Thalia ended by promising that they would dispense with a prompter. I was pleased with the way the piece was read, and they said they would be letter perfect in 3 days. But something happened. On the day fixed for the rehearsal, they came without the Lindane and Murray. They were not well, but Rossi said they would not fail us eventually. I took the part of Murray and asked Rosalie to be the Lindane. "I don't read Italian well enough," she whispered, "and I don't wish to have the actors laughing at me, but Veronique could do it. Ask if she will read the part." However, Veronique said that she could repeat it by heart. "All the better," said I to her. laughing internally as I thought of Soler, for I saw that I should thus be obliged to make love to the girl to whom I had not spoken for the fortnight she had been with us. I had not even had a good look at her face. I was so afraid of Rosalie, whom I loved better every day, taking fright. What I had feared happened. When I took Veronique's hand and said, "See, Bella Lindana debadorovi," everybody clapped because I gave the words their proper expression. But glancing at Rosalie, I saw a shadow on her face, and I was angry at not having controlled myself better. Nevertheless, I could not help feeling amazed at the way Veronique played the part. When I told her that I adored her, she blushed up to her eyes. She could not have played the lovesick girl better. We fixed a day for the dress rehearsal at the theater, and the company announced the first night a week in advance to excite public curiosity. The bills ran: "We shall give Voltaire's Écossaise, translated by an anonymous author. No prompter will be present." I cannot give the reader any idea of the trouble I had to quiet Rosalie. She refused to be comforted, wept incessantly, and touched my heart by gentle reproaches. "You love Veronique," said she, "and you only translated that piece to have an opportunity of declaring your love." I succeeded in convincing her that she wronged me, and at last, after I had lavished caresses on her, she suffered herself to be calmed. Next morning she begged pardon for her jealousy, and to cure it insisted on my speaking constantly to Veronique. Her heroism went farther. She got up before me and sent me my coffee by Veronique, who was as astonished as I was. At heart, Rosalie was a great creature, capable of noble resolves, but like all women, she gave way to sudden emotions. From that day, she gave me no more signs of jealousy, and treated her maid with more kindness than ever. Veronique was an intelligent and well-mannered girl, and if my heart had not been already occupied, she would have reigned there. The first night of the play I took Rosalie to a box, and she would have Veronique with her. M. de Grimaldi did not leave her for a moment. The play was praised to the skies, the large theatre was full of the best people in Genoa. The actors surpassed themselves, though they had no prompter, and were loudly applauded. The piece ran 5 nights and was performed to full houses. Rossi, hoping perhaps that I would make him a present of another play, asked my leave to give my lady a superb pelisse of lynx fur, which pleased her immensely. I would have done anything to spare my sweetheart the least anxiety, and yet from my want of thought I contrived to vex her. I should never have forgiven myself if Providence had not ordained that I should be the cause of her final happiness. "I have reason to suspect," she said one day, "that I am with child, and I am enchanted at the thought of giving you a dear pledge of my love. If it comes at such a time, it will be mine, and I assure you I shall love it dearly. And if it comes 2 or 3 weeks sooner, you will not be sure that you are the parent. Not quite sure, but I shall love it just as well, and look upon it as my child as well as yours. I am sure you must be the father. It is impossible the child can be Petrie's, who only knew me once, and then very imperfectly, whilst you and I have lived in tender love for so long a time." She wept hot tears. "Calm yourself, dearest, I implore you. You are right. It cannot be Petrie's child. You know I love you, and I cannot doubt that you are with child by me and by me alone. If you give me a baby as pretty as yourself, it will be mine indeed. Calm yourself." How can I be calm when you can have such a suspicion? We said no more about it, but in spite of my tenderness, my caresses, and all the trifling cares which bear witness to love, she was often sad and thoughtful. How many times I reproached myself bitterly for having let out my silly calculations. A few days later she gave me a sealed letter, saying, "The servant has given me this letter when you were away. I am offended by his doing so, and I want you to avenge me." I called the man and said, "Where did you get this letter?" "From a young man who is unknown to me. He gave me a crown and begged me to give the letter to the lady without your seeing me, and he promised to give me 2 crowns more if I brought him a reply tomorrow. I did not think I was doing wrong, sir, as the lady was at perfect liberty to tell you. That's all very well, but you must go, as the lady, who gave me the letter unopened, as you can see for yourself, is offended with you." I called Leduc, who paid the man and sent him away. I opened the letter and found it to be from Petrie. Rosalie left my side, not wishing to read the contents. The letter ran as follows: "I have seen you, my dear Rosalie. It was just as you were coming out of the theater. escorted by the Marquis de Grimaldi, who is my godfather. I have not deceived you. I was still intending to come and marry you at Marseille next spring, as I promised. I love you faithfully, and if you are still my good Rosalie, I am ready to marry you here in the presence of my kinfolk. If you have done wrong, I promise never to speak of it, for I know that it was I who led you astray. Tell me, I entreat you, whether I may speak to the Marquis de Grimaldi with regard to you. I am ready to receive you from the hands of the gentleman with whom you are living, provided you are not his wife. Be sure, if you are still free, that you can only recover your honor by marrying your seducer. This letter comes from an honorable man who is worthy of Rosalie, I thought to myself, and that's more than I shall be unless I marry her myself. But Rosalie must decide. I called her to me, gave her the letter, and begged her to read it attentively. She did so, and gave it me back, asking me if I advised her to accept Petrie's offer. If you do, dear Rosalie, I shall die of grief. But if I do not yield you, my honor bids me marry you, and that I am quite ready to do. At this the charming girl threw herself on my breast, crying in the voice of true love, I love you and you alone, darling, but it is not true that your honor bids you marry me. Ours is a marriage of the heart, our love is mutual, and that is enough for my happiness. Dear Rosalie, I adore you, but I am the best judge of my own honor. If Petrie is a well-to-do man and a man who would make you happy, I must either give you up or take you myself. No, no, there is no hurry to decide. If you love me, I am happy, for I love you and none other. I shall not answer the letter, and I don't want to hear anything more of Petrie. You may be sure that I will say no more of him, but I am sure that the Marquis will have a hand in it. I dare say, but he won't speak to me twice on the subject. After this treaty, a more sincere one than the powers of Europe usually make I resolve to leave Genoa as soon as I got some letters for Florence and Rome. In the meanwhile, all was peace and love between myself and Rosalie. She had not the slightest shadow of jealousy in her soul, and M. de Grimaldi was the sole witness of our happiness. 5 or 6 days later, I went to see the Marquis at his casino at Saint Pierre d'Arena, and he accosted me by saying that he was happy to see me as he had an important matter he wished to discuss with me. I guessed what it would be, but begged him to explain himself. He then spoke as follows. A worthy merchant of the town brought his nephew, a young man named Petrie, to see me 2 days ago. He told me that the young man is my godson, and he asked me to protect him. I answered that as his godfather I owed him my protection, and I promised to do what I could. He left my godson to talk it over with me, and he informed me that he knew your mistress before you did at Marseille, that he had promised to marry her next spring, that he had seen her in my company, and that having followed us he found out that she lived with you. He was told that she was your wife, but not believing it, wrote her a letter saying that he was ready to marry her. But this letter fell into your hands, and he has had no reply to it. He could not make up his mind to lose a hope which made his happiness, so he resolved to ascertain, through my good offices, whether Rosalie would accept his proposition. He flatters himself that on his informing me of his prosperous condition, I can tell you that he is a likely man to make his wife happy. I told him that I knew you and would speak to you on the matter, and afterwards inform him of the result of our interview. I have made inquiries into his condition, and find that he has already amassed a considerable sum of money. His credit, morals, and reputation are all excellent. Besides, he is his uncle's sole heir, and the uncle passes for a man very comfortably off. And now, my dear M. Casanova, tell me what answer I am to make. Tell him that Rosalie is much obliged to him and begs him to forget her. We are going away in 3 or 4 days. Rosalie loves me and I her, and I am ready to marry her whenever she likes. That's plain speaking, but I should have thought a man like you would prefer freedom to a woman, however beautiful, to whom you would be bound by indissoluble ties. Will you allow me to speak to Rosalie myself about it? You need not ask my leave. Speak to her, but in your own person and not as representing my opinions. I adore her, and would not have her think that I could cherish the thought of separating from her. If you don't want me to meddle in the matter, tell me so frankly. On the contrary, I wish you to see for yourself that I am not the tyrant of the woman I adore. I will talk to her tonight. I did not come home till supper time, that the Marquis might say what he had to say in perfect freedom. The noble Genoese supped with us, and the conversation turned on indifferent subjects. After he had gone, my sweetheart told me what had passed between them. He had spoken to her in almost the same words that he had addressed to me, and our replies were nearly identical, though she had requested the Marquis to say no more about his godson, to which request he had assented. We thought the matter settled, and busied ourselves with preparations for our departure. But 3 or 4 days after, the Marquis, who we imagined had forgotten all about his godson, came and asked us to dine with him at St. Pierre d'Arena, where Rosalie had never been. "I want you to see my beautiful garden before you go," said M. Grimaldi to her. "It will be one more pleasant recollection of your stay for me." We went to see him at noon the next day. He was with an elderly man and woman to whom he introduced us. He introduced me by name and Rosalie as a person who belonged to me. We proceeded to walk in the garden, where the 2 old people got Rosalie between them and overwhelmed her with politeness and complimentary remarks. She, who was happy and in high spirits, answered in Italian and delighted them by her intelligence and the grace which she gave to her mistakes in grammar. The servants came to tell us that dinner was ready, and what was my astonishment on entering the room to see the table laid for 6. I did not want much insight now to see through the Marquis's trick, but it was too late. We sat down, and just then a young man came in. "You are a little late," said the Marquis, and then, without waiting for his apology, he introduced him to me as M. Petri, his godson and nephew to his other guests, and he made him sit down at his left hand, Rosalie being on his right. I sat opposite to her, and seeing that she turned as pale as death, the blood rushed to my face. I was terribly enraged. This small despot's plot seemed disgraceful to me. It was a scandalous insult to Rosalie and myself, an insult which should be washed away in blood. I was tempted to stab him at his table, but in spite of my agitation, I constrained myself. What could I do? Take Rosalie's arm and leave the room with her? I thought it over, but foreseeing the consequences, I could not summon up courage. I have never spent so terrible an hour as at that fatal dinner. Neither Rosalie nor myself ate a morsel, and the Marquis, who helped all the guests, was discreet enough not to see that we left one course after another untouched. Throughout dinner, he only spoke to Petri and his uncle, giving them opportunities for saying how large a trade they did. At dessert, the Marquis told the young man that he had better go and look after his affairs, and after kissing his hand, he withdrew with a bow to which nobody replied. Petri was about 24, of a moderate height, with ordinary but yet good-natured and honest features, respectful in his manner, and sensible though not witty in what he said. After all was said and done, I thought him worthy of Rosalie, but I shuddered at the thought that if she became his wife, she was lost to me forever. After he had gone, the Marquis said he was sorry he had not known him before, as he might be of use to him in his business. "However, we will see to that in the future," said he meaningly. "I mean to make his fortune." At this, the uncle and aunt, who no doubt knew what to say, began to laud and extol their nephew, and ended by saying that as they had no children, they were delighted that Petri, who would be their heir, was to have His Excellency's patronage. "We are longing," they added, "to see the girl from Marseille he is going to marry. We should welcome her as a beloved daughter." Rosalie whispered to me that she could bear it no longer, and begged me to take her away. We rose, and after we had saluted the company with cold dignity, we left the room. The Marquis was visibly disconcerted. As he escorted us to the door, he stammered out compliments, for the want of something to say, telling Rosalie that he should not have the honor of seeing her that evening, but that he hoped to call on her the next day. When we were by ourselves, we seemed to breathe again, and spoke to one another to relieve ourselves of the oppression which weighed on our minds. Rosalie thought, as well as I, that the Marquis had played us a shameful trick, and she told me I ought to write him a note, begging him not to give himself the trouble of calling on us again. "I will find some means of vengeance," said I, "but I don't think it would be a good plan to write to him. We will hasten our preparations for leaving, and receive him tomorrow with that cold politeness which bears witness to indignation. Above all, we will not make the slightest reference to his godson." "If Petri really loves me," said she, "I pity him. I think he is a good fellow, and I don't feel angry with him for being present at dinner, as he may possibly be unaware that his presence was likely to give me offense. But I still shudder when I think of it. I thought I should have died when our eyes met. Throughout dinner he could not see my eyes, as I kept them nearly shut, and indeed he could hardly see me. Did he look at me while he was talking? No, he only looked at me. I am as sorry for him as you are, for, as you say, he looks an honest fellow. Well, it's over now, and I hope I shall make a good supper. Did you notice what the aunt said? I am sure she was in the plot. She thought she would gain me over by saying she was ready to treat me like her own child. She was a decent-looking woman, too. We made a good supper, and a pleasant night inclined us to forget the insult the Marquis had put upon us. When we woke up in the morning, we laughed at it. The Marquis came to see us in the evening, and greeting me with an air of mingled confusion and vexation, he said that he knew he had done wrong in surprising me as he had, but that he was ready to do anything in his power by way of atonement, and to give whatever satisfaction I liked. Rosalie did not give me time to answer. "If you really feel," said she, "that you have insulted us, that is enough. We are amply avenged. But all the same, sir, we shall be on our guard against you for the future, though that will be for a short while, as we are just leaving." With this proud reply, she made him a low bow and left the room. When he was left alone with me, M. Grimaldi addressed me as follows: "I take a great interest in your mistress's welfare, and as I feel sure that she cannot long be happy in her present uncertain position, while I am sure that she would make my godson an excellent wife, I was determined that both of you should make his acquaintance, for Rosalie herself knows very little of him. I confess that the means I employed were dishonorable, but you will pardon the means for the sake of the excellent end I had in view. I hope you will have a pleasant journey, and that you may live for a long time in uninterrupted happiness with your charming mistress. I hope you will write to me, and always reckon on my standing your friend, and doing everything in my power for you. Before I go, I will tell you something which will give you an idea of the excellent disposition of young Petrie, to whose happiness Rosalie seems essential." He only told me the following, after I had absolutely refused to take charge of a letter he had written to Rosalie, despairing of being able to send it any other way. After assuring me that Rosalie had loved him, and that consequently she could not have any fixed aversion for him, he added that if the fear of being with child was the reason why she would not marry him, he would agree to put off the marriage till after the child was born, provided that she would agree to stay in Genoa in hiding, her presence to be unknown to all save himself. He offers to pay all the expenses of her stay. He made a remarkably wise reflection when we were talking it over. "If she gave birth to a child too soon after our marriage," said he, "both her honor and mine would suffer hurt. She might also lose the liking of my relations, and if Rosalie is to be my wife, I want her to be happy in everything." At this Rosalie, who had no doubt been listening at the door after the manner of her sex, burst into the room, and astonished me by the following speech: "If M. Petrie did not tell you that it was possible that I might be with child by him, he is a right honest man, but now I tell you so myself. I do not think it likely, but still it is possible. Tell him, sir, that I will remain at Genoa until the child is born, in the case of my being pregnant, of which I have no certain knowledge, or until I am quite sure that I am not with child. If I do have a child, the truth will be made known. In the case of there being no doubt of M. Petrie's being the parent, I am ready to marry him, but if he sees for himself that the child is not his, I hope he will be reasonable enough to let me alone for the future. As to the expenses and my lodging at Genoa, tell him that he need not trouble himself about either." I was petrified. I saw the consequence of my own imprudent words, and my heart seemed broken. The Marquis asked me if this decision was given with my authority, and I replied that as my sweetheart's will was mine, he might take her words for law. He went away in high glee, for he foresaw that all would go well with his plans when once he was able to exert his influence on Rosalie. The absent always fare ill. "You want to leave me then, Rosalie?" said I when we were alone. "Yes, dearest, but it will not be for long. I think we shall never see each other again." "Why not, dearest? You have only to remain faithful to me. Listen to me. Your honor and my own make it imperative that I should convince Petrie that I am not with child by him, and you that I am with child by you." "I never doubted it, dear Rosalie." "Yes, dear, you doubted it once, and that is enough. Our parting will cost me many a bitter tear, but these pangs are necessary to my future happiness. I hope you will write to me, and after the child is born, it will be for you to decide on how I shall rejoin you. If I am not pregnant, I will rejoin you in a couple of months at latest. Though I may grieve at your resolve, I will not oppose it, for I promised I would never cross you. I suppose you will go into a convent, and the Marquis must find you a suitable one and protect you like a father. Shall I speak to him on the subject? I will leave you as much money as you will want. That will not be much. As for M. de Grimaldi, he is bound in honor to procure me an asylum. I don't think it will be necessary for you to speak to him about it. She was right, and I could not help admiring the truly astonishing tact of this girl. In the morning, I heard that the self-styled Ivanov had made his escape an hour before the police were to arrest him at the suit of the banker, who had found out that one of the bills he had presented was forged. He had escaped on foot, leaving all his baggage behind him. Next day, the Marquis came to tell Rosalie that his godson had no objection to make to her plan. He added that the young man hoped she would become his wife, whether the child proved to be his or not. He may hope as much as he likes, said Rosalie with a smile. He also hopes that you will allow him to call on you now and then. I have spoken to my kinswoman, the Mother Superior of Convent. You are to have 2 rooms, and a very good sort of woman is to keep you company, wait on you, and nurse you when the time comes. I have paid the amount you are to pay every month for your board. Every morning I will send you a confidential man who will see your companion and will bring me your orders. And I myself will come and see you at the grating as often as you please. It was then my sad duty, which the laws of politeness enjoined, to thank the Marquis for his trouble. "'Tis to you, my lord," said I entrust Rosalie. I am placing her, I am sure, in good hands. I will go on my way as soon as she is in the convent. I hope you will write a letter to the Mother Superior for her to take. I will write it directly, said he. And as Rosalie had told him before that she would pay for everything herself, he gave her a written copy of the agreement he had made. I have resolved, said Rosalie to the Marquis, to go into the convent tomorrow, and I shall be very glad to have a short visit from you the day after. I will be there, said the Marquis, and you may be sure that I will do all in my power to make your stay agreeable. The night was a sad one for both of us. Love scarcely made a pause amidst our alternate complaints and consolations. We swore to be faithful forever, and our oaths were sincere, as ardent lovers' oaths always are. But they are as naught unless they are sealed by destiny, and that no mortal mind may know. Rosalie, whose eyes were red and wet with tears, spent most of the morning in packing up with Veronique, who cried too. I could not look at her, as I felt angry with myself for thinking how pretty she was. Rosalie would only take 200 sequins, telling me that if she wanted more she could easily let me know. She told Veronique to look after me well for the 2 or 3 days I should spend at Genoa, made me a mute curtsy, and went out with Costa to get a sedan chair. 2 hours after, a servant of the Marquis came to fetch her belongings, and I was thus left alone and full of grief till the Marquis came and asked me to give him supper, advising that Veronique should be asked in to keep us company. "That's a rare girl," said he. "You really don't know her, and you ought to know her better." Although I was rather surprised, I did not stop to consider what the motives of the crafty Genoese might be, and I went and asked Veronique to come in. She replied politely that she would do so, adding that she knew how great an honor I did her. I should have been the blindest of men if I had not seen that the clever Marquis had succeeded in his well-laid plans, and that he had duped me as if I had been the merest freshman. Although I hoped with all my heart that I should get Rosalie back again, I had good reasons for suspecting that all the Marquis's wit would be employed to seduce her, and I could not help thinking that he would succeed. Nevertheless, in the position I was in, I could only keep my fears to myself and let him do his utmost. He was nearly 60, a thorough disciple of Epicurus, a heavy player, rich, eloquent, a master of statecraft, highly popular at Genoa, and well acquainted with the hearts of men, and still more so with the hearts of women. He had spent a good deal of time at Venice to be more at liberty, and to enjoy the pleasures of life at his ease. He had never married, and when asked the reason would reply that he knew too well that women would be either tyrants or slaves, and that he did not want to be a tyrant to any woman, nor to be under any woman's orders. He found some way of returning to his beloved Venice, in spite of the law forbidding any noble who has filled the office of Doge to leave his native soil. Though he behaved to me in a very friendly manner, he knew how to maintain an air of superiority which imposed on me. Nothing else could have given him the courage to ask me to dinner when Petrie was to be present. I felt that I had been tricked, and I thought myself in duty bound to make him esteem me by my behavior for the future. It was gratitude on his part which made him smooth the way to my conquest of Veronique, who doubtless struck him as a fit and proper person to console me for the loss of Rosalie. I did not take any part in the conversation at supper, but the Marquis drew out Veronique, and she shone. It was easy for me to see that she had more wit and knowledge of the world than Rosalie, but in my then state of mind, this grieved rather than rejoiced me. M. de Grimaldi seemed sorry to see me melancholy, and forced me, as it were, to join in the conversation. As he was reproaching me in a friendly manner for my silence, Veronique said with a pleasing smile that I had a good reason to be silent after the declaration of love I had made to her, and which she had received so ill. I was astonished at this, and said that I did not remember having ever made her such a declaration, but she made me laugh in spite of myself, when she said that her name that day was Lindane. "Ah, that's in a play," said I. "In real life the man who declares his love in words is a simpleton. 'Tis with deeds the true lover shows his love." "Very true, but your lady was frightened all the same." "No, no, Veronique, she is very fond of you." "I know she is, but I have seen her jealous of me." "If so, she was quite wrong." This dialogue, which pleased me little, fell sweetly on the Marquis's ears. He told me that he was going to call on Rosalie next morning, and that if I liked to give him a supper, he would come and tell me about her in the evening. Of course, I told him that he would be welcome. After Veronique had lighted me to my room, she asked me to let my servants wait on me, as if she did so now that my lady was gone, people might talk about her. "You are right," said I, "kindly send Leduc to me." Next morning, I had a letter from Geneva. It came from my Epicurean syndic, who had presented M. de Voltaire with my translation of his play, with an exceedingly polite letter from me, in which I begged his pardon for having taken the liberty of travestying his fine French prose in Italian. The syndic told me plainly that M. de Voltaire had pronounced my translation to be a bad one. My self-esteem was so wounded by this, and by his impoliteness in not answering my letter, with which he could certainly find no fault, whatever his criticism of my translation might be, that I became the sworn enemy of the great Voltaire. I have censured him in all the works I have published, thinking that in wronging him I was avenging myself, to such an extent did passion blind me. At the present time I feel that even if my works survive, these feeble stings of mine can hurt nobody but myself. Posterity will class me amongst the Zoiluses whose own impotence made them attack this great man to whom civilization and human happiness owe so much. The only crime that can truthfully be alleged against Voltaire is his attacks on religion. If he had been a true philosopher, he would never have spoken on such matters. For, even if his attacks were based on truth, religion is necessary to morality, without which there can be no happiness.